Hey everyone, welcome to my Fantastic Four book, inspired by the 2005 movie. Now, before we dive in, I just want to say, yeah, the beginning might seem a little confusing. There's time travel, maybe another universe or two, but trust me, it'll all make sense soon enough. I promise I'm working on it. This story is set in the 2005 Fantastic Four universe, but with my own twist. And before we go any further, quick disclaimer, I don't own any of the characters. All rights go to Marvel and the late, great Stan Lee. The only character that's mine is Madison Hunter, and she's about to change everything. All right, let's meet our main cast. Johnny Storm, played by Chris Evans. Susan Storm, Jessica Alba. Reed Richards, Iowan Gruffud. Ben Grimm, Michael Chiklis. And of course, Madison Hunter, Haley Steinfeld. And for our background cast, we've got some X-Men appearances too. Jean Grey, Famke Janssen. Scott Summers, James Marsden, Charles Xavier, Patrick Stewart, Logan Howlett, aka Wolverine, Hugh Jackman. Now every story needs its soundtrack. Here's the romantic playlist that perfectly captures the emotional core of this book. Electric by Alina Baraz featuring Khalid, Hot and Cold by Katy Perry, Shut Up and Kiss Me by Marianas Trench, You Set Fire to My Life by Tina Arena, and Somebody to You by The Vamps, featuring Demi Lovato. And of course, here's what the characters think of each other through song. Madison, Johnny, Gangsta Sexy by Hollywood Undead. Johnny, Madison, I'm a Mess by Bebe Rexha. Madison to Reed, Brother by Codaline. Reed, Madison, Fix You by Coldplay. Madison to Susan, Girl on Fire by Alicia Keys. Susan, Madison, Little Do You Know by Alex and Sierra. Before we continue, a quick note about trigger warnings in this story. 1. Grief and loss, including the death of a loved one at 10 months old. 2. Mentions of self-worth struggles. 3. Survivor's guilt and emotional grief. 4. Panic attacks. 5. Romantic tension and emotional vulnerability. So buckle up, heroes, and let's step into the world of science, fire, and fate. This is Fantastic Four, the Madison Hunter story. Chapter 1, A Mother's Last Gift, the day Madison was sent away. Jean, what's going on? A man says as he arrives in the nursery. I have to give her away. The woman says, who is Jean Grey. What? Why? The man says. I can feel her, Scott. She's coming out, Jean says. The Dark Phoenix? How is that possible? I thought. Scott asks. So did I. But I'm terrified of what she would do her, Jean says as she picks up the 2-month-old baby. The 2-month-old baby coos as she reaches out and touches Jean's face. We have no choice. We have to send her away, Jean says as her eyes starts to swell up with tears. No one here can protect her? Scott asks. No. Jean replies as she holds the baby. Where shall we take her? Scott asks. In another universe, but we'll drop her off at when this man was a child. Help them both grow into siblings, even if it's just adoptive, Jean says. Who's the man? Logan asks as he arrives, wanting to check out what the problem is. Reed Richards, Jean replies. Scott looks over to Logan, then back at Jean. If that's your wish, we'll try and hide her in that universe, Scott says, and Jean does a little smile. As Jean is holding baby Madison, her mind couldn't stop thinking about the dangers Madison would have in the universe if she stayed. No protection, not even from her own father. If he tried, or even her grandfather figure, Charles. We need to ask adult Reed if we can drop her off. If he accepts, we'll start the machine. Scott tells Jean, and Jean looks at him and slowly nods. Scott nods back before going to contact Reed in another universe. In the Fantastic Four universe, 2004. Reed was talking to Ben about something before his gadget that he made that looks like a phone, but it's for other universes. He hears it go off and he checks the message. Reed, we need your help with something important. With your permission, we would love to transfer a baby to you, but when you were a child, the message reads. Who is that? Ben asks. Scott Summers. He's asking to transfer a baby to me, but when I was a child, Reed replies. and he looks at Ben. "What are you going to say?" Ben asks. "I'm going to say yes, if it's protection," Reed says. Ben nods and he sees Reed messaging Scott back. Back to X-Men Universe 2004. "He said yes," Scott tells Jean, and he sees Charles roll in. "Are you sure you want to do this, Jean?" "I mean, giving up a child is pretty sad for a new mother who wanted nothing more than to be a mother," Charles asks. "I'm sure. I will be sad until she takes over," Jean says, and she looks at Charles. Charles nods, and he watches Scott and Logan start to boot up the machine that will transfer baby Madison. Jean grabs a basket and puts Madison in it before kissing her forehead. "I'm so sorry, my sweet child. I have no choice," Jean says as tears falls from her eyes before she puts a necklace on the blanket. Scott walks over as he holds back his tears, and he places his jacket over baby Madison after kissing her cheek. "Goodbye, my little mouse," Scott says before he sees Jean putting baby Madison into the machine, and the bright light starts to glow, and the next minute baby Madison was gone, traveled to another universe. "Logan, can you break the machine?" "Please?" Jean manages to say between tears, and Logan looks at her for a moment before breaking the machine with his claws. "Please, Reed." "Treat her well," Jean whispers to herself. Fantastic Four, 1984. A baby cries at the front door of the child Reed Richards' house. A woman comes out and she sees baby Madison crying in the basket, holding onto the necklace that Jean gave her. "Shh," Mrs. Richards says as she picks up baby Madison up and she holds her to soothe her crying. Mrs. Richards sees the necklace and the jacket that Jean and Scott gave her, and she grabs them before heading inside. Child Reed Richards looks over to his mother, and he looks confused as he sees baby Madison. "Meet your new sister. I just found her on the doorstep," Mrs. Richards says. "New sister?" Child Reed says before walking over and sees baby Madison, and he does a little smile. "What's her name?" Child Reed asks, and he sees his mother take out the note from the blanket. "Looks like her name is Madison," Mrs. Richards says, and Child Reed nods. "Madison," Child Reed says as he looks at baby Madison, not knowing that in 10 months ahead, something sad is going to happen. Chapter 2. When the Cradle Weeps. Fantastic Four, 1985. 10 months later. Reed Richards, barely 9 years old, sat on his table experimenting with little gadgets as Madison watches him cooing in her crib as he's watching her. Madison looks over to the blanket that Mrs. Richards gave her from Jean Grey, and something felt off. Madison stops cooing, and her lip slowly quivers as she felt something. "Mama," baby Madison calls out as her tiny hands grabbed the fabric, pulling it into her lap. She pressed her face against it before Madison cracks in tears. "Mama!" Madison cries out, and Reed looks over to her before picking her up and holds her close as his chest hurts. He didn't know what to do, or how to fix it. "Mama!" Madison wailed out again as her voice trembling, desperate. Mrs. Richards walks in, and she sees baby Madison crying, and child Reed trying to soothe her. "It's okay, I'll stay with you, you're not alone," Reed says as he holds her. Baby Madison kept crying, small and sad, her little body shaking with each sob. After a while, she leaned against him, still clutching the blanket, her voice softening to little hiccuping gasps. Child Reed stayed there with his mother, arms around her the best he could, feeling the weight of a sadness too big for either him or baby Madison to understand. But Mrs. Richards realizes she's crying in grief as she just felt her mother. "I'm here, Maddie, I'm here," Child Reed says as he sits down next to his mother as Mrs. Richards take baby Madison off him as she was heavy. "I know, sweetheart, I know," Mrs. Richards soothes baby Madison. Baby Madison has stopped crying, but she still feels that overwhelming sadness as she cuddles up to Mrs. Richards. "We're both here, sweetheart," Mrs. Richards says. After a while, baby Madison falls asleep in Mrs. Richards' arms, and Mrs. Richards lays her down in the crib, and she sees Child Reed climb in. "I don't want to leave her, not after what she felt, Mama," Child Reed says as he holds his baby sister. Meanwhile, in X-Men Universe, 2006, Jean, now possessed by the Dark Phoenix, got killed by Logan after begging him to. Logan notices how peacefully sad Jean was before she died. "I'm so sorry, my little sunbeam," Jean says as she sees Madison crying in grief for her. Then she slips away both physically and mentally. Fantastic Four, 1985. The next day, Child Reed wakes up and he looks at baby Madison asleep, and he does a little smile, but it's not the happy smile. It's the sad smile. Child Reed thinks to himself before quietly getting out of baby Madison's cot and walks over to his room to get his camera. Then he came back and starts recording. This is new to me, but hello future Reed, or future Madison. I just wanted to make this dairy for Madison. Last night, something sad has happened. 1 minute Madison was happy, but the next she broke down crying. Me and Mom at first thought it was because she either needed milk or diaper change or anything like that. But the way she cried, that was not a normal cry that babies make, Child Reed says to the camera as it's recording. Child Reed took a moment before speaking again. That cry was grief, but if you're watching this future Reed, I hope you help her deal with what's going to happen. I fear she might have some issues. I don't know which, because as you can see, I'm a child and not a profession, Child Reed says before ending the recorder, and he looks over to sleeping baby Madison. I will always protect you, Maddie, Child Reed says, which makes baby Madison smile in her sleep. Chapter 3, The Beginning of Fantastic Four. 20 years later. Reed, are you sure that Victor would be a good person to work with? A woman says, and Reed looks over to the woman before replying, Yes, I'm sure Madison. Look, I know you hate him, but Reed looks over to Ben with the help of, help me here, but Ben shrugs his shoulders before looking at the statue. Typical of Victor Von Doom to build a 30-foot statue of himself, Ben says, and Madison does a little snicker at that as Reed looks at statue. Well, it's obviously aimed at first-time visitors to create feelings of smallness, inadequacy, Reed replies, but Madison whispers to Ben quietly, maybe he's compensating for something, which causes Ben to laugh. Reed, Ben, and Madison walks into the building as Ben asks Reed a question. Reed, what are we actually doing here? This guy's fast food, strip mall science, which Reed replies, this wasn't our first stop in case you forgot. Besides, Victor's not that bad. He's just a little larger than life. Which that makes Madison rolls her eyes. Now in the meeting room, Reed starts to pitch his idea. My research suggests that exposure to a high-energy cosmic storm born on solar winds might have triggered the evolution of early planetary life. As Reed is speaking, Madison stays quiet in the corner as Reed keeps talking. In 6 weeks, another cloud with the same elemental profile will pass Earth's orbit. A study conducted in space could fundamentally advance our knowledge about the structure of the human genome, cure countless diseases, extend human life, give kids a chance to live longer, stronger, healthier. But Reed gets cut off by Victor, and Madison rolls her eyes at. I don't think I have explained my proposal fully, Reed says after Victor told him to turn it off. No, I think you have. Same old Reed, always stretching, reaching for the stars with the weight of the world on his back. But dreams don't pay the bills, do they? Victor says, and Madison starts to give him a dirty look, as she never liked him. But Reed tries to explain with, you remember, when we were in school, we talked about working together. Well, that's what I was about to explain. The storm is deadly, but the shields on your station's control room are designed to protect any occupants inside. Victor switches on the lights before speaking. So it's not just my money you want. It's my toys. Tell me, if NASA doesn't trust you, then why should I? That's my job, to stay a step ahead, to know what other men don't. Madison rolls her eyes as Ben tells Reed that he can't take it. Ben, this is business, just work. Reed explains to Ben, and Madison looks over to Susan, and she does a little smile. He's right, Ben. It is just business, Susan says as she walks over to them, but she stops at Madison to ask her a question. Are you okay? Which Madison nods to, and Susan whispers to her, I'm sorry that I couldn't visit you, but I swear, I will never leave you. Madison does a little smile at that and whispers back, Thanks, Subug. And Susan smiles before hearing Victor speak. I think you both know my director of genetic research, Susan Storm. Susan walks over to Victor as Ben whispers to Reed, one more thing he's got. Madison went back to being quiet again. She drops her gaze to her hands, fingers twitching, and Madison finds a part of skin near her nail, and she starts to pick at it like she doesn't notice what she's doing, but Susan noticed. Madison, she said gently, not too loud to scare her and not scolding. Just enough to reach her. But Madison doesn't stop, which Reed and Ben and Victor starts to notice as well. "We'll be right back. I just need to help her," Susan says as she walks over to Madison and takes her out of the room. "Madison, look at me. I'm right here," Susan says, but she hears Madison muttering, "Don't care, don't feel, don't speak," which causes Susan's heart to hurt. "Madison, that's not true. You do care. I've seen it. You feel things so deeply that it scares you. But you don't have to be silent with me," Susan reassures her, and Madison's lip trembled as a little bit of blood starts to come out from the picking. "I'm scared to mess it up for Reed. What if—" Madison starts to stutter as she tries to explain her reason, but Susan slowly reached out and took Madison's hand in hers, not to stop her, but to hold her. "You won't mess it up, I promise," Susan says with a little smile, and Madison looks at her before doing a little nod. "Come on, let's go back in and I'll stay next to you, okay?" Susan suggested, and Madison nods at that before walking back inside, and they both hear Reed and Victor talking to each other. "Oh, Ben, forgot to ask, how's Debbie?" Susan says as she walks into the room with Madison, which Ben smiles a little bit before replying, "Great." "This isn't going to be a problem, is it?" Victor asks after Reed, and Susan asks how each other are doing. Both Reed and Susan replies at the same time with no. "Good. Then you are just in time to hear the great Reed Richards. Ask me for help," Victor says as he walks over to Susan and Madison and slightly pushes Madison out of the way, which Ben saw, and he slowly digs his nails into his palm to hold back his danger at how he's treating her. "You know, you made a lot of folks at MIT feel like a junior high science fair. So you'll excuse me if I savor the moment," Victor says as he smiles, then Reed speaks up with, "You back this mission and I'll sign over a fair percentage of any applications." But Victor cuts him off. "The number is 75, and it's applications and patents," Victor says, and Ben asks, "What about his firstborn?" Which made Madison and Reed look at him like, "What the fuck?" "You seriously did not ask that, Benny," Madison says to him, which Ben shrugs his shoulders. "Ben, he's not a little creature called Rumpelstiltskin," Madison says, which does make Victor laugh before saying, "Come on, 25% of $1 billion is enough to keep the lights on for a while, isn't it? Maybe even pay off your 4th mortgage on the Baxter building. Deal?" Reed looks over to Susan and Madison before taking Victor's hand, and Victor smiles before saying, "Well then, to our future, together. It's funny how things turn out, isn't it?" "Hilarious," Reed says quietly to herself before he starts to pack up, and Ben says to him, "He knew about NASA. Maybe he made the call to shut us down." "I mean, it's possible," Madison agrees with Ben as all 3 of them head to the elevator to leave the building. "Ben, Madison, think about all the people we can help if this works, huh? Look, we got what we wanted. That's enough. A few days in space, it'll be great. What's the worst that can happen?" Reed says as they step into the elevator and Susan walked into the elevator with them. "Reed, you should know those solar winds have been picking up speed." Susan tells Reed, and Reed replies with, "I factored them into my coordinates," which Susan nods. "Right, of course you did. In theory. It's a little different once you're out there," Susan says, and Reed tries to explain, but Ben cuts him off by saying, "When are we leaving?" Which Madison mutters under her breath. "Thank you, Ben. That would have been awkward. I'll be scheduling the launch, so you can call me in the morning for resources and crew," Susan says as she takes out a business card and gives it to Reed, but Reed looks at the card, then at Susan before saying, "I think I remember the but Madison cuts him off with, "Reed, just take the damn card." Susan looks at Madison as she tries to hold back a laugh, then Ben clears his throat as he looks at Reed, and Reed looks at him before looking back to Susan before asking, "As far as crew, I was hoping Ben could pilot the mission." Susan looks at him and Ben and Madison before replying with, "We already have a pilot on our payroll, but you're welcome to ride shotgun," which made all 3 look confused. Then Madison groans as she hears Susan asking, "Remember my brother Johnny?" Madison goes quiet again, but she looks at Susan to say that she's not going to do anything stupid before leaving the building, and she follows Ben and Reed to the top of the tower. "Can't do it, cannot do it," Ben says as he walks, and Reed replies, "External SRBs, orbital system engines. It's just like the shuttle you flew." And Ben looks at him as he replies with, "No, I cannot take orders from the underwear model," accidentally giving Madison a mental image. Reed was about to say something, but he notices Madison in the world of her own, and he sees Madison raising her eyebrows as she's deep in thought. Then he tries to wake her up. "Mads? Maddie, Madison," Reed says as he tries to get her attention. Then Madison snaps out of her daydream and looks at Ben and Reed, who is looking at her. "Welcome back to the real world," Reed says, and Madison bites her lips before asking, "I didn't say anything stupid, right?" Which makes Reed shake his head. No, you didn't," Reed replies with, and Madison lets out a sigh of relief. After a while, everyone is getting ready for the space mission. Madison looks over to Ben as he looks at the image of him and Debbie and hears him say, "I miss you already, Debs," which Madison smiles at. Then she rolls her eyes as she hears Johnny. "Captain on the bridge!" Johnny yells, which causes Ben to stand, which makes Madison shakes her head. "I swear, he's a child," Madison mutters to herself as Johnny takes a picture of him. Digital camera, $254. Memory stick, $59. The look on your hard-ass former CO's face when he finds out he's your junior officer. "Priceless," Johnny says as he sits down. Then Ben walks over to him, which Johnny backs away too, but Ben sorts out his uniform, which Johnny chuckles to. "Thank you. That's sweet," Johnny says, and Ben does a little cocky smile before saying, "I can handle this ship. I can even handle Mr. Blonde Ambition." As Ben is talking, Johnny looks over to Madison, who has her back toward him as she doesn't want to look at him. "Who the hell came up with these?" Ben asks as he grabs the uniform and Susan walks in replying, "Victor did. The synthetics act as a second skin, adapting to your body's individual needs." "See, now that means it keeps the hot stuff hot and the cool stuff cool," Johnny says, as Madison leaves the room to change into the uniform before coming back. "Wow, fantastic! Material made from self-regulating unstable molecules? I've been working on a formula for this," Reed says as Susan's smile disappears, which Ben, Madison, and Johnny notices. "Great minds think alike," Susan says before giving Ben his uniform. Susan already gave Madison hers, hence why she left and came back, but Susan throws one at Reed. "You're in trouble," Madison says, and Reed looks at her, and Madison shrugs her shoulders before all of them arrive on the space station. Madison stays behind, but she looks out of the window, not knowing that Reed and Susan stopped to do the same thing. "We can monitor the clouds approaching and observe the test from here," Susan says, and Ben asks, "Is it safe?" Which Reed replies, "The shields on the station should protect us." Madison looks over to Johnny as he walks over to her. "Hey," Johnny says as he does a little smile, but his smile disappears as Madison tells him, "I thought I was nothing but trash to you," after Johnny tries to speak to her, and he sees her walk off. Madison looks over to Ben, Reed, and Victor, just as Victor says, "Still doing the heavy lifting? You should have stayed in the lab. Fieldwork never suited you," which makes Madison piss, but she holds back as she walks over to them and hears Ben stick up for himself, which makes her smile. "He does the talkin', I do the walkin'. Got it?" Ben asks, but Madison gives Victor another dirty look as he said, "So, take a walk, Ben," and Madison crosses her arms as Victor follows it up with, "Actually, if you'll all excuse me, I need to borrow Susan for a moment." Madison looks over to Susan as Susan looks over to Victor, then looks over to Madison, whispering, "Will you be okay with these boys?" And Madison nods, which makes Susan nods before following Victor somewhere. Madison follows the boys to another room, and she thinks to herself as she breathes in and out to calm herself, meanwhile with Susan. "Surprised I agreed to Reed's proposal?" Victor says as he holds out his hand, which Susan took as she replies, "I understand the business reasons," as Victor lead her to one of the windows. "Well, when you're looking at your future, it doesn't hurt to find closure about the past," Victor says as he kisses Susan's hand, and he follows it up with, "Susan, every man dreams he'll meet a woman he can give the world to. In my case, it's not just a metaphor," before opening viewing station shield. "I wanted to talk to you about something, but in order for this to work, I need you to do something," Victor says as he looks at Susan as she looks out of the window, before looking at Victor as she replies with, "What?" "I want you to stop seeing Madison," Victor says, which makes Susan stiffen as her eyebrows starts to narrow. "Excuse me?" Susan asks. "You heard me," Victor says, which makes Susan a little mad as she replies, "She's my sister." And Victor adjusts his tone as he says, "She's your adoptive sister, and emotionally unstable. You're not blind, Susan. You've seen how she clings to you, how she spirals when she's afraid she'll lose you." Susan pulls her hand from his grip as she says, "That doesn't give you the right to ask me to abandon her." Susan was about to leave, but she sees Reed coming in. The cloud is accelerating. We've got minutes until it hits, not hours, Reed says, and Victor sighs as Reed continues. Victor, that storm is deadly. We need to abort. But Victor says, get a grip, Reed. We didn't come all this way to lose our nerve at the first glitch. Just close the shields. Ben is still out there, Reed says, and Victor replies, so reel him in. We came here to do a job, so let's do it quickly. Reed nods before leaving. Back to Madison and Johnny and Ben. Johnny, enough. You don't get to flirt with me after you broke me that time in high school, Madison says, which does hurt Johnny, as he knows how much he hurt her. He still doesn't understand why yet. Ben, need to get inside now, Reed yells as both Johnny and Madison looks at him, and Johnny asks, what's going on? But Ben replies with, I ain't done arranging your flowers yet, egghead. Ben, turn around, Reed says, and Ben does turn around, and he sees a space storm coming towards him. Guys, I'm not gonna make it, Ben says, and both Madison and Johnny says, Ben, you gotta jump. It's the only way, Johnny finishes off. As Ben jumps off and floats back to them, Madison mutters, come on, Ben, come on, make it. And Johnny says, come on, Ben, you got this, as he watches as well. Okay, Johnny, get ready to close the portal, Reed says, and Johnny moves to start getting ready to close the portal. But Ben gets hit by the storm. Ben! Madison yells, but the storm broke in and hits Reed, Johnny, Madison, who hit her head hard on the rail and got knocked out hard. Then Susan got hit. After a while, Madison groans as she starts to wake up, and she's shot up as she hears puppies barking and kittens meowing. What the? Madison says to herself as she looks around the room that's now filled with puppies and kittens. This is a whole other level of crazy cat lady, Madison mutters to herself. Madison looks around and notices she's in a medical facility. Then she gets up as she holds her head, and she sees the puppies and kittens disappear. She doesn't know why. That's weird, Madison says to herself and brushes it off as she walks around the facility, and she hears Reed slightly panicking. Where's Madison? Where is she? Reed yells at the nurse, and Madison walks over to them. Reed? Madison says, and Reed looks at her and calms his nerves before hugging her. Thank goodness you're okay, Reed says, and Madison hugs him back as she replies, Of course I am. Reed pulls back and looks at her as he asks, You did hit your head pretty hard. I was worried, which made Madison smile. I'm glad you're always looking out for me, Reedster, Madison says, and Reed does a little chuckle at the name. How's Susan? Madison asks, and Reed looks at her before replying, She's doing okay. She's just resting at the moment, and Madison nods. Wait, what about Ben? Madison asks as she looks at Reed, but Ben comes out of his room and Madison sighs to herself of relief. I'm okay, kiddo, Ben says, and Madison runs over to him and hugs him. Listen, kiddo, I need to speak to Reed for a moment. Will you be all right on your own? Ben asks after he hugs Madison back, and he sees Madison thinking for a moment before nodding. I can try Big Ben, Madison says as she smiles, and she breathes in and out as Reed and Ben walked outside. I can do this. They're just talking outside Maddie, Madison reassures herself. Then she sees Johnny leaving the building, and she rolls her eyes as she mutters, typical ass prick. After a while, everyone besides Johnny meet in the cat arena, and Madison notices the tension between Susan and Reed, and she drinks her water. Then everyone starts to sit at the table. No, let me tell the story. Let me tell the story, Ben says as everyone laughs. Then Ben feels gurgling in his stomach, which everyone looks at him confused. Benny boy, are you okay? Madison asks, worried. Then Ben replies with, Must be the bad shrimp. I think I'd better go lie down, excuse me. Then Ben gets up and leaves the room. Madison looks over to Reed and Susan before getting up as she says, I'll move to the next table so you two can chit-chat. Madison walks over to another table and she finishes her food as she thinks to herself. Then she notices Susan slowly disappearing, and she stands up to say something, but Reed notices and tells her, Susan, look at your hands, which made Susan does exactly that, before knocking over a bottle which Reed captures as his arm stretches. What the fuck is going on? Madison says before Johnny comes running in yelling, Hey, you guys, hey, you are never going to believe what just happened to me. Reed and Susan looks at Johnny in his face, but Madison quickly looks down then to his face. What? Oh, well I can explain this, Johnny says before Reed says, We need to find Ben. Now. And everyone starts to walk to Ben's room. It has to be the cloud. It's fundamentally altered our DNA. Susan tries to explain what's going on, but Reed says, let's not jump to conclusions. Meanwhile, Madison notices first that Johnny's clicking his fingers and fire comes out. Whoa! Guys, look! Johnny says as he clicks his fingers again before saying, now picture that but everywhere. It was everywhere. What? Which causes Susan look at Reed, but Reed just thought about something. But he couldn't tell Susan, Johnny, or Madison yet, so he came up with, the cloud has fundamentally altered our DNA, which causes Johnny to cackle before saying, cool! And you know what, guys? I think I was flying. We need to find Ben, Reed says as they all started to walk over to Ben's room again. Meanwhile, with Victor, he looks over to the nurse as the nurse walks over to her. Sir, I think you should see this, the nurse says as she gives him the folder. What's this? Victor asks before looking through the files in the folder as the nurse replies, everything about Madison Hunter, sir. She's not who we think she is. She's a mutant. Victor looks over to the nurse before looking at the blood tests reports. All this time, and no one noticed. That cosmic mistake. That unpredictable little irritant, Victor says as his voice dips to contempt before continuing. How poetic. A walking paradox. Too weak to hide what she is. Too dangerous to ignore. And they call it evolution. Back to the others, they arrive at Ben's room. Cut it out, Johnny, Susan says, but Johnny ignores her as he mutters to himself, still getting the hang of it, which causes Susan to look at him and says, stop. Johnny looks at her, and they quietly argue with each other before a loud bang was heard inside of the room. Ben! Madison yells as she tries to figure out the code, but she, as well as Johnny and Susan, watch Reed uses his powers to open the door. Of course, Madison does a little smile, as the other looks a little shocked. That's gross, Johnny says, and Madison just rolls her eyes before walking in, and notices Ben is missing after he broke free. Look, 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 Johnny says as they walk over to the broken wall, and they just see Ben running away. Chapter 4. Tides of Change. Where do you think he might be going? Johnny asks, and Madison thinks to herself, then looks at Reed as she says, he's going to Debbie. Reed looks at Madison before nodding. Right, we need to find him, until we sort out what's going on with us, Reed said, but Victor shows up asking, what is going on? What happened in here? And everyone turns to face him, but Susan walks over. Victor, are you feeling all right? Susan asks, and Victor responds with, I am fine, just a few scrapes. That is all. Before looking over to Reed as he speaks up, Ben did this. He's had some kind of reaction to the exposure of the cloud, and Victor looks at them as Susan follows it up with, we all have, different symptoms. While Reed and Susan are talking to Victor, Madison starts to argue with Johnny. I'm not going to ask you again. Go change right now, Madison says as she looks at Johnny before grabbing him by the ear and drags him to his room and pushes him inside. Before they left, Susan and Reed looked at them before looking at each other. Don't come back out until you're dressed, Madison says, and gives Johnny a death stare as he said, You're not my mother, which made Johnny backpedal. Okay, I am sorry, Johnny says before starting to get dressed as he mumbles under his breath after Madison left. After walking back to Reed and Susan, Madison notices Victor went, and she looks at them. What are we going to do? Madison asks, and Reed answers, We're going to find him. As he put his hand on Madison's shoulders to reassure her, and Madison nods. So, let's not waste any more time and go, Madison says, and she sees Johnny walking back into the room with his arms up, like, how's this? And Madison smirks before saying, good boy. Then her, Johnny, Reed, and Susan went out to look for Ben. After walking out, Madison notices Reed calling a taxi, and everyone gets in like Madison is at the back with Reed and Susan. Meanwhile, Johnny is at the front of the taxi. I'm worried about Ben. What if his powers are bad? Madison says as she sees the driver start to drive off, but she gives Johnny a death stare as he said something mean about him, which made Johnny stop laughing once he sees the stare, and looks away. As they arrive on the bridge, they spot the commotion. Madison was the first one to get out of the taxi, and she looks around for a possible way to get to Ben. What are we going to do now? Susan asks as she looks at Johnny, Reed, and Madison, which Reed replies with, We're going to get past those guys, which Madison thought of an idea. We need a distraction away from the crash, Madison says as she looks at them, and Susan looks at Madison before saying, What distraction? Which Madison smirks at as she says, A fish kind, which made Johnny, Reed, and Susan look at her confused, before Madison walks over to the edge of the bridge. Madison breathes in and out to calm her nerves before jumping into the ocean and mutters, "Come on, work," before her powers start to work, and she feels herself hitting the water and looks down at her feet and notices it's slowly turning into a mermaid tail before she swims up and looks at Johnny as he sees her. "Holy shit," Johnny says as he sees her in her mermaid form before yelling at the pedestrians, "Hey, I just spotted a real mermaid, right here," which everyone besides from Reed and Susan looks over and sees Madison as a mermaid. Johnny, Reed, and Susan uses the opportunity to get to Ben, which Madison sees, and she dives into the ocean again, and she looks for a place to turn back into a human. She notices a fire truck on its way, and she sees it crashing, and she sees one of the firemen fall out, and Madison swam back over to the guy and drags him onto the shore, and she notices her tail turning back into human feet, and she watches her friends help save other people before a medic scares her as the medic picks up the fireman and carries him to the ambulance. Madison thinks for a moment before making her way back to the others, and she sees the crowd cheering for Ben, but she notices the awkwardness she knows about, and she walks over to him and hugs him. Madison let him go, and notices Debbie out of the corner of her eye. Then she looks at Ben, who walked over, but Debbie put her hand up to stop him before removing the ring, putting it on the floor, and walking off. "Poor Ben," Madison says to herself as she feels bad for him as Ben went over to pick up the ring. After struggling, Reed walks over to pick up the ring and passes it over to him. "I swear to you, I would do everything in my power until there's not a breath left in me. You're going to be Ben again," Reed says as he touches his shoulders. Madison walks over to him and touches the other shoulder. "And I'll help the best I can, Benny," Madison says as she smiles softly, which made Ben pull her into a side hug as she giggles. After a while, the medics told them to go into the camp, and they walked in. Everyone is now scattered all over the place, and Madison looks over to Ben, who is looking at his ring, but Johnny speaks up, "Where are your ears?" which made Ben look at him, and Madison spoke up, "Not now, Johnny, he doesn't need this right now," which Johnny looks at her and notices her serious face, and he nods before a medic walks back into the camp. "There are some folks outside that want to talk to you," the medic says to Reed, and Reed replies with, "We're not going public with this, we're scientists, not celebrities." But the medic days, "It's too late, son, look," as he shows everyone the footage of the bridge, which Johnny exclaims, "Cool," before trying to leave. But Susan stops him, but Johnny brushes it off and leaves, which make Madison shake her head. "This man-child will never learn," Madison mutters to herself before following Reed and Susan outside to stop Johnny. "Johnny!" Susan yells at him as he stops near the paparazzi. The chief asks, "Which one of you is the leader?" Which Johnny responds, "That would be me." Which the chief looks at him for a moment before saying, "No, seriously," which caused Madison to clean her throat to stop herself from laughing, and has her hand near her mouth to hide the fact that she's smiling as she sees Johnny's face. "Okay, son, you're on," the chief says to Reed, and he hesitates before saying, During our recent mission to the Von Doom space station, we were exposed to as yet unidentified radioactive energy, and the reporters asks a million of questions about them, but Susan steps in saying, "No, actually, we do not know much more than you do at this point." And the other reporter asks, "Symptoms? Is this some kind of disease?" Which Johnny steps in saying, "No. No, it is not a disease. If having special powers is a disease, then yes, we got it bad." One of the reporters says, "That thing doesn't look fantastic," which causes both Madison and Ben to step forward, but Reed stops them by saying, "Ben Grimm is a genuine American hero," and Madison adds on, "And if you guys don't like that, you'll have to answer to me." Then she death stares Johnny as he replies with, "What they mean is every team needs a mascot. A new day is dawning, the day of the Fantastic Five." Reed finishes the interview with the reporters and walks off with the others. Chapter 5. The Truth About Madison. After a while, they arrive at the Baxter Building and the front man asks, "Is all that for you, Dr. Richards?" Which Reed sighs and shrugs his shoulders as he replies, "I'm afraid so." Then they all walk over to the lift. Of course, Madison is staying quiet as she allows everyone else to talk, and everyone notices that the elevator isn't going up, and Johnny comes out with, "Either we're moving fast or not at all." Then the elevator says, "Exceeded maximum weight," and everyone looks at Ben, and Ben says, "I'll take the stairs," before walking out, but Madison follows. "I'll walk with you, Benny," Madison says as she smiles, before walking over to the doors for the stairs and walks up them as she chats with Ben. And after a while, they arrive at Reed's apartment just as Victor leaves. "What the fuck is that all about?" Madison asks as she looks over to Reed, and Reed looks at her and reassures her, "Nothing important, Maddie." He gives her a smile, and Madison looks at him for a moment, then smiles back. During the experiment, Susan notices that Reed is not experimenting with Madison on her powers and asks, "Why are you not doing this to Madison?" Which made Reed stop what he was doing, then sighs before looking at her. "Promise you will not tell Johnny?" "I get the feeling he'll only like her for what she is," Reed asks, and Susan nods as she says, "I promise." Then Reed hesitates again before telling her this. Madison didn't get her powers from the cosmic storm like us. She was born with it, which made Susan more confused. "Wait, how?" Susan asks. Then Reed reaches over to grab the file of Madison and passes it over to her. Susan starts to read the file, and her eyes widened as she reads in bold letters, "Madison Hunter, birth date August 2005, species, mutant, level 6. Susan puts down the file, and she looks at Reed, and Reed nods. Her mother was a level 5 mutant and a level 4. Her parents were Scott Summers and Jean Grey, Reed explains, and Susan looks shocked as she says, "The Scott and Jean? From Johnny's comics?" Reed nods again as he replies, "Yeah, Cyclops and Phoenix. Madison's not just powerful, she is legacy." "Why is she in this universe, not in theirs?" Susan asked, and Reed hesitates for a moment before replying with, "Jean was scared that the Dark Phoenix will hurt her, and she thought that Madison would be safe here where the Dark Phoenix can't touch her." Susan stands up for a moment as she is processing everything. Then she realized that the gift she got from Madison was not from the stores, like Build-A-Bear. She created the teddy bear from her powers, and she never realized. Chapter 6. Skating on Thin Ice. "Hey guys, we have a serious problem," Johnny says as he walked over to them, not knowing about Madison as his shirt is now covered in holes, and Reed and Susan looks at him before Reed starts to do more experiments. After a while, Reed gathers everyone around and tells them this: "Our uniform was exposed to the storm, like us, so they can transform like us, becoming invisible, changing size on demand, or remaining impervious to flames." Ben does a little chuckle as he says, "You guys look like an 80s rock band." But Susan thinks for a moment, then says, "You know, Ben, this material stretches. I'm sure I can figure out a way to make it fit." But Ben shuts it down. "I love this costume. They're missing something, though. Needs like spice," Johnny says. But Reed cuts him by saying, "They're not costumes." And Susan adds on, "You can't use your powers in public, Johnny." But Ben looks around as he notices Madison isn't in the same room as them, and he speaks up, "Guys, you do realize Madison isn't here, right?" And Reed looks over to Ben before looking all over the place. Meanwhile, with Madison, she is at the ice skating rink, and she changes her shoes into skates, and she carefully goes onto the ice, and she starts to skate and dance. Besides Form staying with Reed, it was her way of calming herself down. Madison notices her powers are making the ice scraps float into the air, and she smiles as she continues to skate. After a while, Madison goes to one of the benches to take off her skates. Then she hears people outside and she puts her skates in her bag and puts it on her shoulders before leaving. Back to the others, Reed is slightly panicking. "How did she leave? She hates being on her own," Reed says, and Susan stops him and says, "Maybe she wanted to do something else and didn't want to bother you while you were working." As Susan said that Madison walks into the room after putting down her bag on the couch. "I scared Reed again, didn't I?" Madison quietly says, and Reed looks over to her before pulling her close and hugs her. "You did scare the hell out of me," Reed says, and Madison bites her lips before saying, "Sorry, Reed. I was just at the ice skating rink," which Reed looks at her and he nods, knowing it is her favorite thing to do. "So, how are you going to cure us, Reed?" Ben asks, wondering, and Reed looks over to him before grabbing a chart and replies, "I'm going to build a machine to recreate the storm. The cosmic rays will travel from this generator to this chamber." And Johnny asks, "What, no pop-ups?" And Madison and Susan looks over to him before Reed continues, "If I can reverse the wave signal and Ben finishes it off, it will return us back to normal." And Reed smiles as he nods. "Right, but what are the risks?" Susan asked, and Reed looks at her before replying, "Even the small miscalculation could increase our symptoms exponentially, or perhaps even kill us." After Johnny said something, Susan pulls Reed to another room. "What about Madison? Her powers will stay while we'll be normal." Susan asks quietly to him, and Reed looks at her before replying quietly, I don't know. Reed pinches the bridge of his nose as he sighs, and he looks over to Madison, who is laughing with Ben, trying to cheer him up. After a couple of weeks, Reed managed to build the machine with a couple of help. Meanwhile, Madison was in her room reading some of her books. Susan and Ben is helping Reed. Meanwhile, Johnny manages to leave the building to go to a dirt bike competition. Then Madison came down and helped Reed, Ben, and Susan. He didn't, Susan says as her, Madison, Ben, and Reed watches from the TV. Oh, yes he did. Flameboy never listens, Ben says as he sits down, and Madison says quiet as she knows that she snuck away to do ice skating. What did he do to his uniform? Susan asks, and Reed looks down and notices that Johnny did it to all their uniforms. Guys, if we are going to be mad at Johnny for sneaking out, you should be mad at me for doing the same. I mean, I did technically scare Reed by doing so. Reed looks over to Madison, then at Susan and Ben. She's not wrong, Reed says, but Johnny said something that made Ben say, okay, now I'm going to kill him, which Madison mutters, okay, I would never do that, before following Ben. Everyone arrives at the arena where the competition is held, and Ben looked at Johnny's car, then grabs it and crumbles it like paper before throwing it over to Johnny. You think that's funny, Pebbles, Johnny says as he looks over to Ben as Ben walks over. Johnny, you gave us names you do not think. So now you are the face of the Fantastic Five? Susan asks, but Ben says, a face that's about to be broken. Then everyone starts to argue. Besides Madison, then she steps in front of Ben and Johnny and yells, enough! As the sonic boom came out of her hands, making Johnny and Ben fly the opposite way of each other. Both of you pack it in and act like adults, or I'll start acting like your mothers and ground you, Madison says, at Ben and Johnny not caring about the onlookers. Then she walks off to calm herself down. Reed just looks at Johnny shaking his head before following Madison back to the building. Chapter 7. Shattered Trust. After a while, Reed fell asleep at his computer. Meanwhile, Madison thinks to herself as she reads the comic she technically stole from Johnny when she was visiting Susan. Then she notices a snowflake out of the corner of her eye, and she looks confused, but inside the snowflake she notices a face. And she looks closer and sees Reed's face, and her expression changes from confused to worried. Madison gets up and she goes to find Susan, but she could not find her, and she mutters, shit, and she holds her head worried. Then she sees Ben, and she walks over to him, but notices the expression is different. Ben, what's wrong? Madison asks, but Ben brushes her off, which made Madison confused as he never done that before. Then she sees Susan and Reed walk in. Yeah, I have that effect on people, Ben says to Susan and Reed, but Reed walks over to him as he says, Ben. But Ben asks, oh, so you remember my name now, do ya? Well, do you also remember what you swore to do with every breath in your body? Reed looks confused as he explains, we are working as hard as we can, which made Ben chuckle, then look at Susan as he says, yeah, I can tell, which Madison mad and steps in front of Reed and Ben, and she looks at Ben as she asks, what the hell does that mean? But again, Ben ignores her and says, Victor was right, which Reed asks, Victor? Ben, I do not know if this thing will change us back or make us worse. Reed looks at Ben as he points to the machine and adds, I need you to be patient for a little while longer. Reed, look at me, Ben yells as he walks over to Reed, and Reed yells back, I am looking. That is why I cannot make a mistake. I must get it right, and it is not right yet. We need to test it. Then Madison walks over to them again and uses her sonic boom powers again to spirate them as they began to argue. Boys, stop it! Look, we don't know if this machine will work, but doing this shit won't help. Madison yells at the two of them. Then she looks at Ben. I don't know what the fuck Victor has told you, but you promised you wouldn't brush me off like you just did. Ben looks at her as he realizes she is right. He did brush her off. Then he walks off. Reed sighs as he looks at the machine. Then he walks over to the generator and starts to boost it up, and Madison looks over to him after Susan left to find Ben. Reed, what are you doing? Madison asks, and Reed replies, testing it out, before walking into the chamber. Madison watches. Then she notices the electric playing up, and she sees Susan running in after she came back. Then both Madison and Susan sees Reed's face slowly dropping. Then he went limp, and both Madison and Susan ran over to him. Reed, Madison says before Susan asks, oh my God, Reed, what did you do? And Reed replies with, I can make it work. But Madison firmly says, the hell you are, you're going to rest. Then she lifts him up and carries him to his room with Susan. But Reed is muttering, "I need more power to control the storm." But Madison lays him down and gives him a stern look to say, "Rest." Then everyone sees the electric playing up again. "Ben," Madison mutters, and she runs over to the room, then grunts as Victor made her hit the wall to make her pass out, as it was unexpected from him. Then Victor disappears into the shadows as Ben walks out of the chamber, and he sees Madison passed out. "Madison!" Ben yells as he ran over to her. "Everyone thought I was safe behind those shields," Victor says as he steps out of the shadows, and Ben looks over to him. "You planned this, all of it," Ben says, and Victor replies, "I've always wanted power. Now I have unlimited supply." Ben stands up as he says, "And no thing to stand in your way," which Victor smirks at before saying, "Take a good look, Ben. This is what a man looks like who embraces his destiny." Then Victor hits him to knock him out, and he mutters, "2 down, 3 to go." After hearing the commotion, Reed steps out of his room and he sees Victor. "Vic?" Reed asks, and Victor looks at him and says, "Right on cue." Reed looks over to Madison and Ben and says, "Madison? Ben?" Then he looks back at Victor and asks, "What did you do?" And Victor replies, "Exactly what I said I would. I built the better, stronger being, and outsmarted the great Reed Richards." Without either Victor or Reed knowing, Madison slowly starts to gain her consciousness back, and she watches what's going on before getting up, and she sees Reed falling out of the window. Chapter 8. The Final Spark. "Reed!" Madison yells. Then she uses her power to block Victor's attack on her and sees him disappear. Susan runs in, and she ran over to Ben. Ben?" Susan says as Johnny and Madison joins her, and Johnny helps Susan lift Ben up and sat him down. "Where's Reed?" Susan asks, and Madison replies, "Victor took him." After a while, Madison sees a missile coming towards them. "You gotta be fucking kidding me," Madison says. Then she sees Johnny jump off. "Johnny!" Madison yells as both Susan and Madison go near the edge, and she sees Johnny flying, and she sighs to herself. Madison and Susan went back inside, but Susan told Ben to stay where he is, and both Madison and Susan went to Victor's building. After arriving, both Susan and Madison uses their invisibility to walk into the room, and Madison watches out for Victor, and she sees Susan stopping the freezer containers and unchaining Reed. "Sue," Reed says weakly, but Susan whispers, "Shh, what has he done to you?" And Victor cut the silence by saying, "How romantic," which made Susan gasp as she looks at him and she says, "Victor, please." But Victor replies, "Call me Doom." As Victor and Susan fight, Madison walks over to Reed and grabs his hand and slowly starts to heat him up as she stays invisible, and she sees Susan getting choked, and Madison hits Victor with an ice block, which made him drop Susan and looks at Madison. But as Victor was going to use his powers on Madison, Ben as the thing broke into the wall. "Get the hell away from my niece," Ben says as he punches Victor hard, which made a wall crash onto him after he landed on said wall. Madison went back to Reed and holds his hand to reheat him up, and sees Ben rip off another container before Victor and Ben fell out of the building. "Ben!" Madison yells as she heats up Reed. Madison thinks of something as Susan and Reed went to the stairs, but they look back at Madison. "Maddie, what are you planning?" Reed asks, but Susan already knows as she sees Johnny doing it. Madison walks over to the window, and she breathes in and out before falling out. "Maddie!" Reed yells as he watches. "Come on, come on!" Madison mutters to herself, then a pair of wings grew out of her back, and she began to fly. As both Reed and Susan went downstairs and outside, they see Victor trying to stab Ben and Madison with a pole, but Madison as a block on them to stop him. After getting Victor's attention, Johnny said, "You missed me," after landing next to Susan. Madison and Ben get up, and they stand by Reed, Susan, and Ben. Madison looks over to the fire hydrant, and she realizes something and looks over to Reed. "Hey, Reed, what happens if we mix fire and water to electric?" Madison asks as she smirks, which Reed clicks on. Then he uses his powers to wrap himself around Victor and says to Johnny, "Johnny Supernova!" Which Johnny yells back, "I thought we agreed that was bad." And Madison yells at him, "Now!" And Johnny runs over as his body lights up in flames and starts to fly around Victor after Ben pulls Reed away. "Sue, think you can contain it?" Reed yells, and Susan uses her powers to contain the flames. "Is that the best you can do?" Victor asks as Susan and Johnny stops using their powers. "Time for a lesson. What happens if you rapidly cool down really hot metal?" Reed says as Ben kicks the fire hydrant, and Madison uses her powers to make the water go towards Victor, which made Victor freeze as a statue, and both Ben and Madison stop. "Take that, Mr. Electric!" Madison yells out, and the others laugh alongside her. After a while, everyone is on the boat, and Johnny and Madison are talking as they drinking. But Madison's smile disappears as one of the girls drags him away, and she tries to distract herself from the jealously. Then she sees Reed and Susan outside, and she watches the interaction, and she smiles as Reed proposes to Susan, and Madison decided to tease them. "About time, lovebirds!" Madison yells out as she laughs. Then she sees Johnny walking off quickly and Ben following behind. She watches Johnny make their symbol in the sky with fire. Author's note: the end of this chapter. Let me know what you guys think of Madison, or the story so far. Chapter 9. Panic Attacks and Comfort's Dreams. 1 year later, Madison was walking home from the store with Johnny as they both needed to get some bits, and Reed gave Madison a list of items to get. Of course, Johnny walked on ahead as he spots a couple of beautiful women, and Madison rolls her eyes before noticing the reporters walking over to her, and she starts to feel nervous. Madison froze in place as the reporters came closer, and Madison unconsciously held on to the strap of her belt from her bag. "Miss Madison Hunter?" one of the reporters asks, and Madison breathes in and out to herself. "Yes," Madison replies as she looks over to 3 reporters. "We just want a quick word, if that's okay," another reporter asked, which Madison nods to. Madison couldn't hear the exact question. To her, the question was muffled like she is underwater. Her fingers fidgeted at the strap. Her eyes darted to Johnny still ahead, still flirting. Clueless. "Do I run?" No, that would draw more attention. Don't cry, don't freeze, don't let them see. Smile. Say something. Anything. Madison's mind races, but no words came out. "Madison's sweetheart?" one of the reporters asks, but gets backed up by Reed. Well, not exactly Reed. It's his clone that Madison made in a time of need for him. "You made your point, miss. Now back up, clone," Reed says as he's backing up the reporters, but they open their mouth to object, but Reed didn't give them a chance. "Clone." Reed holds onto Madison as he helps her out of the panic attack. After a while, "Clone." Reed disappears as a male voice calls out, "Madison!" Johnny runs over to Madison as she's slowly starting to breathe again, and Johnny helps her up and sits her down on a bench. "I'm so sorry, Madison, for taking ages." "How are you?" Johnny asks worriedly. "I'm okay, just need to head back home," Madison says, and Johnny nods before standing up and helps her walk back to the Baxter building. "Madison, are you okay, sweetheart?" Susan says as she walks over to her with a tray of 2 cups of tea after Madison sat down on the couch. Madison didn't answer, however, as she's breathing in and out like she's trying to ground herself. And Susan reaches out gently, brushing a strand of hair from Madison's face. "You're safe now. That's all that matters," Susan says. Madison lifts her gaze to Susan and she slowly nods, which makes Susan smile. "I, made a clone of Reed when I was in my panic attacks," Madison says quietly. Susan looks at her with confusion in her eyes. "When I was in my panic attacks. I didn't mean to. My powers just reacted. I thought if I saw him, I'd feel grounded, like he could explain what was happening to me, like he always does." Madison adds on, and Susan sits down next to her. Susan took a minute to think about what Madison has said before she looks over to Madison and holds her hand. "Madison, that wasn't just a panic response. That was your heart reaching for something safe. And your powers listened. That's not weakness. That's incredible," Susan says as she smiles at her. Madison looks over Susan, and she thinks for a moment. Then she nods, and she smiles back. "Normal." Reed walks into the living room where Madison, Susan, and Johnny is as he's looking through something on his tablet, before looking up and sees them looking at him. "Don't tell me I have a coffee stain on my coat," Reed asks, and Madison does a little laugh before shaking her head. "No coffee stains this time, Stretchy," Madison says. Reed raises an eyebrow as he finally takes in the scene. Madison's flushed cheeks, the lingering warmth in Susan's eyes, and Johnny's surprisingly uncharacteristically gentle expression. He closes the tablet and tucks it under his arms, his posture straightening as he walks a little further into the room. "Are you okay?" Reed asks as he scans Madison's posture. "Getting there," Madison says quietly as she nods. Susan gives Reed a subtle nod, one that tells him she told her. Madison hesitates to tell him, and she looks over to Susan, who gives her a little nod to say, "Go on." Then Madison looks over to Reed. "You helped, actually," Madison says, which made Reed tilt his head slightly. "I did?" Reed asks as his voice holds genuine confusion. "Oh, yeah. Apparently you were very comforting," Johnny says as he's grinning, but Susan have him a look that made his smile disappear. "Nothing you exactly, but a version of you I created when I was spiraling," Madison says, and Reed's expression softens, curiosity flickering behind his eyes, but he doesn't interrupt. He just listens. "You helped me through it, told me to breathe, made me feel like I wasn't losing myself like you do," Madison continued. "Well, your heart must have known that you needed someone to hold on to, so it created a clone of Reed," Susan says, and Madison looks over to her, and she nods as she smiles. Later, at night, Madison is asleep in her room. In her dreams, Madison walks around empty space, looking around and calling out for anyone who can hear her. "Reed! Ben! Susan! Johnny!" Madison yells as she walks as her voice echoes through the darkness. "Reed, can you hear me?" Madison yells before she sees a figure. "Reed!" Madison whispers before walking over to the figure, but it disappears. Madison felt her breath hitching as she tries to break, but she felt a hand on her shoulder. "Madison?" a male voice says, but Madison's breathing slowly comes back as she looks at the figure. "Dad," Madison whispers as she looks at the black figure who is now beginning to form, clear as day. Scott steps out of the void in his X-Men uniform, ruby red visor glowing faintly in the dark. His presence radiates calm, strength, and love. "It's me, my little mouse," Scott says softly. Madison hesitates before she goes to him and hugs him, and Scott hugs her back tightly. For the second time, she felt safe. She felt like she belongs. Out of the dream, Reed walks past Madison's room as he went to the bathroom, and he notices through the cracks of Madison's door, Madison smiling in her sleep, which he does a little smile. Chapter 10. Not the Johnny I Knew. The next day, Madison was outside on the balcony of the Baxter Building and looking at the view of the city streets. Well, she was not focused on the city street. She was busy thinking about the panic attack. "Madison?" a male voice calls out softly, and Madison looks over to the doors of the balcony. "Hey, Johnny," Madison says before looking back at the streets before she sees Johnny walk over to her. Madison looks over to him as she does a little smile. "How are you?" Johnny asks as he leans against the railing. "Good, just..." Madison sighs to herself. Johnny did not push. Instead, he looks over to the streets, giving her space. "I just froze," Madison says, and Johnny looks over to her before putting a hand on her shoulder. "I don't know why. It was just a couple of questions, but it felt like I couldn't breathe, and I couldn't move, and you were..." Madison continued, but Johnny interrupted. "I was being an idiot," Johnny says, but Madison looks over to him. "No, I don't mean that," Madison says, but Johnny stops her with a finger to her lips, and Madison looks into his eyes as he does the same. Madison hesitates for a moment before pulling away, thinking it is too early for them to fall in love, but Johnny does not push. Instead, he backs up, giving her space. Madison looks over at the city street again and unconsciously lays her head on his shoulder when he pulls her close. They stayed like that for a while, watching the city. Neither of them spoke, but both felt it. Not love. Not yet. But something that might one day grow into it. I just pulled away, and Johnny didn't act like himself. Normally he would have flirted or get upset. He gave me space. Who the hell is he, and what has he done with the real Johnny? Madison thought to herself, but she quietly laughs to herself, capturing Johnny's attention. "What's tickling your funny bone?" Johnny asks as he looks at her from the corner of his eyes, before fully looking at her, face to face. Well," Madison stated, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of her sleeve again. She glanced at Johnny, who was now fully facing her with that slightly amused, slightly suspicious expression, the one he usually wore when he knew someone was hiding something. She exhaled, half smiling, half embarrassed. "I was just thinking." She trailed off again, then looked down briefly before daring to meet his gaze. "You gave me space. You didn't flirt, didn't joke, didn't push." Johnny just blinked as he is waiting. And I just thought, he gave a soft, awkward laugh. Who the hell are you, and what have you done to the real Johnny? Johnny raised a brow, clearly trying to decide if he should be offended or flattered. Ouch, that bad, huh? Johnny asked, but there was no sting to it. Madison shook her head quickly. No, not bad, just surprising. I am used to you being loud and cocky and, you. He smirked faintly. So the moment I show a shred of emotional maturity, you assume I've been body snatched? Exactly, Madison replied, this time with no hesitation. Then she added more softly, but thank you for knowing I needed that space, even when I did not know how to ask for it. Johnny did not reply straight away. Instead, he smiled, quieter than usual, more genuine, the kind of smile that did not need to be followed by a joke. Anytime Mads, Johnny says, and Madison lays her head on his shoulders again. And for a moment, the silence between them was warm again, and the nickname was spoken gently, like a promise. Madison looked at him, really looked, not the Johnny she was used to, the one who made grand entrances and inappropriate comments for attention. No, this was something else, a softer version, quieter, but somehow more him than anything she had seen before. She does not know what to do with that, but she moves her head to face him again, taking in his features. Tousled blonde hair that always looks perfectly windblown without even trying. A jawline that could have been carved by the gods, sharp and strong, but soft in the way it relaxes when he is with her. The faint stubble lining his chin, the way his cheek dimples ever so slightly when he is not thinking about it. His ocean blue eyes are not smug tonight. No spark of mischief, no flirtatious glint. Just calm, steady, watching her like she is gravity. Her breath catches for a moment. Madison wants to speak, to say something, anything. But Johnny notices her staring and he asks, "Why are you staring at me like that?" His voice is soft, almost uncertain, a complete contrast to the confident bravado he usually wears like armor. Madison blinks, caught. Her lips part, but still, no words come out at first. She swallows hard, her heart thudding a little too loud in her ears. I did not mean to, she finally says in a whisper. It's just, she trails off. How could she explain it? How could she say she was memorizing the version of him she was not used to? That she was trying to understand the shift in his gaze, the way it made her feel seen instead of just watched? That the silence between them did not feel awkward anymore. It felt full? It's just different, she says quietly. You're different. Johnny holds her gaze for a beat longer, then a small smile form. Not his usual flirty smirk, but something softer, gentler. Maybe I am, he murmurs. Around you, I kind of want to be. And just like that, the air feels heavier. Not in a bad way, but in the kind of way where everything means just a little bit more than it did 5 seconds ago. Come on, let's go back inside or Reed will freak out again, Johnny says as he steps to the side to let Madison walk in front of him first, but Madison does not move right away. She looks at him for a beat longer, eyes soft, thoughtful, memorizing the way the shadows danced along his face, how the warmth in his gaze lingered without expectation. He was not rushing her. He was not pushing. He was just there, and somehow that made a difference. With a quiet smile tugging at the corner of her lips, she finally steps forward, brushing past him. Not cold, not distant, but close enough that her shoulder grazes his arm. She does not say anything. Not yet, but that small contact speaks volumes. Johnny watches her go, a faint grin pulling at his mouth as he shakes his head fondly. She was still a mystery, unpredictable, guarded, a little storm all her own. But she had not pulled away this time. She had not run, and that meant something. He follows her in, letting the balcony door slide shut behind them. The city fades out, replaced by the soft hum of the Baxter building and the low buzz of Reed's machines in the distance. The chaos of their world resumes. Experiments, powers, reporters, close calls. But something between them had shifted, Neither of them said it, but they both felt it. And as they walked down the hallway side by side, not touching, but somehow still connected, Madison allowed herself to believe that, just maybe, she did not have to do this all on her own. She did not have to keep running. Not when he was walking right beside her. Chapter 11, Halloween. 2 months later, 1st October 2006. The crispy smell of October air hits Madison as she walks outside in her disguise. She shapeshifted into another woman so she wouldn't get stopped by reporters or paparazzi. Madison reaches to her pocket to grab a list of things that Reed has asked her to get, but she breathes in and out to calm her nerves. But below the stuff Reed asked her to get, there was Susan's writing asking her to get Halloween stuff. The stuff Reed asked Madison to get was replacement batteries for lab equipment, not spooky lights. Industrial strength tape, a pack of light bulbs, lab-safe cleaning cloths, graph paper and mechanical pencils. The stuff Susan asked Madison to get for Halloween. Pumpkin lights for Madison's room balcony and the Baxter Common area. A few carved pumpkin kits, even though Johnny will probably make a mess. Spiderweb decorations for the lab doors. Reed reluctantly agrees. A big bowl and candy variety packs for trick-or-treaters, which Madison will have separate bags for, contains allergy and allergy-free. Orange and black streamers for the main lounge. A silly, haunted lab sign for Reed's workspace. He will pretend to hate it, but secretly like it. Madison's lips quirked as she traced Susan's handwriting with her thumb. She could practically hear Susan's voice, soft but with that hint of playful insistence, as if she'd added the Halloween section while Reed wasn't looking. Her disguise kept her face hidden, but it couldn't mask the small warmth building in her chest. The list wasn't just errands. It was a quiet reminder she belonged here now. Okay, let's get this over and done with, Madison mutters quietly to herself before walking into the store. The first stop was a cramped electronics store tucked between a laundromat and a coffee shop. Inside, the air smelled faintly of dust and warm plastic. Madison grabbed the batteries and light bulbs first, resisting the urge to buy the multicolored party bulbs she knew would make Johnny grin. No, stick to Reed's list, though he really needs to live a little. The tape and graph paper were easy enough, though she lingered over the pencils. She could already picture Reed holding one like it was the most essential tool in human history, then immediately misplacing it in the middle of a project. Her second stop was a discount home goods store, bright, chaotic, and already half covered in orange and black displays. This was clearly Susan's territory. Madison's eyes lit up when she spotted the pumpkin lights, already imagining them strung across her balcony railing, casting a soft glow over the city at night. The pumpkin carving kits were stacked near the door. She picked out 3, hesitating before grabbing a 4th. One extra for when Johnny inevitably snaps a carving tool, trying to speed carve a jack-o'-lantern. Spiderweb decorations went into the basket next, her mind instantly conjuring Reed's inevitable lecture about dust particle interference, before he would quietly leave them up for weeks after Halloween. In the candy aisle, Madison's cart filled quickly chocolate bars, lollipops, gummy worms, each bag mentally sorted into allergy and allergy-free piles. The big glass bowl for the lobby candy was heavier than she expected, and she smirked at the thought of Johnny taste-testing every other piece before the kids even arrived. Streamers and the haunted lab sign came last, the sign's cartoon ghost winking at her from the packaging. She grinned, knowing full well Reed would make a show of rolling his eyes, but never actually take it down. By the time she was done, Madison's messenger bag was stuffed with Reed's practical supplies, and her shopping cart was brimming with Halloween chaos. Stepping back out into the brisk October air, Madison couldn't help but feel lighter. The list had started as errands, but now it felt like something more preparing for a home that was hers, in ways big and small. Arriving at the Baxter building, Madison tenses slightly as the alarm goes off, as she didn't shapeshift back to herself. Shit! Madison says before walking over to the alarm and presses the buttons to stop the alarm after shapeshifting back to herself. What the hell was that? Johnny yells as he comes downstairs as he sees Madison. Madison looks over to Johnny, and she does a little smile as she says, Long story, but I have what Reed asked me to get. Madison lifts up 2 bags. Johnny didn't press. He lingered for a moment, reading her expression like he wanted to ask more, but knew better. but he walks over to her and takes one of the bags off her and starts to help her pack away. "So, how do you feel about Halloween coming?" Johnny asks as he looks over to Madison, catching, just for a second, how the soft waves of her hair framed her face, how the white strapless dress made her look almost untouchably perfect. He forced his eyes back to hers before she noticed, keeping his tone light, casual, like he hadn't just forgotten what he was about to say. "That depends. Are you planning on dressing up or just setting things on fire again?" Madison says with a little playfulness tease in her tone, not knowing that Johnny is looking at her. 3 weeks later, 31st October, 2006. Madison stopped getting dressed as she's now wearing a black lacy witch dress with high heels. Her hat is on the bed as Madison has found her diary. "Wow, my old diary," Madison mutters to herself before looking through the pages, but stops at the certain page. She read the words silently at first, then in a hushed whisper as though she could still be overheard. The hallway was loud, but it felt like all the noise was underwater. My chest was tight, my hands shaking. I thought, maybe, just maybe, this would be the moment Johnny finally saw me the way I saw him. Her lips pressed into a thin line as she kept going. But instead, he looked at me like I was nothing. And then he said it. "You're nothing but trash to me." Just like that, loud enough for people to hear, loud enough for them to laugh. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even defend myself. I just walked away so he wouldn't see me cry. Madison's throat tightened. She could still hear the echo of his voice, still feel the way her stomach had dropped, still remember how hard it had been to keep walking. She shut the diary slowly, the weight of the memory lingering in her chest. From the hallway, Reed's voice called for her. Madison set the diary beside her hat, slipped on her other heel, and took a deep, steadying breath before stepping out of her room, masking the shadow in her eyes with a faint, practiced smile. Madison thinks to herself as she looks over to Johnny, who is talking to Ben, and she does a little smile, knowing that he's slowly gaining her trust, but she doesn't want to burden him with the memories of the past. After a while, late at night, Madison walks over to the balcony as Party, feeling overwhelmed by everyone there. She doesn't know that Johnny followed. "You hiding out here?" Johnny's voice came from behind her, softer than usual, stripped of its usual cocky edge. Madison glances over her shoulder and saw him leaning against the doorframe, his pirate costume jacket slightly askew, hair a little messy from the night's chaos. "Just taking a break," she said, turning back to the skyline. He stepped closer, the scent of his cologne mixing with the crisp night air. "You okay?" She hesitated. "Yeah, just needed some quiet." For a moment they both stayed in silence, the city stretched endlessly in front of them, lights twinkling like stars on the ground. Johnny's gaze lingered on her profile. The way the moonlight caught in her hair, the faint shadow in her eyes she probably thought she'd hidden well. Johnny walks over to Madison and holds out his hand. "Dance with me?" Johnny asks softly, and Madison looks confused. "There's no music out here," Madison says, but she feels Johnny pulling her close after taking her hand. "There's always music," he said with a small smile. "You just have to listen for it." He started to sway them, slow and unhurried, the faint rhythm from inside barely reaching their ears. Madison let herself follow his lead, her heels clicking softly against the concrete as they moved. Of course, neither of them spoke for a while. It wasn't rushed or awkward. It was quiet, in a way that felt rare between them. Comfortable, and a little fragile, like a moment they both knew could break if they pushed too hard. Johnny's eyes kept flicking to hers, but he didn't press her for words. Madison felt the tension she'd been carrying all night loosen just a little, her body relaxing into the rhythm. The city lights blurred softly behind him, and for the first time in hours she let herself smile. Not the polite one she gave guests, but a small, real one. And then, neither of them stopped to think. Her gaze lifted to meet his hand tightening slightly at her waist. A breath hitched between them. And then they were leaning in at the same time, closing the space like it had always been meant to happen. Their lips met in a kiss that was soft but unhesitating, the kind that bypassed every question and went straight to instinct. Madison's free hand found the lapel of his jacket, while his slid up her back, pulling her closer against him. It wasn't long, but it was enough to leave them both breathless when they pulled back, their foreheads still almost touching. Johnny let out a quiet, shaky laugh, his thumb brushing against her hand. "Guess there really was music out here," he murmured. Madison's lips curved into a faint smile. "Yeah, guess there was." Through the glass doors, Susan stood with a drink in her hand, having paused mid-conversation when she'd glanced outside. Reed followed her gaze, and a small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. A moment later, Ben shuffled up beside them, his eyes softening at the sight. None of them said anything. They just watched for a few seconds, the corners of their mouths lifting in quiet approval before they turned back to the party, leaving Johnny and Madison to their moment. The party ends, 11 p.m. Johnny and Madison walks back into the building talking. Madison does a slight yawn before laying on the couch. Johnny watches her fall asleep before picking her up carefully and carrying her to her bedroom and lays her on her bed, and he was about to leave, but Madison grabs his arm. "Sleep next to me," Madison says sleepily. Johnny paused mid-step, glancing over at Madison. She was curled up under the blanket, her voice groggy and quiet when she'd spoken. For a second, he almost thought he'd imagined it. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he walked over, crouching beside her. "Yeah?" he murmured, his tone low and gentle, almost like he was afraid to wake her too much. She shifted slightly, eyes half closed, and he could see that little vulnerable crease between her brows that always showed when she was tired. Without teasing or making a joke, something old Johnny might have done, he just nodded. "All right, Mads." He eased himself onto the bed beside her, the mattress dipping under his weight. She instinctively leaned into his warmth, and Johnny let out a quiet breath, his arm settling loosely around her waist. "Get some rest," he whispered, though his own eyes felt heavy now. For the first time in a long while, he didn't feel the need to be anywhere else. After a while, he falls asleep next to her, holding her. Chapter 12, Thanksgiving. 1 month later, 1st November 2006. Madison walks into the living room of the Baxter building, and she sees Reed in the lab, and she walks over to the lab and leans against the wall, and watches Reed drawing on a piece of paper, and she looks confused slightly, then she slightly see the half of the drawing. It was atop of a robot's head. Madison did not say anything and left him to it, and she goes to get a cup of coffee, and she thinks to herself. Then she sees Susan walks over. "Hey," Susan greeted warmly, her voice soft against the low hum of the city outside. She reached past Madison to grab a second mug and began pouring herself some coffee as well. Madison mirrored her smile, though the curiosity still lingered in her eyes. "Morning?" Susan studied her for a beat, lifting her mug. "You've got that look." Madison's stomach tightened at Susan's words. She hated how easily Reed got lost in his work, how often he forgot to come up for air. Susan exhaled slowly, her tone thoughtful. "With Reed, it could be either. Sometimes he is just chasing a puzzle for the sake of it. Sometimes it is bigger than he realizes." Madison took a sip of her coffee, letting the warmth ground her. "I just do not want him burying himself in something dangerous. Not after everything." Susan reached over, resting a reassuring hand on Madison's arm. "Then we keep an eye on him. You and me. If it turns into something more than doodles, we will make him talk." Madison smirked faintly, comforted by Susan's calm resolve. "Deal." The two women stood side by side in the quiet kitchen, sipping their coffee, both watching Reed from afar. Neither said it aloud, but the same thought lingered in their minds. Whatever Reed was building, it was only a matter of time before it became everyone's problem. After a while, Reed comes out and sees Madison and Susan talking. "Morning," Reed greeted, his voice distracted but warm. He tapped the notebook absently against his thigh as he walked over. "You two are up early." Madison and Susan looks over to him as they set down their cups. "Early?" Susan arched a brow, a smirk tugging at her lips. "Reed, it's nearly 10. Reed blinked, then glanced at the clock on the wall. "Oh, right. Time flies when..." You're locked in the lab scribbling equations until your hand cramps? Madison finished for him, leaning casually against the counter. There was humor in her voice, but her eyes lingered on the notebook in his grip. Reed offered a sheepish half-smile. Something like that. Susan sipped her coffee, studying him. And what exactly has been keeping you so glued to your work lately? Reed hesitated, fingers tightening slightly around the notebook. Just an idea. Nothing concrete yet. Madison tilted her head, her tone light but edged with curiosity. Looked a little more than just an idea from where I was standing. That made him glance at her sharply, realizing she must have seen at least part of his sketches. For a split second his lips parted, like he might explain. But then he closed the notebook with a subtle snap and tucked it under his arm. Still too rough to share, he said simply, offering a smile that did not reach his eyes. When it's something worth discussing, you'll be the first to know. Susan and Madison exchanged a look over the rims of their mugs, one of those silent conversations only women seemed capable of. Madison gave a small shrug, as if to say, "See? Told you." "Fine," Susan said aloud, turning back to him. "But don't forget, Reed. Sometimes the people closest to you can help, even if it's still rough." He nodded distractedly, already glancing back toward the lab as though it were tugging him like gravity. Madison watched him go, a quiet unease settling in her chest. She did not say anything, but the thought returned as sharp as before. Whatever Reed is building, it is not just nothing. 3 weeks later, 15th November 2006. Susan and Madison are out at the store, getting what they need for Thanksgiving. Madison still thinks about the sketch. It was like a start of a robot's head, but Reed does not have the materials to create one. But she snaps out of it when Susan spoke up. "All right, looks like we got everything we need for Thanksgiving," Susan says as she looks over to Madison. Madison nods before following Susan back to the Baxter Building. Arriving at the Baxter Building, Madison sees Johnny acting like his usual self again, teasing Ben and Reed. Then his attention shifted to her, that familiar mischievous grin tugging at his mouth. "Well, look who finally made it," Johnny drawled, eyes sparkling as he crossed his arms. "I was starting to think you ditched us for a better Thanksgiving invite. Should I be jealous?" Madison laughs as she rolls her eyes before setting the bags down, and she teases back. "I am here now, aren't I? Hot shot?" Johnny leaned closer, lowering his voice just enough for her to hear over the holiday chaos. "Yeah, but I was worried. You know, what if you ran off and some other guy got to steal the wishbone with you?" Madison shook her head, fighting back a smile as warmth rose in her chest. She knew Johnny's teasing was not meant to sting. It was playful, light, with just enough of an edge that made her heart skip. Beneath the cocky grin, his words carried something she could not ignore. 1 week later, 23rd November 2006. The Baxter Building smelled like roasted turkey, pumpkin pie, and a hint of something that has been burned. Madison had been cutting up vegetables when smoke curled from the oven, and without looking up, she already knew. Sue set down her mug sharply on the counter, narrowing her eyes. "Johnny," Sue says. From the oven, Johnny waved smoke away like it was nothing, coughing once but still grinning. "What? It is under control," Johnny replies. Madison snorted as she slid chopped carrots into a bowl, shaking her head in disbelief. "If by control you mean setting off the fire alarms, then yeah, you nailed it," Madison says. Johnny spun around, flashing his cocky grin, flour still dusted across his shirt. "Relax, Maddie. Fire and I, best friends. The turkey's just pre-toasted," Johnny says. Madison arched an eyebrow, her lips twitching into the start of a smirk. "Pre-toasted? That is not a thing," Madison says. Leaning closer, Johnny lowered his voice like he was letting her in on a secret. "It is now. You will thank me when you taste it," Johnny murmurs. From the hallway, Reed peeked in with a notebook already open in his hands, his face eager to add science to the mix. Technically, caramelization does enhance flavor profiles, though the smoke suggests pyrolysis, Reed begins. Sue cut him off with a pointed look as she folded her arms. "Reed, sit down. You are not lecturing during Thanksgiving," Sue says. Ben lumbered in wearing an apron that read, "It is clobberin' time for turkey." He crossed his rocky arms and frowned at the oven like it had personally offended him. That bird better not taste like charcoal, hothead, Ben grumbles. Johnny raised his hands, his grin smug. Don't worry, I left the marshmallows for the sweet potatoes, Johnny says. Ben muttered under his breath as he tugged on the strings of his apron. Great, burned sugar and burned bird, Ben says. As Sue tried to restore calm, Madison brushed past Johnny to slide a tray of rolls into the oven. His gaze followed her, a spark of mischief in his eyes as he leaned back against the counter. So, tell me, you thankful for me yet? Johnny says. Madison smirked as she pulled a spoon from the drawer, not even glancing at him. I am thankful for earplugs. They help me ignore you, Madison says. Johnny clutched his chest with mock injury, staggering back a step like he had been shot. Ouch! Right here, Maddie. Right here, Johnny says. Later, around the table, Sue insisted they share what they were thankful for. Johnny leaned back in his chair, twirling a fork, his usual cockiness softened for a moment. I'm thankful for the people who put up with me, even when I burn things, Johnny says. Madison glanced at him, her smile gentler now as she stirred her stuffing. You're lucky we do, Madison says. Johnny grinned, warmth flickering behind the playfulness. Madison quickly ducked her head, pretending to focus on her plate. Across the table, Sue hid a knowing smile. After eating, the gang besides from Johnny starts to clean up. Madison looks over to Johnny and rolls her eyes before saying, Come on, Johnny, help us. Johnny tilts his head lazily in her direction, raising an eyebrow like he is considering it. What, and ruin these hands? You know they are insured, right? He wiggles his fingers dramatically, grinning wider when Madison gives him a pointed look. Yeah, insured for doing absolutely nothing, Madison shoots back, her tone teasing but light. She shakes her head, setting another plate onto the counter. Ben chuckles from the kitchen. Finally, someone calls him out. Reed does not even look up from arranging silverware. I've been calling him out for years. It never works. Johnny leans forward at last, pointing toward Madison. See? But when you ask, it almost sounds like you want me around. Madison smirks, unfazed, and tosses him a dish towel. No, I just want you to carry your weight. Chop, hotshot. Johnny catches the towel with a flourish, standing up with mock offense. Fine, but only because you asked. And to everyone's surprise, he starts helping, though with plenty of playful commentary along the way. The others wander off to the living room, leaving Johnny and Madison lingering by the sink. For once, it is quiet. Johnny leans against the counter, studying her with that lopsided grin. You know, I do not hate cleaning when it is with you. Madison arches a brow, amused. Careful, Johnny. Keep that up and I might start thinking you are human. He chuckles, but when their eyes meet, neither of them looks away right away. Chapter 13, Christmas. 1 month later, 1st December 2006. Madison could not stop thinking about the sketch Reed has made, so she checks if he is in his lab, which he was not, and Madison sighs to herself in relief before walking into his lab, and she grabs the paper and looks at the sketch of a robot, and she notices the name. One of Madison's eyebrows raises slightly as she looks at the name, Herbie. Why does Reedster want to make a robot that has the same name as the famous race car? She mutters quietly to herself, then she gets an idea. Madison looks for Susan, knowing she can distract him more than Johnny. She knows Johnny will bring him somewhere. Only Johnny will like. Unlike Susan, she will take him somewhere Reed likes. Susan, can you do me a favor? Madison asks after finding Susan, and she looks at her nervous, and Susan looks over to her. Of course, Sunshine. What is it? Susan replies as she sits Madison down at the table. Madison hesitates for a moment before telling her, I need you to distract Reed. Take him somewhere like a science show or something like that. I want to do something back here. Susan looks at her for a moment, then she nods as she smiles. Of course, sweetheart, but don't let Johnny annoy you. You know how he is, Susan says. Madison does a little laugh, and she nods. I won't, Sue Bug, and she sees Susan walks off to get Reed. Madison looks at the drawing again and she does a little smile, then she sees Johnny walk in. Oh, hey, Johnny, Madison says as she hides the drawing from him, and she notices him holding a folder as he found it hidden under other paperwork, and she looks confused. What is this? Johnny asks as he looks over to Madison and Madison shrugs her shoulder. Johnny opens the file and he reads the contents, which made his grin fade. It was details about Madison like. Name, Madison Hunter. Species, mutant. Parents, Jean Grey and Scott Summers. Class 6, powers, creation. That Reed did not want Madison to know yet, as he was worried that Madison will think she is a freak, even though to Reed, Susan, Johnny, and Ben, she is not. Johnny? What is it? Madison asks as she looks over to Johnny, but Johnny did not answer straight away. Madison notices how quiet Johnny is, and she looks confused. Johnny? Madison asks, and she sees Johnny putting the file back on the table, and she looks more confused. Come on, let's get some things for Reed's new robot, Johnny says as he does a little smile before wrapping his arms around her and takes her to the store. 2 weeks later, 15th December 2006. Johnny is in his room pacing back and forth, mumbling stuff like, why is Reed hiding this from Madison? Is it because he is worried about her thinking she is more of a freak? Then he gets scared by Susan as she appears at his door. Don't do that, Johnny says as he holds his chest and Susan looks at him. Sorry, didn't mean to sneak up on you, but you've been pacing loud enough for the neighbors to hear. What's going on? Susan asked as she steps into the room. It is Madison. I found something. Reed's file. He is hiding stuff from her, Johnny admitted quietly. What kind of stuff? She asked, her voice cautious now. Johnny sighs as he runs both of his hands through his hair before stumbling on his words. She is a mutant, Sue. Reed knows it. He has all these notes, all these scans, and he has not told her. She does not even know what she is, and he is just keeping it from her like it is nothing. Susan's lips parted slightly in surprise, not because she did not know, but she did not expect Johnny to find out about the truth. For a moment, she stayed quiet. She processes, her mind moving quickly. Johnny stares at her, waiting for outrage, for her to take his side. Instead, Susan walks over and sits beside him, her tone calm but firm. Reed is not doing this to hurt her, Johnny. You know that. He is protective. He sees Madison like a sister, as he grew up with her. He thinks he is sparing her from something she does not want to hear, she explained, choosing her words carefully. Johnny lets out a sharp laugh, shaking his head, but Susan and Johnny continue to talk as Madison goes downstairs after the front desk asked for her. Madison arrives at the front desk, and she sees 4 customs-made gifts that she ordered for Christmas. Thank you, sir, Madison says as she picks up the gifts, and she heads back to the apartment, and she hides the gifts in her room. Back to Johnny and Susan. Johnny, think about it. If you tell her now, behind Reed's back, who does it help? Madison or your conscience? She said gently. Johnny looks over to Susan for a moment, then he sighs again as guilt flickers in his eyes. He does want to argue, but he knows Susan is telling the truth. If Madison's going to know the truth, she should hear it from Reed, from someone who can explain it without making her feel afraid. Not from you, blurting it out because you cannot sit with the secret, she said firmly. Johnny swallows as his chest feels tight. He looks at the floor before looking at Susan, and he does a little nod. 1 week later, 25th of December, 2006. Madison was the last one up, and she heads downstairs. Her hair is a mess, but she is wearing some cute pajamas, and she sees everyone gathered around. Why is everyone gathered around? Madison asks as she yawns, forgetting that it is Christmas, as she's been on a work overload, as she has been slowly building something for Reed. Sweetheart, it's Christmas, Susan says softly as she stands up and walks over to Madison and helps her sit down before passing her a cup of hot chocolate. Madison's eyes widen as she hears that, and she holds her head after putting down her cup. I have been so busy. I completely forgot, Madison mutters to herself. You have not forgot, Maddie. You just have carrying too much. That is not the same thing, Reed says as he does a little smile. Madison looks over to Reed and she smiles before Ben comes out with, Shall we beginning with the gift exchange? Which made Madison laugh a bit. Of course, Madison says. Madison's gift to Reed. Madison grabs the gift she got for Reed and she passes it over to him. Reed opens it, and he does a little smile as he sees leather-bound notebook, the corners doodled with silly sketches of the team. For when equations get boring, Madison says, and Reed looks over to her before looking at the pages. Did you draw Johnny with devil horns? Reed asks as he chuckles at the drawing. Hey, Johnny gasped, pointing. Oh, wait until you see the next page, Stretch. Madison leaned back, smirking. Madison's gift to Susan. Yours is less demonic, Madison says as she pushes the box towards Susan. Susan smiles as she grabs the box and she opens it, and she finds a candle set with carefully labeled scents. Lavender for stress, mint for headaches, vanilla for... Madison paused, raising a brow at Johnny. For when your brother talks too much. Susan laughs as she shakes her head. You are a lifesaver. Wow! Targeted assault! Johnny threw his arms up dramatically. Ben rumbled a laugh. She's not wrong, kid. Madison's gift to Johnny. Johnny, catch! Madison says as she throws a bigger box towards Johnny. Of course, Johnny catches it before he tore it open eagerly, revealing flame-proof sneakers stitched with hot shot on the side. Finally, shoes can keep up with me, Johnny whistled. Better not test them indoors, Reed said as he gave him a warning glance. No promises, Johnny grinned mischievously, already sparking a flame on his fingertip. Johnny! Susan groaned as she puts her hands on her head. Madison's gift to Ben. Madison hesitates for a moment as she gotten Ben 2 gifts. Ben, I know you hate being the thing sometimes. So, I made this, Madison says as she grabs the gift bag and passes it over to him. Ben looks at her for a moment before opening the first present, which is a watch. But the watch has the powers to turn Ben into himself when he wants, and turn back into the thing whenever he wants. Ben tries to hold back his tears with clearing his throat, but Madison notices the soft tear streaming from his face. Kid, you're trying to make me soft, huh? Ben says softly as he looks over to Madison, which Madison smiles. Well, I wanted to give you something that you lost during that storm. A choice, Madison says, and Ben hugs her and she hugs him back. Oh, your other gift, Madison says, before grabbing the other gift and passes it over to him. Ben looks over Madison at first before opening the second gift, and he sees a framed picture of all of them, with Madison in the middle, smiling. For whenever you forget, you're not alone, Madison says softly. Ben holds back his tears again before hugging Madison again. After the gift exchange, everyone laughs as they start to eat their food, but Johnny steals quick glances at Madison as she is talking to Reed. Susan notices the glances, and she taps Johnny's shoulder to check if he is okay. Yeah, I am okay. Just hoping one day Reed will tell her, Johnny whispers to Susan, and Susan nods as everyone finishes their food, and only Johnny and Madison were the ones who cleaning the dishes. Chapter 14. The Start of Rise of the Silver Surfer. 1 year later, June-ish, 2007. Last night, the FFA was forced to the ground all aircrafts, leaving thousands stranded when electronic failures and mysterious power outages crippled the western United States. But the big story today, the much-anticipated wedding of the fantastic couple, Reed Richards and Susan Storm, will take place this Saturday, the woman on the news said as Susan stares at the TV, and Reed looking up from his booklet and shakes his head. Okay, kids, I am going to give you something special. It is called Thing Dust, Ben says as he gives a little dust to the kids from his fingers. Unbelievable, bizarre anomalies are occurring all over the world, defying every law of physics, and all the media care about is what China pattern we picked, Reed says, as everyone is doing their own thing. Madison does a little smile to the kids as she signs a poster of herself for them, but she does not speak much as she hates being seen in public as a celebrity. What did you pick, the blue ones with them little flowers? I like them. Ben asks as he walks over to Reed and Susan. Excuse me, would you mind? A fan asks Ben for a picture. It's happening again, isn't it? Susan asks, and Reed looks at her before answering. No, we're not postponing anything, not this time. This will be the wedding you dreamed of. I will not let anything get in the way, not even the mysterious transformation of matter at the subatomic level. Reed tells Susan and Susan smiles. That's the most romantic thing you've ever said to me, Susan says, which is really pathetic when you think about it. Johnny chuckled and he sees Madison giving him a look. Dr. Richards, I'm very sorry, but we're overbooked. We do have seats available in coach. The flight attendant said, which made Reed look back at Ben before looking at his watch that Madison made, and looked back at the flight attendant. That should be fine, Reed replied. Madison, sitting off to the side signing a poster for another shy child, froze mid-signature and frowned slightly. Fine, she thought. Since when does Reed Richards call Coach fine? Madison tilted her head, puzzled as she watched Reed closes his booklet, and walked straight over to Ben. Ben crossed his massive arms. What is with the grin, Stretch? You know I do not fit in, Coach. Reed tapped the side of the watch, lowering his voice so only Ben could hear. This isn't mine, Ben. Madison made this for you. Remember Christmas last year? She used her powers to design it, to give you the choice you've been wanting. He pointed to a recessed button on the side. All you have to do is press here, and you'll be able to shift back into your human form. At will. And then return to the thing whenever you need to. Ben glanced down at the device, his rocky features softening as his thumb brushed over the button. He already knew what it could do. Madison had told him the night she gave it to him, her hands shaking as she explained. Still, hearing Reed acknowledge it out loud hit different. A quiet smile tugged at his mouth. Hard to believe you two pulled it off. I get to be me again, whenever I want. After a while, they all got onto the plane after Ben used the watch for the first time and turned into himself in human form. Ben looks for his seat, and when he spots it, he notices a man and a woman sat on left and right. That's my seat, sorry, Ben said. Reed looks around to look where to put his luggage before noticing an empty space before looking around and uses his powers to put the luggage into that space. Madison, seated across the aisle, raised her eyebrows at him. You know, normal people just ask the flight attendant for help, she said, her lips twitching into a smirk. Reed gave her an awkward smile as his arm snapped back into place. Normal's never really worked for us, he admitted. Johnny leans on the seat near Susan and Reed. What if we get an endorsement from an airline? Get us a private jet? Johnny asked. I think we have enough endorsement deals, Susan said, her voice calm, but edged with the faintest trace of irritation, which causes Johnny to laugh. That's funny, Johnny says before looking over to Reed as he continues. Seriously, Reed, it could help subsidize your little inventions. No thanks, Reed said flatly, clearly finished with the subject. A passenger tapped on Johnny's arm as she says, Excuse me? And Johnny took the opportunity to rise from his seat with that same cocky grin plastered on his face. Consider it, he said smoothly. Talk to you later. Johnny, where are you going? Susan called after him, her patience already thinning. I don't fly, Coach, Johnny says before leaving, and Madison rolls her eyes. The next minute, Johnny is outside as the plane took off, and flying in his fire form, which Ben sees and closes the window. I hope it rains, Ben mumbles to himself quietly. That gave Madison an idea. A mischievous smirk tugged at her lips as her fingers tingled with warmth again. She didn't push it, not exactly, but she thought of it. The image of Johnny on fire outside, so sure with himself, only to be rained on. Almost instantly, tiny storm cloud that zipped out toward Johnny's glowing form in the sky. Outside, however, Johnny flamed on and flying past the plane with a cocky grin before the cloud opened above him. Rain poured down in a concentrated burst, sizzling against his fire like water on a hot pan. He yelped, sputtering in surprise, his flame flickering wildly as he tried to dodge the storm, not knowing that it's Madison's doing. Hey, who ordered the weather upgrade? Johnny shouted indignantly through the comms, his voice cracking. Ben tilted his head, watching droplets streak across the window, and let out a satisfied grunt. Finally, he said. Susan gave Madison a long, suspicious look, but Madison only shrugged her shoulders innocently, like she didn't summon a rain cloud to appear. Chapter 15. The General's Warning. As Reed, Ben, and Johnny went to the club, Madison and Susan decided to do a girls' night in after Madison begged, saying, Oh, come on, Sue Bug. We haven't spent enough time with each other since you were busy with your wedding plans. As Madison was in the middle of painting Susan's nails, she hears Roberta greet someone, and she puts the nail polish away, and she follows Susan to the front, and she sees General Hager and the rest of the army men. Hello? Susan asked as she looks at General Hager before looking to Roberta the hologram. Thanks, Roberta. We're here to see Dr. Richards, Hager said firmly. Susan's brow arched. He's not here. Can I help you? Yes, Hager replied flatly. You can take me to see Dr. Richards. That didn't sound like a request, Madison muttered under her breath. Unfortunately, Susan murmured back before sighing. Okay. Together, Susan and Madison led Hager into the noisy club where Reed, Johnny, and Ben were supposed to be. The pulsing bass and flashing lights hit them immediately. Madison wrinkled her nose at the stench of cheap liquor and perfume. Susan and Hager's eyes landed on Reed, who was dancing on the dance floor with two girls. "There he is," Hager said sharply. "Yes," Susan replied icily. "Unfortunately for him. Shall we?" Beside her, Madison bit her lip to suppress a laugh. "Oh, Reed, you're in trouble." Johnny notices Madison, Susan, and Hager before turning Ben and himself around. "I think it might be clobberin' time," Ben rumbled after switching the watch to make him turn into the thing. Reed froze when he saw them approaching. "Sue, what are you— General Hager?" "Let's talk somewhere private," Hager said curtly. Susan's voice was as sharp as glass. "Unless you need to do jello shots off someone's stomach." Madison's eyebrows shot up and she pulls a face as she looks over to Reed, knowing he's in trouble. Reed lifted his hands quickly. "I was explaining to the girls about how the Big Bang led to—" Madison coughed into her fist, hiding her grin. "This was Johnny's idea?" Reed finished weakly. "I just went along." Johnny raised his glass across the room. "Don't blame me, Stretch." Everyone moves to a quieter room. "How does Reed know the general?" Susan asks Ben. "A few years back," Ben explained from behind them, "the guy was pushing a new missile defense system. Reed testified that the technology wouldn't work." Hager stopped once they reached a private space. His tone clipped. "I'm only here, Richards, because I'm under direct orders from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Personally, I don't like sharing sensitive information with a civilian." Everyone took their places. Madison stood just behind Reed, arms folded, as Frankie Ray laid files across the table. Out of the corner of her eye, Madison caught Johnny's gaze. He was smiling soft, almost genuine. But when Frankie shifted, Madison thought the smile was meant for her instead. She quickly looked away, her stomach twisting. "Especially one who enjoys the public spotlight so much," Hager continued, his eyes narrowing at Reed. "Always a pleasure to see you too, General," Reed said smoothly. "What can I do for you?" "As you may know, there've been unusual occurrences. Officially, we've downplayed their significance, but we're concerned these anomalies might pose a credible threat to our national security," Hager says. Frankie starts to pull out the satellite pictures and passes them over to Reed. "These were taken by one of our spy satellites 3 days ago," Frankie explained. Reed, Susan, and Madison leaned forward together. Madison's eyes traced the glowing trails, her chest tightening with something she couldn't name. The edges of the photo seemed to hum faintly to her, as if they wanted to come alive under her fingertips. She shoved her hands into her pockets before anyone noticed. "What is it?" Susan asked. "We were hoping Dr. Richards could tell us," Hager said. "I'm afraid I've never seen anything like it," Reed admitted, passing the photos to Ben. "Ben?" Ben looks at the images before saying, "Well, I'd say it was a meteor, but the trail's all wrong. This thing's given off its own energy." "Take a look at this," Hager said, as Frankie pulls up another image on a computer. "These have been appearing in remote areas throughout the world since the event started," Frankie said. "Field personnel estimate its diameter to be 200 meters. If we're going to find out what this is all about, we need a way to locate and intercept that object," Hager says. Johnny, sitting opposite Frankie, wasn't even looking at the photos. His gaze had drifted back to Madison. She caught him staring again, but this time she thought he was smiling at Frankie instead. Her chest sank, and she turned her head away quickly, missing the flicker of disappointment in Johnny's eyes. Reed studied the images. It'd be possible to build a sensor, tie it into the Baxter Building satellite grid. Then we can pinpoint the exact location of the object. Susan crossed her arms and turned her face aside. Madison noticed instantly. She doesn't like that he's slipping back into science mode over wedding mode again, she thought. "I'm afraid I can't," Reed interrupted. The room went still. Susan's head snapped toward him, just as Madison's did. "What?" Hager barked. Reed held firm. "You see, I'm getting married this Saturday. I just don't have the time." "Richards, your country needs your help," Hager said sharply. "Look," Reed said, "why don't you call Professor Jeff Wagner? He's head of the physics department at Brown." "I expected more, Richards," Hager said coldly, "even from you." With that, the army men gathered their files and marched out, leaving the team in silence. Madison stayed where she was behind Reed, staring at the now closed door. Slowly, she exhaled, shaking her head. The world might be on the brink of something terrifying, and all I can think about is whether Johnny Storm was smiling at me or someone else. Chapter 16. The Circus Outside. Baxter Building, night. Reed is outside on the balcony building. The senor, he has not told Susan, Ben, Madison, or Johnny that was building it, before Ben walks out and squinted when he saw Reed. "Hey, what are you doing up here?" he asked, his tone curious. "Nothing. Just, needed some air," Reed said, trying to sound casual, but his hands betrayed him as they tightened on the machine. "I'm guessing Susie doesn't know anything about it," Ben tells Reed, and Reed panics for a moment as he looks over to Ben, but Ben puts his hands up as he was about to speak, but someone cut in. "And I'm guessing you weren't planning on telling me either," Madison said softly, stepping forward with her arms crossed. Her tone was calm, but there was a sharp edge underneath it. "Mads," Reed began, already sounding guilty. "Don't worry, kiddo, I already told him my lips are sealed," Ben said with a chuckle, trying to lighten the tension. "Yeah, well, secrets don't stay secrets long in this family," Madison said, her voice faltering for just a second as she looked at Reed. "Just do not tell Johnny," Reed begs them. The sound of flames roared above them, cutting him off. Johnny landed with his usual flair, boots hitting the rooftop with a solid thud. "Don't tell Johnny what?" Johnny says as he walks over to them. "Great," Reed muttered under his breath. "Are you building that thing?" Johnny asked, his grin widening. "No, Reed tries to explain, but Johnny cuts him off with a little laugh. "If Sue finds out, you're gonna get an invisible kick in the nuts," Johnny teased. Hey, we're keeping this quiet," Ben says firmly as his hand lands on Johnny's chest. "I know," Johnny said with a shrug. "Don't worry," Ben added. Madison let out a sigh, looking at the three of them, caught between loyalty to her sister and the mess of secrets she was now part of. "Yeah, what could possibly go wrong?" she muttered, her voice laced with equal parts sarcasm and quiet worry. Madison stays quiet for a moment before grabbing Johnny's hand and dragging him away from Reed and Ben. "Hey, what's this about?" Johnny asked, frowning as she dragged him aside. "I need a favor," Madison said quickly, lowering her voice so the others could not hear. "At Sue Bug's wedding, I want you to bring another woman with you. Pretend it is me." Johnny blinked, staring at her like she had grown another head. "What? No way. Why would I do that? I am not dragging some random girl around just so people think she is you." "Johnny, please," Madison said, her tone softening. She fiddled with the hem of her sleeve and avoided his eyes. "You know I hate being out there. The cameras, the flashing lights, the questions, I cannot stand it. Everyone watching me. It is suffocating." Johnny's mouth opened to argue, but the look in her eyes stopped him. She was not just being stubborn. She was serious, vulnerable. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "You are really asking me to do this? To make it look like you are out there when you are not?" "Yes," Madison said firmly. "Just this once, for me." Johnny studied her for a long moment before groaning. "Ugh, fine, but I am not happy about it." Her lips curved into a grateful smile as she squeezed his arm. "Thank you." Johnny shook his head, muttering, "You owe me big time," before letting her hand drop. The news reporter's voice carried over the swarm of cameras and microphones outside the Baxter building. "It's the wedding of the century. Reed Richards and Susan Storm, Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, will try again to tie the knot today in a ceremony here in New York." Johnny, sitting in his car with a striking brunette beside him, groaned as he spotted the wall of reporters waiting. "Look at these parasites," he muttered, shaking his head. "It's unbelievable," the woman said, her tone half shocked, half amused. He stepped out with his usual showman's grin, tugging his date out with him. Immediately cameras flashed in their faces. Johnny raised his hands. Hey, listen, everybody," he said loudly, his voice carrying over the chaos. "This is an incredibly special day for my sister, the most important day of her life. So I just want to say to you guys, please respect our privacy." "Come on, Johnny," one of the reporters shouted. Johnny chuckled, smirking as if he had been waiting for the moment. I am just kidding. We are going to be auctioning off the exclusive wedding photos to the highest bidder, so go online and place your bids. Thank you. The reporters laughed, shouting more questions. One woman pushed forward with her microphone. So what does it take to date the Human Torch? From inside the building, Madison stood at the window, her body stiffening instantly. Her nails dug into the edge of the curtain as she watched Johnny flash his signature grin. He did not, oh my God, he did. She had not told him to say they were dating, only to bring someone. Now every camera would be connecting that stranger to her. Fireproof lingerie and a lot of aloe, Johnny's date teased into the microphone. Johnny chuckled. Thank you, he said smoothly, giving the cameras a wink through his sunglasses. Madison's stomach twisted. Her eyes flicked sideways, finding Susan standing at another window, her expression heavy as she took in the circus outside. This isn't how I imagined it, Susan murmured, her breath fogging against the glass. Behind her, Alicia sat on the bed. It never is, she said gently. Susan shook her head. No, Alicia. It does not feel right. Sweetie, Alicia said with a soft chuckle, I think even superheroes are allowed to have wedding day jitters. It's more than that, Susan whispered. Her voice wavered as she turned from the window. Is my life always going to be a circus? Do we really want to raise kids in all this? Face it, we are not exactly normal. Madison lowered her eyes, biting her lips softly at the words. The thought burrowed into her. Normalcy, family, kids. Did her own path ever make room for that? Alicia gave Susan's hand a squeeze. Ben and I aren't normal, but we don't let it get in the way of us being happy. Madison thinks about that line, and she bites her lips softly as Susan's breath caught, as if the simplicity of it hit home. Do you love Reed? Alicia asked. More than I've ever loved anyone, Susan answered without hesitation. Then you have nothing to worry about, Alicia finishes with. Susan does a little smile before walking over to hug her. Thank you, she whispered before wiping at her eyes. Okay, Susan said, turning toward the mirror, trying to gather herself. She froze. Oh, great. What? Alicia asked, suddenly alarmed. I got a zit, Susan groaned. Alicia tried not to laugh. Can't you put makeup on it? No, I got it, Susan says as she uses her powers to cover up her zit. Crisis averted. Now all I have to do is concentrate on that area continuously for the next 8 hours. Madison smiled faintly at her sister's stubbornness, though her thoughts still lingered on Johnny outside. If this was already such a circus, what would happen when the cameras realized she wasn't the one in Johnny's spotlight?
Chapter 17, Wedding Disaster. Alicia carefully leaned on her tiptoe as she fixes Ben's tie. Okay, she said, giving it a final tug. She glanced sideways suddenly. Hey, Johnny. Johnny freezes mid-step before exhaling wow. He laughed, his eyes widening. Does that amaze anyone else? How did she know it was me? I did not say anything. Alicia smirked before replying, Well, to be honest, you kind of smell like ash. Then she turned her head slightly, her smile softening. And hello, starling. Madison blinked, a little surprised. How'd you? You always smell like roses, Alicia said warmly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Madison's lips curved into a shy smile. Hey, Alicia, she said, clasping her hands together. Ben chuckles as Alicia grabs his boutonniere and places it in his suit. You're late, he told Johnny. Oh, let's not make today about me. Johnny looks over to them before finishing off with, It is Reed and Sue's big day. Let us give them the attention for a change. Ben, holding back his playful smirk, decided to tease Alicia. Ow! Ben yells and Alicia hit him on his shoulders as Ben chuckles to himself. Oh, do not do that, she scolded as Johnny and Madison watches the scene. Madison does a little smile. She loves how Ben is happy, and Johnny's gaze shifted from Ben and Alicia to Madison, and he thought to himself, God, I am an idiot. I should have stopped that woman from saying that, but she wanted me to be myself. She might not have said it, but her tone when she asked me to bring another girl, Johnny's mind whispered to him. Ben chuckled, grinning. Okay, you're perfect. You're perfect, Alicia teased back softly. The two kissed, and Madison looked away politely, biting her lip to stifle a grin. Johnny, on another hand, pulled a face that looks across of judging but not judging in a way. I'll see you upstairs, Alicia said, brushing Ben's rocky cheek with her hand before stepping away. She gave a little wave in the general direction of the doorway. Bye, Johnny, bye, Starling. Bye, Madison said softly. Johnny does a little wave as Ben sighed happily as he watched her leave. So, it seems like you and Alicia are doing well. Annoyingly so, in fact, Johnny says as he leans on the counter. Ben's grin widened. Yeah, I'm a lucky guy. Yes, you are, Johnny says as he gave a little smile. Question for you, though. How do you guys, he clicked his tongue suggestively. Ben's eyes went wide. That's none of your business. Okay, all right, Johnny said quickly, hands raised, though his grin stayed. I am just concerned. I would hate to wake up one morning and find out she was killed in a rock slide. Before Ben could react, Johnny took off down the corridor, laughing. Ben's booming voice followed. I'll show you a rock slide. Madison shook her head, a laugh escaping her lips. You two are hopeless, she said. A few minutes before the wedding, a woman walked over to Alicia and carefully pressed a bouquet of roses into her hands. Alicia's face lit with warmth as her fingers traced the soft petals. Oh, thank you, she said. You're welcome, the woman replied. Alicia tilted her head toward the familiar shuffle of Johnny's boots and, of course, the smell of ash radiated from him. Johnny, you should not tease him so much. It was a joke, Johnny smirked as he pours himself a drink. I don't know, Alicia said, her tone carrying a little weight. I think it bothers you to see him really happy and in love. I think you're jealous. Johnny let out a disbelieving laugh. You think I'm jealous? MHM, Alicia hummed with certainty. Johnny puffed his chest. Have you seen the women I've dated? Alicia laughed softly, shaking her head. No. Johnny paused as he looks at her with a little look of really, to it as he does a little smile. You can only fool yourself for so long, Torch, Alicia teased knowingly. Ta-da, Ben says as he walks into the room with Susan linked to his arm. Hey, it's the bride of Stretchy Man, Johnny says as he smiles, looking over to Susan. Susan's heels clicked across the floor as she entered, her smile small but real. Don't start. Don't listen to him, Ben said with an affectionate rumble. You look gorgeous. Thanks, Susan said softly. I'll see you out there, sweetie. Come on, Ben said, guiding Alicia gently with his arm. Okay, Alicia said, giving Susan's hand a squeeze as she passed by. Susan's smile wavered for a moment, falling away as soon as Alicia and Ben moved out of earshot. Johnny looks over his shoulder as he puts down his glass. You know, you don't look completely ridiculous in that dress, Johnny says. Susan looks at him for a moment. Is that obnoxious brother talk for you look kind of nice? Susan says as she holds back a smile. Johnny chuckled, his tone softening. You look beautiful. Susan's breath caught. She looked at him, her eyes warming as she smiled. Thank you. Johnny exhaled, his bravado slipping. Dad would be proud. Susan's lips trembled before she nodded, her smile bittersweet. Yeah. The siblings hugged, clinging to each other in the quiet before the storm. Madison, standing nearby, smiled faintly at the tender moment, her fingers nervously fiddling with the edge of her bouquet. Time skip, the wedding. The guests turned as Ben and Alicia walked down the aisle first, Alicia's hand resting on his rocky arm as he carefully guided her step by step. Madison followed behind them, clutching her flowers a little too tightly, keeping her eyes fixed forward as cameras flashed through the windows outside. Suddenly, Reed's PDA began to beep. Reed, will you shut your cell phone off? Ben hissed over his shoulder. Actually, this is a Reed began, but the wedding march started and drowned him out. Heads turned as Susan appeared, radiant on Johnny's arm, walking over to Reed. After arriving to Reed, the officiant cleared his throat. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to. From overhead, a booming voice interrupted. Sue and Reed, congratulations on your wedding, shouted a man from a hovering helicopter. The officiant faltered. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join this couple, Reed Richards and Susan Storm. Ben sniffled loudly, fumbling with a handkerchief. Sorry, he muttered, his rocky eyes misty. Reed's PDA beeps again. In the bond of holy matri, money, the officiant continued. Susan leaned toward Reed, her voice sharp. I can't believe you actually brought that thing to our wedding. I know, but there's a good reason, Reed said quickly. We have to get through this quickly. Should I continue? The officiant asked nervously. Yes, please, Reed said. There are many kinds of love. Could you skip to the end, please? Reed interrupted. Reed, Susan snapped. Excuse me, the officiant stammered. Before anyone could react, Reed's PDA shrieked again, and suddenly every electronic device in the area shut down. Guests gasped. Above them, the helicopter faltered. We lost power, we're going down, a man shouted. It's too late, another cried. Pull up. I'm trying. Panic surged through the crowd. Reed stretched, yanking a couple away from danger. Susan thrust her arms out, a shimmering force field blooming to catch the plummeting craft. Ben, Alicia cried, clutching her cane instinctively. Susan's eyes flicked toward her, still straining to hold the barrier. Ben lunged, shoving Alicia out of harm's way before grabbing the helicopter's tail. His rocky arms strained as he forced them to the ground. Madison ducked with the others, her hands shielding her head as debris scattered across the aisle. Her heart pounded in her chest, but then movement caught her eye. She looked up, her breath catching. A figure glided through the sky above the chaos, its entire body gleaming like polished silver, a long surfboard cutting through the clouds with impossible grace. Johnny, Reed yells as Johnny looks at him. This is Dolce, Johnny says as Reed gives him a look. Johnny sighs before running to the edge of the roof yelling, Flame on. Madison rushed to the edge of the aisle, her bouquet tumbling from her hands. Her stomach twisted as she watched Johnny rocket skyward before seeing him fall to the ground a few minutes later. Johnny, Madison yells before Reed holds her back as she wanted to go to him to help him. Susan sat down looking at everything that's in ruins as tears falls and Madison looks over to her, and she sits down next to her and holds her. Chapter 18, Shifting Bonds. After a while, everyone was in Reed's lab. Johnny sat down, Madison next to him. Susan gives him a glass of water. It looked like a man but completely covered in silver, and it was flying this, like a surfboard thing. I know it sounds crazy, Johnny explains. Ben crossed his arms, smirking. Oh no, not at all. So did you follow the shiny man to Lollipop Land or Rainbow Junction? Look, I know what I saw, Johnny shot back. Thank you, Johnny, Reed said. It is all right. Whatever this thing's physical appearance, is it having the ability to convert matter and energy? So it caused the anomalies, General Hager asked. It radiates cosmic energy when it exerts itself, Reed explained. Randomly affecting matter. This silver surfer did not want to be detected. It destroyed the sensor. It knew it was being monitored, Susan asked. And traced it back here, Reed confirmed. We're dealing with something highly resourceful. Johnny looks over to Reed for a split moment before looking away before getting up. Are you feeling okay? Susan asked softly. Yeah, I gotta walk this off, Johnny muttered as he walks off. We have to destroy this thing before it attacks again, Hager ordered. Richards, find me another way to track it. The army men, including Frankie, leave. Reed sighed. Sue, I am so sorry. The only reason I did not tell you about it is because I did not want you to worry. I'm not mad that you built the sensor, Susan said quietly. It was the right thing to do. Oh, great, Reed said as he smiles before turning away to walk back into his lab. Susan squinted her eyes as her force field shows, and it stops Reed in place. I wasn't finished, Susan said. The force field turns Reed around to face Susan. Reed blinked. Okay, sorry, please continue. See, this proves exactly what I've been saying all along, Susan said. Could you drop the force field, please? Reed asked sheepishly. We can't even Sorry, Susan said before she let it dissolve, and Reed uses his powers to make himself look like himself again. We can't even have a wedding without it turning into World War III, she said bitterly. I know, Reed admitted, but once we are married, everything will be back to normal. We will never have normal lives as long as we do what we do, Susan said. How could we possibly raise a family like this? I'm going to go check on Johnny. She turned and left the room. Madison, silent but thoughtful, quickly followed her sister out. Outside, Johnny stood on the balcony before bracing himself and jumps off the roof after screaming, "Flame on." Johnny, Susan's voice carried from behind him. She stepped into view, Madison just at her side. Before either could say more, a sudden whooshing sound tore through the air. Whoa, Johnny shouted. Both Susan and Madison's eyes darted upward, just in time to see Johnny plummet from the sky. Johnny, Madison cried, rushing forward. He hit the pavement with a heavy thud, groaning as he tried to roll over. Hey, are you all right, pal? A man called from the street. Is he all right? Another voice added. Susan and Madison hurried out of the building, running to him. Johnny, are you okay? Susan asked frantically as she knelt beside him. Johnny winced. I do not know. I feel strange since my run-in with Surfer Boy. Madison crouched beside him, her hand hovering near his shoulder. Strange how Johnny, dizzy, weak, talked to us. Maybe we should get you checked out, Susan said, lifting a hand toward his forehead. The moment her palm touched his skin, a spark erupted. Then Susan ignited into flames. Stop, drop, and roll. Stop, drop, and roll, Johnny yelped, stumbling back in shock. Susan screamed in terror. Oh my God, Sue, Johnny shouted, panicking. Madison scrambled to her feet, shielding Susan with her arms even as the heat flared. Susan, listen to me, breathe, focus. But Susan's body lifted off the ground, flames still consuming her. Reed, help, she cried, her voice shrills with fear. Sue, Reed appeared, his face twisting in panic. I'm on fire, Reed, she screamed. You're on fire, Reed echoed. Why I think, she shouted back. Hold on, Reed said quickly, stretching his arms toward her. Pull me in, Susan screamed as she fought to lower herself down. Help! Onlookers gasped, one woman pointing. Hey, it's the Human Torch. I'm not Johnny, Susan yelled, her voice breaking. Reed, how did this happen? Reed demanded. I touched Johnny and then this, Susan cried. Well, where is Johnny? Reed asked. A sheepish voice spoke up. Here, Johnny said, invisible. Madison's eyes widened. She realized immediately what that meant. The powers had switched, and she also knew what was coming next. She quickly stepped forward, speaking low but firm to Johnny. Johnny, touch her. Now, get it back under control before everyone sees. The second Johnny obeyed, Madison clenched her fists. Energy pulsed through her fingers, and with a soft shimmer, she cloaked Susan in invisibility just as her clothes burned away, hiding her from the crowd's gawking eyes. Susan's flames sputtered out. She sobbed against Reed as he caught her. Madison stood back, her heart pounding. You are okay, Sue. You are safe. I have got you. Time skip, Reed's lab. All of Sue's results are normal, Reed said, adjusting his microscope. But Johnny's. Johnny leaned forward. Johnny's are what? Your encounter with the surfer has affected your molecules, Reed explained. They're in a constant state of flux. Johnny inhaled sharply. Is that bad? Well, it caused you to temporarily switch powers with Sue, Reed said. Ideally, I'd like to run more tests. Would you like a volunteer? Ben asked with a grin. No, everyone chorused. Hey, this is serious, Johnny protested. I just wanted to give him a hug, Ben muttered. Susan frowned. We don't know the extent of his condition yet. It could be progressive, it could be degenerative, Reed added grimly. Ben shrugged. It could be fun. No, Ben, Reed started. But Ben clapped a hand on Johnny's shoulder. Instantly, their powers swapped. Ben, Susan shouted. Madison's eyes widened. Ben, what did you just? She cut herself off as she stared at Johnny. Ben blinked, patting his chest. Whoa, hey, it is me, I am back. Johnny looked at his reflection in a metal tin, his rocky form staring back. Oh my God, come on, we just said this is serious. Oh yeah, serious, Ben teased, laughing. Johnny groaned. You've got to be kidding me. Ben laughed harder, snapping his rocky fingers until a fireball sparked to life. Hey, not bad. Incredible, Reed muttered. Johnny jabbed a finger toward Reed. You'd better be able to fix this. I am right on it, trust, Reed began. But Ben cut him off, launching a fireball at Johnny. Ben, stop it, Susan yelled. Ben grinned. I am starting to see why you like that, ha. Johnny charged at him. Oh no, oh no, oh no, Ben shouted, backing up as Johnny slammed his hands onto his shoulders. The powers swapped back instantly. Aw, crap, Ben muttered, looking down at his rocky arms again. Madison stepped forward, her voice softer now. Ben, you still have the watch I gave you, right? You did not need to do that to prove anything. Johnny ran a hand down his face. That is not funny. What am I supposed to do in the meantime? Just, try to keep your distance from us, Reed said carefully. You and me are gonna be spending a whole lot of time together, pal, Ben says with a little smirk. Madison shook her head, muttering under her breath. This is going to end so well. Chapter 19, The Power Trio. Madison walks over to Johnny, who is outside on the balcony. Johnny, are you okay? Madison asks softly as she walks next to him, and Johnny sighs as if he does not know how to answer. They both stayed quiet for a moment until Madison got an idea, and she looked over at Johnny. Johnny, can I try something? Madison asks as she looks over him. What is it? Johnny asks as he looks at her with soft eyes. Madison hesitates for a moment before touching his hand, and she notices hers and his powers are not swapped, and she looks at him and Johnny looks at her. I can touch you, Johnny says happily as he does not think and lifts her up with Madison squealing, and he kisses her, and she kisses him back. After a while, Johnny and Madison walk back inside, and they overhear Reed and Susan. Sue, why do you keep watching this? Reed asks gently after he walked into the room. Susan shook her head. I cannot ignore it, Reed. There is no getting away from this. Madison leaned against the wall nearby, her arms folded across her chest. She is right. They twist everything into a spectacle. It is not just noise, Reed, it hurts. Reed sighs, before sitting on the edge of the table, before looking at Susan. I believe there is a way, Reed said carefully. Susan looks up. How? Reed sighs again, as he is fumbling for words. See, no answer, Susan scoffed softly. Yes, there is, Reed said quickly as he looks at Susan, and Susan looks at him confused. What if, after this crisis is over, we leave it all behind? Reed asks gently. Susan blinked for a moment before asking, What are you talking about? We move out of the Baxter building. I will take a teaching position somewhere, get back to my research. Reed's voice softened as he sits down next to Susan on the couch. Across the room, Johnny shot Madison a look. Madison's eyes widened, her lips parting in surprise. And the two of us will live our lives and raise a family like normal people, Reed finishes. Susan's lips curved into a smile. You would do that? Susan asks. Nothing's more important to me than our future together, Reed tells her in his sincere tone. Oh, thank you, Susan says as she leaning forward and hugs him. Reed smiles as Susan laughs faintly before pulling back, her laughter dying down as a thought crossed her face. What about Ben, Johnny, and Madison? Susan asks worried, knowing two things. One, she knows Ben would keep Madison safe, But after finding out Reed is her safe place from her creating a clone of him, she is worried that Madison will lose it. 2. Even though Johnny is trying his best for Madison, what if he gets distracted again while Madison is having another panic attack? Reed hesitated as he looked away for a moment before looking back at her. Well, they'll understand, Reed reassures her. Madison's brows knitted, and she exchanged another worried glance with Johnny. Besides, Reed added, Johnny has always been more of a solo act. Let's not mention it yet. Johnny's got enough to worry about as it is with his power problems, Susan tells Reed. At that, Johnny turned and walked out. Madison closed on his heels. Johnny and Madison arrive at the room where Ben and Alicia are, and Madison is slowly picking at her sleeve, worried. They're breaking up the team, Johnny announced as he sat down. Ben looks at Johnny, confused. Huh. Reed and Sue, Johnny said as he points to the room where Reed and Susan are. I just overheard them. They want a nice, normal, boring-ass life. No more Fantastic Five. Ben looks over to Alicia and Madison, where Alicia is holding her hand, quietly giving Madison reassurance. Madison was the one to grab her hand, knowing she is blind. Well, what do they expect us to do? Keep it going, just the three of us? Ben asked. Johnny shrugs his shoulders as he replied. And call us what? The Power Trio. Alicia scoffed at the name, but she did not smile. This is not funny. They are talking about leaving us. Like we are just placeholders until they figure out their perfect life, Madison says as her voice is quieter but firm. When were they gonna tell us? Ben frowned. Who knows, probably never, Johnny says. They will tell you when they are ready to tell you. It is their decision, not yours, Alicia says softly as she shook her head. But we're family too, Madison blurted, her throat tight. She looked down at the floor, twisting her fingers together. Don't we get a say in what happens to us? We have risked our lives just as much. Alicia softened. Sweetheart, you can't be mad at them for doing what makes them happy. Johnny's jaw clenched as Madison swallowed back her frustration. He knows that Reed has not told her about her being a child to two famous mutants, or even that she is a mutant. The room fell quiet, the weight of Reed and Sue's possible future pressing heavy on all of them. Chapter 20, London Disaster. Reed walks into the room as his expressions are tight. Guys, we got a serious problem, Reed tells them. The team gathered around in another room, which looked like a lab as he powered up the projector. The screen flickered with charts, star maps, and data points. I've been cross-referencing the surfer's radiation through every astronomical database, Reed explained before showing the dead plants as he continues. Altair 7, Rigel 3, Vega 6. Ben looks at the projector before it Reed. He's been to all these planets, Ben asks as Reed nod. And now they are lifeless, Baron, some even shattered. Everywhere this surfer goes, 8 days later the planet dies, Reed explained again. Madison's brow furrowed, her arms crossing as she studied the screen. So, you're saying this surfer isn't just on some joyride? He could be working with someone like Unicron or Unicron himself. Reed glanced at her sharply, pausing for a beat before looking back at the data. That's one possibility. And how are we gonna stop him? We do not even know where he is, Ben asked as he looked at Reed. What about the craters? Susan asks next as she looks over to Reed after checking the projector. Reed clicks on something, and a series of glowing dots appeared on the screen. They are appearing in a numerical sequence. The last crater was formed in Greenland, so the next sequence should be, Reed said as he tapped a key and coordinates appeared before finishing with. Latitude, 51 degrees 30 minutes north. Longitude, 0 degrees 7 minutes west. Madison's stomach sank. London. Time skip London, on the helicopter. When he surfaces, you've got to move the fight away from the crowd, Reed instructed, his eyes fixed on the city sprawling beneath them. No, Johnny said firmly. He is too fast to be contained. When I see Silver, I am hitting him. Wait, you can't do that, Reed argued. We've got to stick to the plan and work as a team. Johnny scoffed. Oh, so we're a team now? That's news to me. Madison shot him a sharp look. Johnny. Reed looks over to Johnny confused. What are you talking about? Reed asks. You know what I am talking about. Johnny shot back as anger is in his voice. Susan turned to Reed, her eyes narrowing. Look, we were gonna tell you guys, Reed said after hesitating. Johnny cuts him off. When you moved our stuff out of the Baxter building. Johnny, this really isn't a good time, Susan steps in. Kid's got a point, Reed. You should have told us, especially Madison, Ben said to Reed as he looked over to him. Madison nodded, her voice shaking but firm. We are supposed to be family. You do not just walk away from family without saying a word. All right, that is enough, Reed snapped. We'll talk about this later. Hager glared at them. What the hell is wrong with you people? Reed looked away, ashamed. Madison clenched her fists, her jaw tight. Time skip on the ground. Screams filled the air as chaos erupted. Susan raised her hands, her force field locking into place to hold back the massive wheel before it could crush bystanders. Got it, Susan gritted out. Ben twists the dial on his watch, his rocky form bursting through as he ran forward. With a grunt, he planted himself beneath the wheel, lifting it higher. Don't let go, someone shouted from the wheel. Reed stretched his arms, wrapping around the wheel while his lower half is wrapped around the metal that holds and spins the wheel. Move, Ben barked at the crowd. Come on, go, a guard yelled, ushering civilians away. The ground rumbled, and then the hole opened. The Silver Surfer emerged, radiant and terrifying. Madison's breath caught. She rushed forward, her hands glowing as she pushed with her powers to reinforce Susan's shield. The surfer's gaze flicked to her, his head tilted, intrigued by the shimmer of her energy. Then, without a word, he propelled himself skyward and vanished. Johnny, no, Reed shouted as Johnny ignited and took off after him, but one of the wires snapped and hit Johnny in the face. Johnny lost control and flew into Reed, which caused their powers to be swapped, and making it more difficult for Susan, Ben, and Madison. Guys, Susan shouted, her voice trembling as her shield flickered. What are you doing? Sue Bug, Madison yelled, planting her feet beside her sister. She thrust her hands out, reinforcing Susan's weakening field with her own powers. I've got you, don't let go. Reed notices how close the wheel is to the metal. Ben, lift it higher, Reed yells out. Ben grunted, pushing until his arms shook. I'll try. With a roar, he forced the wheel higher. Reed shot flames, fusing the broken metal back together. The wheel steadied at last. Slowly, Susan lowered her arms, trembling. Madison's powers faded with hers. Everyone around them exhaled, the danger averted. Whoa, hey, Reed said as he caught Susan, helping her stay upright. Johnny got up and looked over to Reed and Susan as Reed was helping her stay upright, and he walked over to help, but Reed held a hand up. Stay back before you get somebody killed, Reed tells him. Johnny froze. Madison saw the look of heartbreak flicker across his face like a knife twisting in his chest. Her stomach knotted. She stepped toward him, placing a hand on his arm. Johnny, do not listen to that. You saved people today. Do not let him take that from you. Ben's voice broke the tension. Oh my God. Everyone turned. The water was gone. Chapter 21. Victor is back. Time skip. USA military place. Everyone was back in the States, tension buzzing in the air as they stood in the briefing room. Hager looks over to everyone mad. What the hell was that? Reed does a little sigh before replying. We'll adjust. Next time we will be ready. Reed looks over to Johnny as Johnny puts his head down. Madison slid her hand into his, squeezing firmly until his eyes flicked down to her. Something is wrong. He is not here to listen, Madison says in a quiet tone as she is leaning in. Hager scoffed. Next time? There is no next time. You cannot handle this alone. That is why I am bringing some help. General, you bring in more soldiers and weaponry. You're gonna put innocent people in danger, Reed explains. No more than you already have. A strange voice calls out, and everyone looks over to where the voice is. Johnny shot up and stepped in front of Madison protectively as Madison held his hand. Victor, Reed's voice dropped. What is the matter, afraid of ghosts? Victor laughed. Ben twisted the dial on his watch to turn into the thing before roaring and stomping over to Victor. He slams him against the wall so hard that it cracks spider-webbed outward. Army 1 raised his weapon, shouting, "Look out!" Army 2 echoed, fear in his tone. "Don't move." "Since you're a ghost, you won't mind if I break your little neck," Ben growled out. "Let him go," Hager tells Ben. "Don't you know who that is?" Johnny yells as he points to Victor. Madison moved up beside Johnny, her arms crossed tightly, her gaze locked on Doom. "That's not a man you want anywhere near this fight." "He's Victor Von Doom. He is here under my orders," Hager said as his tone is cold. Reed looks over to Hager for a moment, then back to Ben before reluctantly saying, "Ben, let him go." Ben looks at Reed for a moment before letting go of Victor, who starts gagging and coughing as the air comes back to his lungs, as Ben twists the dial on his watch again to turn him back into himself. "How is this possible? How are you still alive?" Reed asks Victor as his guard stays up. "No thanks to you 5. That's for certain," Victor say as he stood up. "Von Doom's made contact with the alien. He's got valuable information," Hager tells the team. "Information that might just help save the planet," Victor said smugly as he walks over to the team. "Now let's be clear about this, shall we?" He walks over to Reed as he continues. "I hate you, all of you." Victor smirks slightly before leaning into Reed. "Your little stray is already cracking, Richards. When she shatters, she will take you all with her," Victor whispers in Reed's ears, and Reed digs his nails into his palm to stop himself from lashing out. Victor moves away to finish his other line. "But the world's at stake, and we need to work together to survive." Reed stares at Victor as he begins to speak to it Hager. "General, we know firsthand you trust Victor, and you're gonna regret it." "So far the only one I've regretted trusting here is you, Richards," Hager shot back. Victor looks over to Hager, then back over to Reed smugly. Ben lifts his arm up to point at Victor, his voice booming. "Reed, don't agree to this." Madison stepped forward, planting herself between Reed and Victor, her tone sharp and unyielding. "He does not want to save the planet, General. He wants to own it. And the second you give him an inch, we will all pay for it." Reed looks at her for a moment, then exhaled slowly, his voice steady but resolute. "Let's see what he's got." Chapter 22, The Anchor of the Surfer. Time skip, theater room. The lights dimmed as the recording flickered to life on the big screen, Victor standing smugly at the controls. "I made a detailed recording of our little encounter," Victor tells everyone. The video plays, and everyone hears the words, "All that you know is at an end," from the Silver Surfer before he attacks Victor with the powers from his board. "Well," Victor asks as he looks at everyone. Ben walks over to Victor with a smug grin. "I like the part where he knocks you on your ass." Reed pressed his lips together, his shoulders shaking slightly. Beside him, Madison lifted her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes glittering as she tried, and failed, not to laugh. Victor rolls his eyes before walking over to the projector. "Look at where the energy levels surge when he attacks me," Victor tells everyone as he replays with the video. The video shows the Silver Surfer getting his powers from the board to attack Victor, which causes Hager to lean forward in interest. The energy was channeled through him, but it originated from his board, Reed mutters to himself aloud. Madison rested her chin in her palm, nodding. "Makes sense. The board's not just a weapon, it is his anchor. If we can separate him from the board, we can cut off his power completely," Victor tells Reed. "And that's what we have to do," Hager says. Johnny looks at the screen as he asks, "How?" Victor rolls his eyes again as if Johnny asked the stupidest question, then replies in a cocky tone, "If I knew that, I would not need you people, would I?" Madison gives him a death glare, but Victor ignores it as Johnny looks over to him. Frankie and Hager stand up, and Hager orders Reed and Victor to work straight away. I'm glad we have the opportunity to collaborate again. I'll try to talk slowly so you can keep up. Victor tells the team, masking his smugness with the tone of friendliness. Victor walks over to Reed and taps him on his shoulders, and Reed looks over to him. Careful, Doom. Keep your hands to yourself, or next time it will not be Ben knocking you on your ass. Madison tells Victor. Her tone is cool and sharp. Chapter 23. If this is the end. Time skip bar. The low hum of chatter and clicking glasses filled the dimly lit bar. Johnny stood on the line for the dartboard and throwing some darts. How can we be working on the same side as Victor? Johnny asks as he throws another dart at the board. You got me, pal. Things were a lot simpler when I could just wail on the guy, Ben tells him as he takes a drink from his glass. Johnny launched another dart, only this time a streak of flame followed it. His eyes widened. OSH, Johnny blurted out as he frantically grabbed his beer and doused the tiny flames smoldering on the dartboard. Johnny looks over at the bartender as he holds up a hand. I'll pay for that. Bartender shot him a glare from behind the counter. You better. Madison shook her head with a faint smile, sliding a fresh dart into his hand. Smooth. You're really selling the I have everything under control look, Madison teases Johnny. Johnny sighed as he pulled the darts out of the board. I got to tell you, Ben and Firefly. He glanced at Madison with a faint grin at the nickname. I'm starting to feel like a complete screw-up. Ben leans forward for a moment. Hey, you're not a complete screw-up. Johnny paces back and forth. Thank you. Madison touches his shoulders and gives his cheek a small burning kiss, which Johnny looks at her with a slight of his signature smirk. He's right, Johnny. You've saved lives, you just do it your own way. Madison whispers in his ears as she smiles. Look, kid, it's out of our hands. Ben tells Johnny and Madison before continuing. It's up to the eggheads now. Madison does a little smile, and her shoulders shake a little to signal a little laugh from the nickname. You think Reed's right? Johnny asked, about the whole end of the world thing. Ben shrugged his shoulders. He's never been wrong about this kind of thing before. Johnny finally sits down and he looks at Ben. Well, I'm not exactly a deep kind of guy. Ben and Madison looks at him before Ben asks, Really? Johnny leans forward. If Reed is right and this is it, how do you want to spend your last few minutes? The question hung heavily in the air. Johnny's gaze flicked toward Madison for a split second before darting back down to his drink. He wanted to say it, to tell her, but the words stuck in his throat. Part of me would like to go out fighting, Ben replies as he thought to himself, but finishes it off with after a little chuckle. But the truth is, I'd like to spend my last couple of minutes holding Alicia. Johnny stared down at his glass, the words hitting him hard. The same image filled his mind, except it wasn't Alicia he wanted to hold. It was Madison. Johnny nodded quickly before fumbling over his words. That sounds pretty good, I mean, not the holding Alicia thing. That's, your girlfriend, not mine. I want nothing to do with her, not to say that she's not attractive. Madison notices the death stare forming on Ben's face, and she looks over to Johnny to tell him, shut up. She's very attractive. I mean, she's, so attractive. Johnny accidentally pressed on. Madison stomped down on his foot under the table. Ow, Johnny yelped, and he looked at Madison like she personally offended his favorite singer. Madison leaned toward him, her voice low and dangerous. Johnny, stop talking. What I meant was that it's just nice to have somebody. Johnny finishes off. Madison's expression softened. She reached under the table and gave his hand a quick squeeze. Ben looks between Madison and Johnny before replying, Well, you got me, pal. Johnny chuckled, raising his glass. Madison lifted hers, Ben doing the same. The three clinked their drinks together, the sound ringing louder than the noise of the bar around them. All three took a sip, the moment of fragile but genuine kind of comfort in the storm ahead. Chapter 24. Tennyson between Hager and Reed. Time skip, another room. The room buzzed with machinery, screens flickering with Reed's schematics. Hager looks at the screen. So, exactly how does this thing work? Hager asks, pointing to the screen. When we activate the field, it'll separate him from his board, making him powerless, Reed tells Hager. It's like a fish in a net, Hager says as he looks at the equipment. Both Reed and Susan say, yeah, before Reed adds on, in theory anyway. Madison leaned against the console, arms crossed, eyes narrowing. Great, so we are betting the planet on a theory, Madison says dryly. Hager waved her off, ignoring the sharp edge in her tone. How long before this is operational? Reed looks at him for a moment before replying, 3 hours. 3 hours, Hager sighs to himself. Reed's jaw clenched. He looked at Madison for a beat-her-steady gaze, telling him she had his back before answering. I know, I can only go so fast, since apparently I'm working by myself now, Reed tells Hager. Madison pushed off the console, stepping closer. He is not wrong. You dumped doom on us, and now you are standing around barking orders instead of helping. If you want this faster, General, stop slowing him down. Hager glared at her, but Reed cut in before the tension could boil over. Actually, there are a couple of things. Reed and Hager start to leave, and Madison's eyes followed Hager until he disappeared down the hall. And they say Johnny's the reckless one, Madison mutters under her breath. Susan stifled a small smile, shaking her head before turning back to the schematics before going to Victor. Chapter 25, Were You? Time skip, bathroom. Madison was alone in the quiet of the women's bathroom, splashing cool water on her face as she mutters to herself quietly. Her nerves still hummed from the weight of what was coming. Across the hall, the door to the men's bathroom creaked open. Johnny stepped out, with a towel wrapped around his waist. Frankie walks over to Johnny as he was about to go to his room, but he looks over at her. Frankie speaks as her voice is brisk. Mr. Storm, we are heading to intercept the surfer in 10 minutes, with or without you. Johnny does a little nod. Okay, just let me get dressed and I'll meet everyone there. Frankie gave a sharp nod before marching off. Madison emerged from the bathroom in time to see Johnny and Frankie part ways. She looks confused for a moment, but does not say anything as she starts to head towards her room. Frankie disappeared down the corridor, while Johnny walked into his room. A few minutes later, Madison stepped out again, just as Johnny reappeared, shirtless, as he forgot to grab his cologne. He caught Madison's wide-eyed glance and smirked. Were you just waiting outside of my room to try and catch me in a towel? As he heats up his own body to get rid of the water off him. Madison rolled her eyes, her lips twitching, betraying the smile she was trying so hard to suppress. Funny. Johnny just grinned wider, and he leans in closer as Madison's heart skips a beat for a moment as he whispers, You do not have to deny it, Firefly. I would wait outside for me too, in her ears. Madison's brain goes haywire as she fights the urge to kiss him, but she looks at him hiding the sparkle in her eyes. Dream on, hothead. She brushed past him, her shoulder brushing his as she walks to the room where the others are. Johnny watched her go as the grin still plastered across his face. Chapter 26, Confrontation. Time skip, Black Forest, Germany. The trees loomed around them. Frankie came down the steps and walked over to Hager. Sir, he's holding his position north of here, she said as she raised her paper to Hager. Hager takes the paper. Good. General, give us a 1-mile perimeter, Reed asks as he walks over to them with his team. Hager looks over at him. Forget it, Richards. You had your shot and you blew it. Madison stays quiet as she stays near Susan and Ben. This is a military operation now, so jam the signal, get out of the way and let us do our jobs. Hager finishes off as he brushes past Reed. Reed turns around to face him again. You don't understand. No, you don't understand. Hager cuts him off as he turns back around to face Reed before continuing. So let me make it clear for you and your pack of freaks here. I am the quarterback, you are on my team. Got it. But you never played football in high school, did you, Richards? The insult stung the air. Madison's hands curled into fists, her eyes flashing as she took a step forward, but Reed put his hands on her shoulder to stop her and looks at her to say, "I got this," which made Madison back up a bit. "No, you are right. I did not," Reed says as he looks back over at Hager before continuing. "I stayed in and studied like a good little nerd, and 15 years later, I'm one of the greatest minds of the 21st century." He points to Susan. "I'm engaged to the hottest girl on the planet." Susan looks down. She tries to hide a smile. Reed then points to Madison. "I have a sister who would burn down hell for me, if needed." Madison's chest tightened. She blinked, stunned for a second, then a smile spread across her face. Reed finishes off, his voice steady and calm. "And the big jock who played quarterback in high school, he is standing in front of me, asking me for my help. And I say he is not gonna get a damn thing unless he does exactly what I tell him and start treating my friends and me with some respect." Hager gets in his face before looking over to Frankie. "Give him what he wants." Susan steps to Reed's side as she mutters, "I'm so hot for you right now." Madison's hands flew to her face as she groans. "Oh my God, Subug." Johnny walks over to Reed before hitting him on his shoulder. "Me too." His touch sent a ripple of power between them as their abilities swapped again. Reed gave Johnny a look. "Careful, Johnny. All right, let us go to work." Chapter 27, Protection of Susan and Madison. Time skip deep in the forest. Everyone starts to walk to their respective places. "This is it," Reed tells the team. "You have your coordinates. Set up your posts and rendezvous back here." Everyone split off, vanishing into the dense woods. With Ben. Ben switches his dial on his watch to turn into Ben again, and he starts to work on his machine until he hears a noise beside him. A brown bear growls at him, and Ben switches the dial again to turn into the thing before roaring back at the bear, making it scared and run off. "Yeah, that is right. Keep running, boo-boo." Ben yells at the bear before switching the dial back to Ben again and mutters, "Overgrown furball." Back to the other team. Reed finishes up on his machine before pressing his comms to ask, "What's your status?" Ben was the first one to reply, "Yeah, I'm good to go." "Same here," Johnny replies as he works on his machine. Madison adjusted her own panel, sparks of her energy dancing at her fingertips. "Ready to go." Susan presses on her comms to answer, "Almost there," before kneeling down. The trees start to creak, as if something is flying towards her. Susan looks up and looks at her side, and she sees the Silver Surfer flying towards her. Susan gasps to herself before pressing the comms again. "Guys, we have a problem." The Silver Surfer stops near her. Reed through the comms ask, "What's wrong?" "He's here," Susan replies. "Get out here, right now." Johnny and Madison wastes no time and runs over to where Susan is, but Madison was the first one there. Madison watches both Susan and the Silver Surfer scared. "Why are you destroying our planet?" Susan asks as her breath hitched. "I have no choice," Silver Surfer replied as his voice is low. "Sue," Reed yells as he runs towards her. "Wait," Susan yells back before looking back at the Silver Surfer. "What do you mean you do not have a choice? There is always a choice." Silver Surfer shakes his head. "Not always." Susan looks confused for a moment, then asks, "Why are you trying to destroy us?" "I am not the destroyer," Silver Surfer tells Susan. The Silver Surfer's gaze slid toward Madison. He had sensed her presence all along, but she had kept quiet, too frightened to draw attention to herself. Now, under the weight of his eyes, her breath caught in her chest, though she forced herself to remain standing. To Hager and Victor. Hager mutters to himself as he looks through the binoculars, "Come on, Richards. Just jam the damn signal." Maybe he needs a little persuasion, Victor tells Hager before Hager looks at him. "Fire one over the top," Hager tells one of the soldiers through a walkie-talkie. "Roger, out," the soldier replies. A tank shoots one of its missiles, straight at Susan, Reed, and Madison, and Reed notices it first. Silver Surfer flew towards Susan and Madison like he is protecting them before lifting up his board, and the board consumes the missile. Madison stumbled back from the force, shielding Susan instinctively. Her heart pounded. He saved us. Open fire, Hager tells one of the soldiers near him, and the soldier copies his message and yells it to the others. All the tanks shoots off their missile, and Silver Surfer flies out of the way to redirect them. Let me, Johnny asks as he flames up. No, wait, Reed said as he stops Johnny but does not touch him. Reed, Ben says as his eyes open wide. Come on, Sue, Reed mutters as Susan finally finishes her machine, and on Reed's phone, her machine lights up green. Reed, Ben yells at Reed as Silver Surfer flies back towards them. Got him, Reed says as he presses a button, and the machine starts to work and knocks Silver Surfer off his board. Victor loomed over the fallen surfer, his shadow long across the dirt. He chuckled darkly. Not so tough now, are you? Victor looks over to the board before Reed's voice snaps him out of it. Victor, stay back. Victor turns around and looks at him as he arrives with his teammates. You're the quarterback. The forest flooded with soldiers, swarming in with guns raised. They surrounded the team and the surfer, pushing them toward transports. Within moments, everyone was being herded into military vehicles bound for Jakutsk, Siberia. Chapter 28, Containment. Time skip, Siberia. Snow whipped across the compound. A man calls out, "Open the gate," and the sound of metallic gate open and shut. Inside the transport, Susan looks out of the window as she soldiers doing their work before looking over at Reed as Reed steps out. Before they arrive at the room, they will be locked in for a while. But, General, we had an agreement, Reed tells Hager as Hager rubs his head. Calm down, Hager warns Reed. The enemy has been captured. Mission accomplished. Where is he? Susan asks as she leaned forward. Contained, Hager tells Susan. Beside Susan, Madison's hands tightened on the edge of her seat. She stood halfway, glaring toward Hager through the open door of the detention room. Contained where? Last time someone said that we nearly lost half a city. Madison says, her voice is cold. Hager ignores her, his gaze snapping over his shoulder. General, a man calls out and Hager does a little smirk. Mr. Sherman, if you'll excuse us, we have work to do. Hager tells Mr. Sherman. Reed steps forward as he says, I want to be there for the questioning. That's not gonna happen, Hager tells Reed before looking over to the soldier. Please make sure our guests remain here comfortably. A man nodded. Yes, sir. The soldier close in, gesturing for the team to remain inside. Madison crosses her arms, muttering under her breath as the door shut between them and Hager. Yeah, comfortable. That is one word for a cage. Chapter 29, Detention Room. Time skip, detention room. Johnny looks at the security camera before looking over at the team. He chuckled dryly, throwing up his hands. Are we prisoners? How did that happen? Reed thinks to himself as he is facing the wall before turning around. Apparently, they do not want us interfering with their methods. Susan has her arms crossed as she shakes her head. I can't even imagine what they're doing to him in there. I say he gets what he deserves, Ben says as he crosses his arms as well. How can you say that? Susan asks with little worry in her tone. Ben shrugs his shoulders as he stood up. I'm just saying that maybe the general is right about this. The guy was about to destroy the planet. He said so himself. Susan shook her head. But it does not make any sense. He protected me and Madison from the missile. Why would he do that? Johnny scoffed as he sat down, jealously dripping from his tone. Maybe he thinks both of you are cute. Madison turned sharply toward him, narrowing her eyes. Not funny. There's a lot more going on here. He said he was not the destroyer, Reed says as he walks around the room. Ben looks at Susan before at Reed. Maybe he lied. Reed freezes in place as he thought of something, then says, We need to get inside there and talk to him under the radar. They shared quick glances, silently agreeing. A moment later, Johnny opens the door and leans out slightly. Hey, Is there any way we can get some DVDs or popcorn or something, just to pass the time? Johnny asks with a confused look on his face. I'll call it in, Mr. Storm. The soldier replies, not knowing that Susan snuck past invisible. Johnny smiles as he looks down the hall for a split moment before looking back at the soldier. Great, thank you, Semper Fi. That's the Marine Corps, we're the Army, the soldier replies confused. Johnny looks at him for a second before replying, right. I know, it is the Army, as he shuts the door. After a while, the soldiers, including Hager and Frankie, leaves the cell that Silver Surfer is in. Susan managed to get into the cell quietly. I know you are there, Silver Surfer says as he looks around before seeing Susan standing near him. What is your name? Susan asks gently. Come on, you must have a name, I'm Susan. Silver Surfer stays quiet, which makes Susan sigh before asking. You said you were not the one trying to destroy our world. Then who is? The one I serve, he finally replies, and Susan looks confused for a moment. Who do you serve? Susan asks with confusion in her tone. He goes quiet again, and Susan looks at him as she says, Look, I am trying to help you, but in order to do that, you have to tell me the truth, please. After a long while of talking, Susan was about to leave, but Silver Surfers calls her back. He hesitated, then looks at her as his tone is urgent. Galactus would see Madison's power for what it is, creation, the one force that could rival his hunger. If he learns of it, he will twist and break her, turning her into his weapon. Susan's eyes widened, her breath hitching. No, I won't let that happen. Silver Surfer bowed his head. Then guard her well for her sake and for your world. Back in the detention room. And the board is what is drawing it here, Susan tells the team. Madison straightened. Told you, it is something like Unicron. How do you fight something that can eat planets? Johnny asks as he looks over to Ben and Reed. Ben chuckles as he nudges Madison. Maybe call the Autobots. Madison does a little smile as she holds back her laugh. Reed obviously ignores them. His voice is urgent. We have to get to the board and lead it away from here before it's too late. Well, do you think the general will go for that? Ben asks as he walks over to them with Madison. Reed sighs, nodding. He'll have no choice. Madison shivered suddenly, a knot of dread twisting in her gut. Susan hesitated, then looks directly at Reed. But, he said something else, about Madison. The room went quiet. What is it? Reed asks as he crosses his arms. Susan swallows back the fear in her throat before speaking. Galactus will try and use Madison's power against us, if he knew. Johnny unconsciously moves closer to Madison, his voice fierce. We'll make sure that won't happen. Madison thinks for a moment before asking, Then, how am I supposed to fight? Reed looks at her before placing a hand on her shoulder. We'll figure something out. Ben produces an idea, and he switches his dial on his watch to turn into the thing before walking over to the door and opens it up. Hey, you! Come here, let me ask you something. The soldier looks over to Ben before being knocked out by him. Chapter 30, Overgrown Toddlers and One Jet. Time skip out of the detention room. Everyone starts to run over to the room where the board is, and they notice a door flying over to them. Johnny, without a second thought, grabbed Madison by the waist, pulling her close to him as he ducks them both out of the way. Ah, crap, Ben says as the debris hits him and Reed and flew them back into the wall. Susan, Johnny, and Madison steps out and looks over to the open hole before looking over to where Ben and Reed is. Ben, Johnny calls out. The debris falls off Ben. Okay, that one hurt. Madison does a little giggle at that. Are you okay, Benny? Susan looks around before looking back at Ben. Where's Reed? Back here, Reed said muffled as Ben looks behind him before getting out of the rumble, showing a squished-up Reed, which makes Madison cover her mouth to stop herself from laughing. My bad, Ben says as Reed looks over to him. Everyone starts running into the room where a massive hole is. Time skip, room where the Silver Surfer is. Reed, Susan says as she looks over at Hager's destroyed body. The sight made Madison's stomach twist. Reed looks away from the body as his expression turns dark. Victor, we've got to get it back. Susan puts her hands on her hips and looks over to Reed. We need to get the surfer. He's the only one that understands its power. Madison stepped forward, her voice tight. She's right. If anyone knows how to stop Galactus, it's him. Ben turns around to face the team. Even if we break him out of this place, how are we gonna catch up to Victor? Reed looks at the team. Leave that to me. Reed presses something on his Nokia, and something happens in the Baxter building. After a while, Ben crashes through another wall and the surfer looks straight at the team. Halt! Don't move, Soldier 1 yelled as he raises his gun. Stay where you are, Soldier 2 yelled, mirroring the Soldier 1. Susan looks straight at them before using her powers to knock them off their feet as Ben breaks the glass room to get to Surfer. Pal, this is the luckiest day of your life, Ben tells him as he grinned. Madison's gaze lingered on the surfer, her chest tightening as her energy shimmered faintly at her fingertips. For a fleeting moment, she could have sworn his head turned like he already knew she was there. Time skip out of that room. The team stops to a halt as they see Frankie holding a gun at them. What the hell is going on? Where is General Hager? Frankie asks as she looks at the team. He's dead, Reed tells her. If we don't get him out of here, we're all gonna be, Ben warns her. Frankie, Johnny says as he walks over to her, and Frankie moves her gun towards him. The world is literally at stake here. You have to trust us, please. Frankie hesitates to lower her weapon, and Madison steps forward. Frankie, I know this is insane, but right now, you either stand in our way or you help us save every single life out there, including yours. Madison tells her as she helps lower her weapon. Time skip, rooftop. We need to get to the roof, Reed tells the team as they run up the stairs. It should be here by now. What should be here? Ben asks as he continues to run up the stairs. Ben opens the door to the outside, and everyone sees the silver, sleek jet. Holy crap, Ben says as his eyes widened. Johnny looks over to Reed before walking to the jet. Reed, this is by far the coolest thing you have ever done. He glanced at Madison, winking. Besides adopting Firefly. Johnny laughs as Every moves their way to the jet, and he checks out the logo. Hemi. Course, Reed tells Johnny before ordering. Okay, Ben, you get inside. Johnny, you fly behind us. Johnny checks out the jet. Aw, dude, you gotta let me fly this thing. Ben looks over to Johnny. Forget about it, I'm the best pilot here. I should drive. Susan, Reed, Silver Surfer, and Madison looks between them, and Madison has enough alongside Reed. Enough! We don't have time for this. Madison yells, but Ben and Johnny didn't listen until Reed snapped. Ah, shut up, and move it, Reed orders with anger in his tone. Madison sighs with relief as Reed helped her. I'm surrounded by overgrown toddlers. I'm driving, Reed tells Ben and Johnny as him. Susan, Silver Surfer, and Madison walk over to the jet. Everyone gets in their respective seats. Flame on, Johnny yells as his body bursts into flames and follows the jet. Chapter 31, The Awakening of the Phoenix. Time skip in the air. Okay, we're now officially enemies of the United States of America, Ben tells the team. Victor is out there somewhere with unlimited power, and we've got a giant intergalactic force that's about to destroy our planet in less than 24 hours. Did I miss anything? Besides from Firefly's use of her powers, which she can't use to protect herself, I say you got it, Johnny tells Ben as he flew next to him. Reed checks his controller in the jet. I've got a lock on Victor's energy trail. He's headed over southeast China. Hang on. Reed flies the jet to China, and Johnny flies behind them. Norrin rad, Norrin comes out with as he thinks to himself and Susan. Madison and Johnny snaps their head towards him. What? Susan asks confused. I was once called Norrin rad. Norrin tells them again as his voice is filled with sorrow. Madison's gaze softened, her voice quiet but steady. Then that's who you are, not just the surfer, Norrin, we're gonna need your help to save our world, Susan tells him. Do you understand? Reed notices something wrong before a ball of power hit them, and the jet jolted violently. Whoa, Susan yells as she grabs the armrest. What the hell was that? Ben yells as he looks over to Reed, who looks up and spotted Victor. Victor, the board is drawing the destroyer here. You have to give it up, Reed yells at Victor. He's not going to listen, Madison mutters to herself. Victor looks at Reed. You know, I've never been the giving type, Reed. Hold on, Reed yelled. The jet lurched again as Johnny unbuckled, flames sparking around him. He shot out after Victor, only to be slammed back by a massive wave as Victor used the board to wrench water into the sky. Madison lunged toward the window, her scream ripping out of her. Johnny! We're sitting ducks, Ben yells. We're gonna have to split up. Madison, get ready, Reed yells as he forces himself to stay focused. Susan looks straight at Reed. What? This ought to be fun, Ben mutters to himself. Stay close to me, Sue and Maddie, Reed yells at them. With the press of a button, the jet shuddered and split apart. Metal shrieked as the halves peeled away, each carrying their passengers into the storm. Madison raised her hands, her energy sparking to deflect a chunk before it crushed her. She ducked low, heart-pounding, as Reed and Susan dodged the rest. Victor uses his powers again to attack Susan, which Reed sees and flies over to help her. He's really pissing me off, Susan yells to herself. Victor uses his powers once again to make the wall break, but Reed uses his powers to grab Susan and pulls her close to him. Surf's up, metalhead, Ben yells as he flew over to Victor and punches him. Victor, only the surfer can stop the destroyer, but he needs his board, Reed yells at Victor. Victor looks over to Reed. Come and get it, Richards, Victor smirks under his mask. Victor, Johnny yells as he flies towards him. Victor looks around him and smirks again. Let's all go for a spin. Everyone starts to fly out of control. Watch out, Madison yells at everyone and everyone's scattered. Susan and Madison manages to land near each other. Susan notices Norrin wasn't in his seat, and she gets out of the jet before Madison does. Norrin, Susan yells as she runs over to him. Catch, Victor coldly says as he throws something sharp towards Norrin. Susan stands in front of Norrin using her force field, but it was too late. The sharp pierces through Susan. Susan, Madison screams tore through the chaos. Sue, Reed yells as he runs over to her. Oh my God, Johnny mutters as he lands. Madison dropped beside her sister, cradling her. Her eyes brimmed with tears, then flickered, brown giving way to burning black. Sue, oh God, Reed mutters as he holds Susan. Ben stops Johnny. Johnny, don't touch her. His eyes widened at Madison as she rose slowly. Raquette. Her eyes were black, the phoenix stirring like a storm. You need to find a way to get the board, Susan tells Reed. Reed tries to talk to her but couldn't. Okay, Susan begs Reed. The phoenix's power rippled around her, the ground cracking beneath her boots as Susan slowly dies in Reed's arms. He murdered my sister, Madison mutters to herself, her voice low, broken, and dangerous. A ring of fire burst out from her, scorching the ground in every direction. Soldiers stumbled back, shielding their eyes from the blaze. Her hands lifted, flames curling at her fingertips, her gaze locked on Victor. Reed, it's Raquette, Ben tells Reed as he backs up before looking up and noticing Galactus. Ah, crap. Victor smirked through his mask, tilting his head. Well, this is new. The phoenix's voice seemed to echo through Madison, layered over her own. Burn him. Madison's pupils constricted, a tear sliding down her cheek. No, she whispered to herself. Then another voice cut through the noise. Sunbeam. Madison looks over to the figure, and she sees a woman step out of the fire. Mom, Madison whispered. Jean Grey's voice was steady, echoing through both air and mind. I'm here, sweetheart. Tears welled in Madison's eyes as the phoenix energy flickered, the flames shrinking back. I can't control it, she said, shaking her head. It's too strong, Jean stepped closer, her presence both ethereal and grounding. Yes, you can. You're my daughter. You have my strength. As Jean and Johnny is helping Madison break free from the phoenix, Ben looks over to Reed. Victor's got to have a pulse emitter linking him to his board. We take it out, we can separate him from his board. Reed explains. Ben and Johnny looks at each other before Johnny speaks up after Madison finally broke free with the darkness spreading out like dark magic coming out of her. He's too strong for me. I could wail on him if I could get close enough, but he could see me coming from a mile away. Madison is still weak from fighting back the phoenix, looks over to Johnny. Why not try all 3 powers? Reed looks over to Madison and Johnny speaks up. Or just one of us. Madison looks over to Johnny. It has to be you. Reed shakes his head. We don't know what it could do to you. Johnny looks over to Madison and Ben. Let's not make this about me. He took Ben's, Reed's and Susan's hands and their powers goes to him. Madison stays on the ground and she groans as the phoenix inside of her head screams for release, but she fights it off, but she backs up from Reed as he came closer. Not yet. Stay back. After a while, Johnny runs over to them with Ben and touches them to give them back their powers, and he notices Madison on the floor, breathing heavy, and he looks over to Reed who looks back. She told me not to come near, Reed explains before Madison got up. Johnny looks at Madison, then at Reed before nodding before noticing Norrin flew over to them after getting his board back. You've got to go, Reed tells Norrin, but Norrin ignores him and reaches out to Susan and uses the power from his board to bring Susan back. Madison looks over to Norrin and Susan as Norrin tells them, treasure each moment with her and tell her she was right. We do have a choice. Madison watches Norrin fly up towards Galactus as her eyes burned. She reached for Johnny's hand as the phoenix is now quieter. She whispered under her breath, he's saving us by choosing. Madison lets go of Johnny, and he flies up to Norrin to help him. After helping, he falls, but before he's near the ground, Madison flies up and catches him. Now who's the damsel in distress? Madison teases him as she holds him as they hover before lowering them to the ground. Johnny looks at her, then does a faint smirk. Guess I owe you one, Firefly. Ben looks at the damage before at Reed, Susan, and Madison. Why isn't it working? Reed looks up. We were too late. A sudden sonic boom rippled through the sky. Madison's head snapped upward, her breath catching. She felt it before she saw it, the energy shift, the final pulse. Her eyes softened. He did it. Everyone turned to her, then followed her gaze to where Norrin had vanished into the storm. Susan, now alive, looks over at Reed with a small smile. Hi. Reed makes a small smile back. Hi. Susan looks around before looking over to everyone. What I miss? Reed does a little chuckle, not wanting to burden Susan of Madison nearly losing herself for her. Nothing important. Ben walks over to Johnny before patting him on the back. Great job, kid. Johnny immediately panics. Whoa, before realizing. Hey, wait, I'm not changing. Johnny tests it out by touching Ben's shoulder and sees their powers still intact, and they both laugh. Madison makes a little laugh and teases them. Okay, love nuts, stop flirting. Everyone starts to embrace each other before walking, and Ben spoke up. So, I guess this is it. We all go our separate ways. Reed looks over to Ben. No. Ben looks at Reed, then at Susan. No. Susan shook her head. No. Johnny and Madison, almost in unison, shared a baffled glance. No. Reed looks down before at the team. If it wasn't for the team, the whole world would be gone by now. We can't run away from our responsibilities and the people we need to protect. This is who we are, Susan explains. Johnny throws his hands up. That's what I've been saying. What about having a normal life, a family? Ben asks Reed and Susan. Who says you have to be normal to have a family? I mean, From the beginning, me and Madison weren't exactly normal, Reed tells Ben. Susan wrapping her arms around Reed. So, you up for another media circus wedding? 5th time's the charm. Reed sighs to himself. No, I've got a better idea. Johnny takes that as a moment to whip his head over to Madison, and Madison looks shocked and worried at how fast he whipped his head around. Johnny's voice was steady, honest. This time I'm bringing you, not another woman acting like you, me and that other woman. We were wrong for doing that before. Madison stared at him for a few moments, searching his face. Then slowly, she nods as a small smile tugged at her lips. I would love that. Chapter 32, Susan's Successful Wedding. Time skip, Susan's successful wedding. Everyone was gathered around. Madison was standing next to Ben and Alicia, watching Susan walking down the aisle, and she smiles. After arriving, Susan walks over to Reed and Johnny walks over to Madison and checks in on her quietly, knowing the phoenix is lingering inside of her, but Madison quietly reassures him that she's okay. The pastor starts to speak. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join Reed Richards and Susan Storm together. Suddenly Reed's PDA starts to beep again, and Susan looks over to him like she wants to kill him. In holy matri, the pastor stops speaking for a moment as he looks over to them. Susan whispers to him, "What is it?" Reed looks up from his PDA and looks over to Susan. Venice is sinking into Adriatic. Ben sighs to himself. Oh boy, that's a biggie. Susan looks over to the pastor. Could we just skip to the end? Reed looks over to her before back at the pastor as the pastor spoke. Yeah, the love these two share. Reed cuts in. No, the very end. The pastor sighs as he nods. Yeah, great. Do you have the rings? Ben pats his pockets to check and walks over to Susan and Reed. Here. Susan smiles as she grabs her ring, and she watches Reed put her ring onto her finger, and she does the same to him before looking at the pastor. Oh, yeah, I now pronounce you man and wife, and you may kiss the bride, the pastor tells them. Susan didn't waste any time and kisses Reed, Madison, and Johnny as Madison wipes tears from her eyes. Ben blew his nose into his napkin. Okay, we should get out of here, Susan tells Reed. Reed nods as they both start to walk over to the jet. Yeah. Ben looks at Alicia and gently kisses her. Got to go, hun. Okay, Alicia says as she smiles. Johnny, Ben, Susan and Reed arrive at the jet, and Susan stops for a moment. Susan stops Reed. I have to throw the bouquet. She looks at the girls, including Madison. Ready. All the other women giggle in happiness as Susan smiles before turning around and throws the bouquet. As the bouquet is flying towards the girls, Ben nudges Johnny and he looks over and whispers, Come on, catch it, Mads. Madison manages to catch the bouquet, and she smiles as Johnny quickly does a fist pump to himself that Ben caught, but he doesn't push it. Madison walks over to the jet and gets into her seat, and everyone does their logo in the sky again before heading on over to Adriatic. The end of the rise of the Silver Surfer. Chapter 33, Should I or Shouldn't I? Back at the Baxter building. After dealing with Venice sinking into the Adriatic, Reed paces back and forth in his lab, holding the folder about Madison, and he breathes in and out. Reed! A voice calls out, and Reed looks over to Susan as she walks in. Susan looks at Reed and notices the file, worried about telling her. Reed sighs as he nods. I don't want to mess this up. I mean, she spent her whole life not knowing who she is, and now I'm going to drop this bombshell on her. Reed sits down at his desk as he holds his head. Susan looks at him and leans against the desk next to him. You've been carrying this for years, Reed. It's eating at you. Reed breathes in and out again as he flips the folder open again. Because it's not just news, Susan. It's her entire identity. Everything she believes about herself, about her life, it chases the moment she hears this. Susan looks at the folder before looking at Reed. You know she trusts you. Reed looks at her. I know, but I'm worried that she would think differently about herself. Something dangerous. You think she'll think we only took her in out of pity? That we saw her as a project, not a family? Susan asks as she looks at the file. Reed nods as he puts down the folder. Yeah, I don't want her to think that at all. She is family. Susan thinks for a moment before looking at Reed. You need to tell her. She deserves the truth, even if it's hard to hear. Reed looks at the folder again before sighing and looking back at Susan. I'll tell her tomorrow after breakfast. Like you said, she deserves to know who she is and who she comes from. Susan does a little smile before kissing his cheek. She's stronger than you think, Reed. Stronger than any of us realize. Reed does a little chuckle. I mean, besides him loving her for her personality, I do believe Johnny loves her for how strong she is. Susan laughs at that. He does, but in his own Johnny Storm way. Reed's smile disappears as he looks at the folder. I just hope that when she finds out, she still believe we're her family. Susan looks at him for a moment. She will, she always have. Chapter 34. Madison finds out the truth. Time skip, the next day. Everyone has finished their breakfast, and Reed looks over to Susan. Susan looks at Reed as Reed asks her, Can you stay here for me and Madison, as a emotion anchor? Susan looks at him before she smiles and nods. Of course, I will. Reed smiles before breathing in and out and walking over to Madison. Madison, can I talk to you for a moment? Reed asks Madison, not noticing a pair of wheels as feet. Madison looks over to Reed as she puts down the screwdriver. Of course, what's going on? Reed breathes in and out. I know you've seen your parents, one in your dreams, and another when the Phoenix tried to control you. Madison looks at him confused before Reed continues. I need to tell you the truth. I've been hiding this since you were here. Reed hesitates before grabbing the folder from Susan and passes it over to Madison. Madison grabs the folder, and she reads the contents. Name, Madison Hunter. Spices, mutant. Level, 6. Parents, Jean Gret and Scott Summers. Powers, creation. Madison blinked, rereading the words. Once, twice, a third time. Her throat tightened. This can't be right, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Reed took a step closer. It's the truth, Madison. You're not just gifted. You were born extraordinarily. Jean and Scott sent you here to keep you safe from the Phoenix, from everything that came after. Madison looked up at him, her eyes glassy. You knew all this time. Reed nodded slowly, shame written across his face. Since the day you arrived when I was a child, I promised them I'd protect you, but I didn't know how to tell you without changing everything you believed everything about yourself. Susan moved closer, her voice gentle but steady. Madison, your parents loved you enough to send you somewhere they knew you'd be safe. Reed only kept this from you because he wanted to make sure you were ready to hear it. Madison's breathing grew uneven. The room suddenly felt smaller, heavier. Jean Grey, Scott Summers, she murmured, the names foreign yet achingly familiar. That's why I saw Jean before the Silver Surfer sacrificed himself, why I feel them sometimes. Reed nodded again, his voice quiet. Because they're a part of you in every way that matters. Madison lowered the file to her lap, staring at the page through a blur of tears. All this time, I thought I was just lucky accident, a cosmic mistake. Reed crouched down in front of her, his tone gentle but firm. You were never a mistake, Madison. You're proof of what happens when two powerful forces create something new, something beautiful. You don't just have power, you are creation. A tear slid down Madison's cheek as she whispered, Why does it feel like my whole life just changed? Susan reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. Because it did. But that doesn't mean you've lost who you are. It just means you finally know where you came from. Madison looked between the two of them, the family who raised her, and the truth of the one she never known. So what now? She asked quietly. Reed's answer was simple, heartfelt. Now, we help you understand what you're truly capable of. The silence that followed was heavy, but not hopeless. It was the silence of a new beginning. Chapter 35, Reed's birthday. Time skip, Madison's lab, 10 days before Reed's birthday. Madison was working away in her lab, after again, asking Susan to distract Reed from coming into her lab. Okay, I've done the feet, the body, the arms. All I need to do now is the head and a voice. Madison mutters to herself as she looks at Reed's blueprint of HERBIE. Madison looks at the robot before she breathes in and out, and she starts to build the head, alongside the voice. Over several hours, Madison finally finished, but she looks away for 1 minute. Input, HERBIE said in his robot voice, which startles Madison, and she looks at him with a shocked look on her face. HERBIE's eyes blinked to life, glowing bright blue as the head swiveled, scanning the room with innocent curiosity. Input, HERBIE repeated, his tone eager, almost childlike. Data required, what is input? Madison blinked, stunned, then a slow, incredulous smile formed on her face. You've got to be kidding me, she whispered, stepping closer. HERBIE tilted his head at her. Kidding, define kidding. Madison let out a startled laugh, pressing her hand to her chest. Okay, wow, you actually work, you're talking. I am talking, HERBIE confirmed proudly, straightening with a metallic whir. Talking requires voice module functional. Thank you, creator. Madison raised an eyebrow, both amused and touched. Creator, huh? That's new. Reed's never called me that. The robot's head tilted again, optical sensors focusing on her face. Reed, is this an input? Oh boy, Madison muttered under her breath, half laughing, half panicking. You're gonna fit right in here. She crossed her arms, studying him with a mixture of awe and affection. Okay, HERBIE, rule number 1, don't mention yourself to Reed. You're a birthday surprise. HERBIE paused, processing. Rule registered, secret mission. Accepted. Madison grinned, unable to stop herself. Secret mission, huh? I like the sound of that. The robot's head jerked excitedly. Mission, purpose, input more missions, creator. Madison laughed out loud this time. I think I've just created a metal version of my boyfriend, Johnny Storm. Johnny Storm, new input detected, HERBIE said brightly. Is he, like me? Madison smirked. Oh, you'll meet him soon enough, and trust me, you'll get along way too well. She turned back to her workbench, still smiling to herself as HERBIE continued to look around the lab with childlike wonder, occasionally repeating new words he discovered from her scattered notes. Time skip, Reed's birthday. The Baxter building hummed softly with the sound of life, faint laughter, the clinking of dishes, and the distant whir of Madison's lab door sealed tightly shut. In the main room, streamers of blue and silver across the walls, courtesy of Susan and reluctantly, Johnny. Ben stood beside the cake like a bouncer guarding treasure, his rocky arms crossed. Okay, tell me again, Johnny said, circling the table with his hands full of confetti poppers. How old is the genius turning today? Reed snorted. Old enough to know better, young enough to blow himself up with one of his experiments. Reed, standing by the counter with a mildly amused smile, shook his head. You know, I could have gone my entire birthday without being roasted by you two. Please, Johnny grinned. You'd just stretch away from embarrassment anyway. Susan rolled her eyes where she was lighting candles. Johnny, behave. It's his birthday, not yours. Yeah, but I look better in party hats, Johnny said, placing his crookedly on his head with a flourish. Susan gave him that older sister glare that could silence thunder. Don't test me, flame boy. Madison finally walked in, wiping her hands on her lab coat, her hair slightly messy and a smudge of grease still streaking her cheek. Sorry I'm late. I was, finishing something up. Reed turned towards her instantly, smiling softly. You've been in that lab every day for a week. I was starting to think you were avoiding my birthday. Madison smirked. Avoid you, never, just perfecting something. Something or someone, Johnny teased, leaning on the counter. You've been way too secretive lately. Wouldn't you like to know? Madison shot back, smirking playfully as she plucked a piece out of confetti out of Johnny's hair. Ben grinned, rumbling with amusement. You two flirt more than Reed talks about quantum fields. Reed raised a brow. That's statistically impossible. Everyone laughed, and Susan clapped her hands. Okay, before Madison disappears again, let's do gifts first. Johnny jumps up. Finally. Gift 1, Johnny's. Johnny dramatically presents his box, wrapped in flames-patterned paper. Happy birthday, Stretch, he said with a grin. I thought long and hard about this one. Reed opens it cautiously. Inside was a small handheld mirror engraved with, for the smartest man alive, check daily for confirmation. Reed blinked. A mirror. Johnny grinned. So you can finally see how smug you look every time you say, actually. Madison snorted. Ben burst out laughing. Even Susan cracked a grin. Gift 2, Susan's. Susan's was next. A sleek new lab coat, subtly reinforced with heat-resistant lining and nanotech thread embroidery spelling RR on the collar. I know you burn through them faster than Johnny burns through girlfriends, she teased gently. Madison lets out a little ha as she tries to stop herself from laughing. Johnny looks at Susan in offense. Hey. Reed ran his fingers along the fabric, smiling warmly. Sue, this is incredible, thank you. Madison quietly checks her machine that tells her that HERBIE is ready to be shown. And she sees the red light, which means he's not ready as he's downloading data from different movies and TV shows and books. Gift 3, Ben's. Ben handed over a large, oddly shaped box. It ain't fancy, but it's practical. Inside, Reed found a new set of reinforced gloves, designed with the thing's rocky pattern, but flexible enough for Reed's elastic hands. Reed's voice softened. Ben, you made these yourself. Yeah, Ben shrugged awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Figured it'd help you stop scorking your fingers with all that lab stuff. Reed smiled, genuinely touched. This is perfect, thank you. Madison's machine beeped signaling her that HERBIE is ready, and she teases as everyone looks at her, and she does an awkward smile. Well, looks like it's showtime, Madison said, clasping her hands. Johnny leaned in, whispering dramatically. She's got that mad scientist look again. Shut it, hothead, Madison shot back, though her grin betrayed her excitement. Everyone, stay right here. She darted out of the room, and the team exchanged glances. Reed folding his arms, amused. Do I even want to know what she's doing? Susan smiled knowingly. Knowing her, probably something that'll talk back to you. Moments later, the doors hissed open again. Madison walked in, this time followed by a small, rolling robot. It whirred cheerfully. Its blue eyes glowing at it scanned the room before looking back at the team. HELLOO humans, he exclaimed in a cheerful, metallic voice. HERBIE reporting for duty. Happy birthday, Mr. Stretchy Scientist Man. Reed blinked. I what? HERBIE rolled up to him, extending a small arm with dramatic flair. Designation, Reed Richards. Status, birthday boy. Status, confused. Status, adorable. Johnny lost it. Oh my God, he's like me in robot form. Exactly, Madison said proudly. Everyone, meet HERBIE built from your original blueprints, Reedster. I just, gave him a little personality. Puffed up proudly. I am fully alive. I read 500 books, watched 87 movies, and learned 23 dance moves. Want to see the moonwalk? Before anyone could answer, he started doing a jerky version of Michael Jackson's moonwalk across the floor. Johnny was doubled over laughing. I love this guy. Ben chuckled. Finally, someone around here who's weirder than you. Susan covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Madison, he's incredible. Reed crouched down, speechless. You finished my concept. You brought him to life. Madison smiled softly. I thought it'd be a good way to say thank you for everything you've done for me. HERBIE beeped, then leaned toward Reed. You are my hero, second only to creator Madison Hunter, of course. No offense, she built me. That's love. Reed smiled and touched. He's perfect. Perfect, Herbie gasped, placing a hand on his chest plate. I have achieved validation. I am alive. I am beautiful. Johnny clapped. 10 out of 10. You're my new best friend. Herbie spun around to face him. Johnny Storm, you are fireman. Your combustion ratio fascinates me. Also, your hair is fabulous. Johnny grinned smugly. Told ya. Susan groaned. Great, now we have 2 of them. Madison crossed her arms, smirking. Don't worry, I installed a mute button. Herbie gasped. Betrayal. Everyone laughed, even Reed, a rare, genuine laugh that filled the room. For once, the lab, the chaos, the science, all of it melted away, leaving only warmth, laughter, and a family not by blood, but by brilliance and love. Herbie looked at them all, eyes glowing brighter. This is nice, he said softly. Humans laughing, family unit, I like this emotion. Madison smiled. Welcome to the team, Herbie. Team Fantastic, he declared proudly, throwing his arms up like a victory pose. Input complete, I am officially alive. Chapter 36, A Date Worth Burning For. Time skip, Reed's lab. Johnny hesitates outside of Reed's lab as he notices Reed working. After a few minutes, he slowly knocks on. Reed looks over as Johnny walks. Are you okay? Johnny breathes in and out. I need you to do me a favor. Reed looks at him confused. What do you mean? Johnny comes closer. I need you to distract Madison. Reed paused. Distract her? Why? Did you break something? Did you break her something? Johnny, did you set something on fire again? No, Johnny snapped, then he winced. Okay, maybe a little yesterday, but that's not the point. Reed folded his arms. So, what is the point? Johnny hesitated again, then he let it out in a nervous rush. I want to do something for here, in the apartment, tonight. Reed blinked at him. Define something. A date, Johnny whispered like it was a state secret, then he exhaled shakily. Our first one, and I want to cook for her, like actually cook, not burn, like real cooking with seasoning and a pan. Reed looks at him as if Johnny had just told him he wanted to build a rocket ship with no supervision. You, cook. Johnny glared. Yes, me, I can do it. I watch like 5 videos. 5 short videos. Maybe 4.5, Johnny muttered. Reed stared a moment longer, then softened. Johnny, you're serious. Johnny swallowed. Yeah, I am. I want it to be special. She's been working nonstop. She deserves something nice. And, he rubbed the back of his neck, cheeks warming. I want to show her I'm not just the guy who sets things on fire. Reed's expression warmed immediately. All right, what do you need me to do? Johnny looked up, hopeful. Just keep her out of the apartment for like 2 hours, maybe 3. I want everything to be perfect before she gets back. Reed nodded slowly. I can do that, but Johnny. Johnny tensed. Yeah. Reed smiled. She's going to love it. And instantly, Johnny, EXE has stopped working. His eyes went wide, his breath caught, and suddenly he was packing the lab like a man whose entire personality was on fire. Okay, but what if she doesn't? What if she hates surprises? What if she hates cooking? What if she hates me cooking? What if she walks in and thinks I'm trying too hard? Or not hard enough? What if she sees the candles and thinks I'm proposing? Not that I won't do that yet. Oh my God, Reed, you have to keep her away from the building entirely, like far away, like another borough, maybe another state. Johnny. And you can't let her get suspicious. If she gets suspicious, she'll use her powers and sense something, and then she'll, oh God. Johnny. And maybe I shouldn't cook at all. Maybe we should order pizza. Maybe she loves pizza. Maybe she hates pizza. Oh no, does she secretly hate pizza? Reed, what do I do? Johnny, Reed finally shouted over him. Johnny froze mid-panic, hands half raised like he'd been arrested. Reed pinched the bridge of his noise. Just tell me where you want me to take her. Johnny blinked rapidly. Reed waited. Johnny inhaled sharply, panicked, overwhelmed, and blurted out the first thing that crashed through his brain. Take her ice skating. Reed stared. Ice skating. Johnny nodded aggressively. Yes, that. She likes winter-wise sparkly, cold things, I hope. Oh God, Reed, please tell me she likes ice skating. Reed sighed, but in a fond big brother who's used to this kind of way. I'll take her ice skating. Johnny deflated with relief, hands dropping. For the first time since entering the lab, he actually breathed. Good, he muttered, shoulders loosening. Good, okay, perfect, ice skating. Yeah, that's good. Reed smiled again, soft and steady. She's going to love this, Johnny, really. Johnny's smile returned bright, nervous, and full of hope. I really hope so. Time skip. Reed starts the mission. Reed left the lab with a determined little nod, like he'd just accepted a classified assignment from Frankie. He found Madison in the common area, tinkering with a half-finished gadget and humming under breath. Reed cleared his throat. Madison. She looked up. Yeah, what's up? Would you like to accompany me somewhere? Madison stared at him for a moment before her tone changes to a teasing tone. Reed, that sounds like you're asking your sister on a date. Reed turned pale. No, definitely not. Absolutely not. Extremely 0%. I just, require your assistance. Madison holds back at laugh. With what? Reed hesitated, mentally flipping through then lies before choosing the safest. I need your expertise on atmospheric temperature variance and how movement affects, skating, ice skating. Madison squinted. Skating affects temperature. It does for science reasons. Reed said too quickly. Madison stared again. Reed panicked. Please come with me. Madison sighed, put her tools down, and stood. Okay, but if you're dragging me into another one of your accidental wormholes, I swear to God. Time skip. Madison gets suspicious. As they walked toward the elevator, Madison frowned. Where's Johnny? Reed pressed the elevator button like it was a bomb he had to defuse. Home. At this time of day, Madison raised a brow. He never goes home early, ever. He hates being bored. Johnny is attempting something new, Reed said stiffly. Madison gasped. Is he trying yoga again? Because like time, he set the mat on fire and blamed the mat. No, not yoga. A new prank. No. A new haircut. God, I hope not, Reed muttered. Madison rolled her eyes but let it go. Mostly. Time skip. Johnny begins cooking chaos. Back at the apartment, Johnny stood in the kitchen surrounded by every pot and pan they owned. He clapped his hands together. All right, Storm, you got this. 2 hours, maybe 3. How hard can cooking be? The universe answered immediately. The first pan smoked. The second screamed. The third he dropped onto the floor. Johnny panicked. This is fine. This is totally fine. He grabbed the recipe he had printed. He stared at it. It might as well have been writ in ancient Roman. Okay, he muttered. Step 1, preheat the oven. Easy, simple, beginner-friendly. He turned the dial. The oven ignited in blue flame and Johnny yelped, fanning it with a towel. No, bad oven, no flame. I'm the flame. He slapped the oven door shut. Time skip at the ice rink. Reed and Madison walked into the indoor rink, the cold air hitting them immediately. Madison used her powers to heat herself up slightly. Okay, Reed, what exactly are we doing here? Reed adjusted his scarf nervously. Observing, motion, and physics and fun. Madison narrowed her eyes at him. You're acting weird. Reed stiffened. Me, I'm always weird. Fair point. Reed guided her toward the skate rental counter, all the while checking his watch like he was waiting for a NASA launch. Madison tilted her head. Is there some kind of experiment going on at home? Did something explode? Is Ben okay? Is Sue pregnant? No pregnancies, no explosions, Reed said, horrified then softens. Everything is very controlled. Which means something is definitely out of control, Madison muttered. Time skip on the ice. 10 minutes later, Madison was gliding smoothly across the ice, as she'd done this 1,000,000 of times to calm her nerves, while Reed clung to the railing like gravity had personally betrayed him. "Reed, let go," Madison laughed. "It's not that bad." "It is that bad," Reed shouted back. "The ground is moving. It's frozen water. That makes it worse." She skates back toward him, helping pry his fingers off the rail. "You're such a drama queen, maybe worse than Johnny." "I am a scientist," Reed corrected nervously. "Drama is beneath me." Reed nearly fell, but Madison stops it as she holds his hand and helps him start skating. The next minute, as Madison lets go, Reed slipped and fell, accidentally knocking Madison off her feet with his hand. Madison looked at him. 1, are you okay? 2, what is going on? Reed looks at her. Johnny wants to surprise you." Madison blinked. "What?" "He's planning something at home for your date. He wanted to be perfect." Madison stared frozen, not from the ice, before her expression softened completely. "Oh," she whispered. Reed nodded. "So please, will you help me stall for another hour? Maybe 2. He's trying very hard." Madison smiled gently, warmth blooming in her eyes. "I can do that." The next moment, she managed to stand and helps Reed up and held his hand again as they both skated. Time skip, chaos level, Johnny. Johnny was in the kitchen, surrounded by mayhem. The oven hissed. A pot rattled like it wanted to escape. A wooden spoon had somehow caught fire. Johnny yelped and plunged the spoon into the sink. "Stop burning. Stop BTRYNG me." He grabbed another pan, shaky, wide-eyed, when a voice at the doorway said gently, "Johnny." He jumped so violently, he almost flamed on. "Susan, oh thank God you're here. I mean, no, you're supposed to be GOIN. Why are you here? Emergency. Did Madison find out?" Susan slowly stepped inside, hands up in a calming motion. "No emergency, Reed texted me." Johnny blinked. "Reed texted you?" Susan nodded. He said, quote, "Johnny is attempting to cook, highly volatile situation, advise intervention." Johnny groaned, hands covering his face. "Oh my God, I'm never gonna pull this off." Susan walked over, pried his hands gently from his face, and handed him a clean towel. "Johnny, breathe." Johnny obeyed or tried to. He inhaled sharply, choked, coughed, and wheezed out, "I can't do this, Sue." Susan smoothed her hand over his shoulder. "Yes, you can. You just need someone to show you what to do. And luckily," she rolled up her sleeves, "you have me." Johnny stared at her like she was a literal miracle. "Sue, you'd help me." Susan scoffed, grabbing the recipe he printed. "Of course, you're trying to make Madison happy. I'd help you wrestle a bear if that's what it took." Johnny blinked, touched. "That's actually really sweet." Susan waved a hand. "Don't get used to it. Now, first step, clean the disaster zone." Johnny's panic rose again. "But there's no time." Susan shot him a look. Johnny immediately closed his mouth and started cleaning. Time skip. Susan teaches Johnny to cook. 10 minutes later, the kitchen looked less like a crime scene and more like a kitchen again. Susan stood behind Johnny, adjusting the heat on the stove. "Okay, lesson 1, fire is not the solution to everything." Johnny frowned. "It is for most things." "Not cooking," Susan said firmly, confiscating the lighter he definitely didn't need. She guided his hands to chop vegetables. "Slow, Johnny. You're not in a race." "I feel like I am. Madison's gonna be home in." "Reed has her," Susan cut in. "She'll come back when the timing is right, trust us." Johnny swallowed, nodding slowly. "Okay." Susan nudged him gently. "Good, now stir." Johnny stirred. Everything went fine for approximately 3 seconds. Then the spoon hooked on the bottom of the pan, splashing sauce everywhere. Johnny yelped, "I'm a failure." Susan grabbed his wrist. "You are not a failure, you are learning." He looked at her with wide, frantic eyes. "But what if she hates it? What if I ruin everything? What if—" Susan put both hands on his cheeks and forced him to look at her. "Johnny Storm, Madison loves you." Johnny went pink. She does. Susan snorted. Please, the way she looks at you. You light her way, literally. Johnny blinked, then slowly, a smile. Really? Susan squeezed his shoulders. Really? Now focus, hothead. Let's make this dinner. After a while, Susan coached him through every step, and Johnny actually started relaxing. Hey, this looks good, he said softly. Susan smiled. See, you did this. Johnny shrugged shyly. We did this. No, Susan said, poking his forehead. You did. Johnny's chest swelled a little. I can't believe it. You should, Susan said warmly. Madison's going to walk through that door and melt. Johnny blushed hard. Sue. Time skip, setting up the apartment. With dinner in final simmering stage, Susan clapped her hands together. All right, Chef Hothead, time for phase 2. Johnny blinked. Phase 2. Susan gave him a knowing smile, setting the mood. Johnny froze, turning bright red. WH mood. WH Sue, I'm already freaking out. She grabbed his shoulders, shaking him lightly. Johnny, breathe. Johnny breathes in and out. Susan guided him through the apartment, pointing as she spoke. Candles, the ones that don't explode. Dim lights. Music, something soft, not Fireball or that playlist you made called Johnny is Hot. Johnny flinched. You saw that. I wish I hadn't. Susan gave him a good-natured shove. Go light the candles, carefully, and for the love of God, do not use your flame. Johnny saluted with seriousness he absolutely did not deserve. Ma'am, yes ma'am. For over 20 minutes of chaos, everything was ready. Time skip, Madison approaches the apartment. Madison walked down the hallway with Reed, her heart racing in her chest. She could already feel Johnny's aura, warm, bright, buzzing with excitement and nerves. She stopped outside the door. Reed put a hand on her shoulder. Ready. Madison inhaled deeply. Yeah. Reed opened the door for her and immediately excused himself. Have a good night. Please don't let Johnny burn anything. He vanished down the hall. Madison stepped inside. Time skip, Madison walks in. Johnny stood in the middle of the room, hands clasped. Hair perfect, eyes wide and hopeful like a puppy who practiced waiting all day. When Madison entered, he froze, she froze. Madison's eyes took in everything. The candles, the soft yellow lighting, the vase of flowers, the smell of real, delicious food, and Johnny Storm looking like he'd been sweating bullets but trying so hard to seem calm. Madison's voice was soft, stunned. Johnny, you did all this. Johnny panicked immediately. Oh God, do you hate it? Is it too much, too little? Should I add more candles? Fewer candles? Are the flowers wrong? Is the sauce burning? Shit, Susan. I mean, not Susan, everything's fine. Madison stepped forward quickly, cupping his cheeks gently. Johnny, breathe. Johnny inhaled sharply, a wheezy, panicked sound, and Madison laughed softly before pulling him into a hug. Her voice was warm against his shoulder. I love it. Johnny froze. You do. Madison leaned back enough to meet his eyes, smiling softly. I love you trying to do this, for me. Johnny blinked rapidly. You love me trying, or you love. Madison pressed a finger to his lips. One thing at a time, hot shot. Johnny flushed bright red, but he grinned. Time skip, Johnny's surprise dinner. Johnny led her to the table shyly. I cooked, he whispered. Actually cooked. Susan helped so I didn't create a fireball or 5. Madison laughed. I'm proud of you. Johnny rubbed the back of his neck, sheepish. I just wanted tonight to be good. Madison reached for his hand. It is. Johnny swallowed, his heart doing cartwheels. Okay, he whispered, smiling softly. Then, let's eat, before something explodes. Madison laughed. Absolutely. They sat, candle flickering, music playing softly, both of them smiling more than they had in ages. Johnny stared at Madison as she talks with love in his eyes, then he hesitates before grabbing her hand. Madison stops talking as she looks at him. Johnny smiled. I love you. Madison blushed before she smiled back. I love you too, hotshot. Chapter 37, Aunt Aurora. Time skip, balcony. Madison was outside, taking in the scenery. Her mind completely blank. She could see Johnny flying past, and she rolls her eyes playfully and shaking her head before noticing the weather slowly changing from sunny to raining. Madison looks at her hands, but notices her powers wasn't starting it, and she looks at the sky again. What the hell? She could see a figure closer. Her silver hair flowed like moonlight, and her eyes glowed with a soft blue-white glow of a brewing storm. She looks confused at first before her breath was caught. It was her Aunt Aurora. Madison blinked to see if it was a trick before she notices Aurora is still in front of her. Auntie, Madison whispers, which causes Aurora to do a little smile. The wind around her rippled like it recognized its queen. Aurora lifted a hand, 2 fingers tapping the side of her temple to signal that she's saying, I see you, little one. Then she winked. Before Madison could take another step, the clouds above rumbled, lightning cracked across the sky like a parting curtain, and Aurora dissolved into a swirl of wind and mist. Gone. Madison stood there with her heart pounding. She grabbed the balcony railing more tightly, whispering, Okay, no way that just happened. Lightning flashed again, and then a voice yelled out, Madison. Madison jumped so hard, she nearly tripped over her own feet. Johnny burst onto the balcony doors, drowning wet. Madison, Madison, Madison. He stopped in front of her. What the actual hell was that? The weather went from sunny to raining for 10 seconds. Madison turned, rain dampening her hair, her face pale but stunned. It wasn't me. Johnny opened his mouth to argue, because of course he did, but then he saw her expression. Really saw it. The confusion, the awe, the disbelief, and the fact that her hands wasn't glowing. Johnny slowly lowered his hands, flames flickering out. Oh, his stare softened. You really didn't do it. Madison turned back toward the sky, a small, shaky exhale escaping her. No, she whispered, and you're never gonna believe who did. Madison thinks for a moment and decided that her powers must have created a clone of her to talk to her. Chapter 38, Nightmares. Time skip, night. Madison walks over to her bed, and she hears footsteps. She looks up and she sees Johnny walk in. Shouldn't you be in your room? Madison asks as she grabs the cover to get into her bed. What? I can't cuddle with my favorite girl, Johnny says as he walks over to her bed. She chuckled softly as she gets into bed alongside Johnny, and she cuddles up to him. She breathes out softly as she drifts off to sleep. The nightmare. Sleep came quickly, peace did not. The world around Madison darkened, the moonlight twisting into shadow as the floor beneath her dissolved. Madison looks around at the emptiness before hearing a helmet open, and she looks over to a corpse and her eyes widen. Holy shit, Madison whispered before she sees a woman walk out of the helmet. A Wolverine. I wondered when I'd get one of you. You're one of Xavier's. A woman said as she walks over to 2 figures behind Madison, which made Madison turn around as she feels a strange connection to one of them. Uncle Logan, Madison whispers to herself as she looks at one of Guy in yellow. You know him. You know Chuck, a guy in red asks as she looks at the woman. Oh, I knew him. We shared a womb, the woman said as she stopped walking. Tried to strangle the sly little fellow with my umbilical cord. Amen, I've never loved roommates, mine's blind, the guy in red said before finishing with, except she can see cocaine, for some reason. The guy in red looks over to Wolverine. You want to chime in, Your Majesty? I'm dying here. Who are you? Wolverine asks as he looks at the woman. Charles Xavier's twin, Cassandra Nova, Cassandra said as she smirks. You two are cute. I have a good feeling about this. Madison slowly gets a bad feeling, but she stays where she is. And I've been trying to catch this little firefly for years, Cassandra said as she lets the guy in red and Wolverine go before pointing to Johnny, which Madison follows the point at, and she sees him. Johnny, Madison whispers as her tone of voice slowly changes to worried and scared. Haven't I, Johnny? Cassandra asks as she walks over to him. Oh, you picked the wrong time to make new friends. Oh, Johnny told us all about you. The guy in red speaks up. Maybe shut up now, Wolverine told him. Yeah, maybe don't, Johnny tells him as well. Madison watches as everyone is talking over each other, and she sees Cassandra telekinetically pull all of the skin off of Johnny's body. No, Madison screams as she watches the bones of Johnny fall to the floor. Time skip, reality. Madison's body jerked in bed. Power exploded from her palms, and her Johnny, who had been sleeping peacefully next to her, was suddenly catapulted off the mattress like a human projectile. He slammed into the floor with an undignified yelp. Blankets tangled around him like he'd lost a fight with a laundry basket. Johnny! Madison yelled as she bolted up as she woke up, gasping, her hands glowing with dying sparks of Phoenix energy. He groaned somewhere near the foot of the bed, pushing himself upright with a look of someone who had just reconsidered all of his life choices. Okay, he said, wincing. Remind me never to cuddle you after a horror movie marathon. Madison notices Johnny on the floor as her eyes teared up from the nightmare, which he noticed. Johnny crawled toward her, blanket trailing behind him like a defeated cape. Hey, babe, his voice softened, threaded with concern. What happened? Madison couldn't answer, words stuck behind fear, but she looked at him like he had died in her arms. Johnny froze, his bravado broke. He reached up and cupped her face carefully, as if she was made of glass and wildfire at once. Madison, I'm right here, Johnny said softly as he rubs her cheek. Madison's lip trembled, and then she finally breathed. Cassandra, she killed you, Madison whispered. Johnny blinked. Wait, me, why does everyone want to kill me? Is it my face? It's my face, isn't it? Despite everything, a tiny broken chuckle escaped her. Johnny smiled, relieved. There it is, my girl. He climbed back onto bed, pulling her against him slowly this time. I'm not going anywhere, Johnny reassures her. Madison nods as she rests her head on his chest, but doesn't fall asleep. Chapter 39, Proposal Plans. Time skip, next couple of months. Johnny paces in his room as he thought to himself, knowing that Madison's still having the nightmares but wants to do something for her. Okay, I need to book a flight as I know Reed won't allow me to use the jet, Johnny mutters to himself. Something about responsibility and non-mission approved frivolous combustion holidays, whatever Star Trek nonsense he said. He grabbed his phone and tapped the phone screen once. Nothing happened, so he tapped again, harder. Why is this so complicated? Johnny groaned. All I want is to fly my girlfriend to Italy, propose, eat pizza that will ruin every future pizza, and convince her I'm not going to die anytime soon. Is that too much to ask? As though summoned by the universe, or more likely, by Johnny's theatrical whining. Reed poked his head in through the door, eyebrows raised like judgmental parent. What are you doing? Reed asked. Johnny froze mid-pace, mid-gesture and mid-life crisis. Nothing, he lied too quickly. Why? Reed stepped fully inside, crossing his arms. You're talking to your phone like it insulted your intelligence. It did, Johnny shot back. It's mocking me, silently, like you do. Reed sighed. If you're trying to book a trip, the Baxter jet is not an option. We've discussed this. A personal vacation is not. Mission approved, Johnny finished in a perfect Reed impression voice. Yes, I remember, Captain Buzzkill, but this isn't just a vacation, it's important. Reed's eyes softened a fraction. Is this about Madison? Johnny's shoulders dropped. Look, man, Johnny muttered, rubbing his arm awkwardly. She still wakes up shaking sometimes. She still looks at me like she's waiting for some cosmic punchline. I want her to see the future, our future. I want her to picture something other than losing me. Reed blinked, momentarily stunned that Johnny's storm human torch, chaos incarnate, was being sincere. And Italy is the answer? Reed asked cautiously. Johnny grinned, confidence returning like the flip of a switch. Dude, it's Italy. Romance is basically in the air there. If love had a smell, it'd be Italian pizza. Reed pressed his hand to his face. Please tell me you have an actual proposal plan. Johnny lifted a small velvet box from his nightstand, flipping it open. The ring sparkled warm, golden, almost firelit, just like Madison. Reed stared. Oh, he whispered, voice cracking with something dangerously close to emotion. Johnny, that's... Johnny snapped the box shut. Yeah, don't get all sentimental on me. I have a reputation. Reed cleared his throat. Then book your flight and don't explode. No promises. Johnny finally tapped the screen just right, and the phone unlocked. He stared at it like he'd defeated a final boss. Ha! Who's laughing now?
Chapter 40, A Lifetime, Not a Moment. Time skip, living room. Johnny walks into the living room, and he sees Susan drinking tea while on her work pad, and Ben just walked in from the home gym he built a year ago as he's been working out. He hesitates before walking over to them. Can I speak to you? Johnny asks as he looks at Susan and Ben. Oh, normally that means you burned something, Ben says as he puts a towel around his neck. Susan looks at Ben for a moment before looking at Johnny. Johnny, she said carefully, what's wrong? Johnny swallowed hard. For once in his life, he looked nervous, and that alone made Ben straighten. He tugged at the collar of his shirt, packing a few steps before forcing himself still. Nothing's wrong, not wrong, just big, huge, like Reed-level big. Actually, bigger than Reed-level bug, which I feel like should be impossible, but here we are. Ben blinked. If this is about Reed trying to patent that toaster again. It's not about a toaster, Johnny snapped, then immediately regrets it. Sorry, I'm trying not to combust. Susan folded her arms. Then talk, you're making me nervous. Johnny took a deep breath. I'm going to propose to Madison. Silence. Ben's towel fell to the floor. Susan's teacup froze halfway to her lips. What? Susan asked. Johnny swallowed again, aware of how dry his throat was. Yeah, Reed already knows, he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. He caught me having a meltdown trying to unlock my phone, thought I was planning to steal the Baxter jet again. His lips twitched at the memory. I wasn't, not this time. I was trying to book flights for the proposal. Susan looked surprised. Reed knows. Johnny nodded calmer. He walked in right as I was debating if proposing in Italy was romantic or cliché. He didn't laugh, didn't roll his eyes. He just listened, and when I showed him the ring, he didn't say anything stupid. He actually looked proud. His voice softened, but this isn't about impressing her, or fireworks, or the fact that we look good together in literally every lighting known to mankind. He huffed a laugh, then met their eyes. It's because she deserves something real, something permanent. I'm not letting her go through another night thinking I'm a moment she's going to lose or die. Susan and Ben looked at him as Johnny rubs the back of his neck again. I want a future with her, Johnny whispered. Not just moments, a lifetime. Ben stared. Susan blinked once, then again, hands trembling around her cup before she set it down, carefully, gently, like she might drop something else instead. There were 1,000 possible reactions, but they chose the simplest one. They believed him. I wanted to tell you both, mainly you, Susan, because I know you'd panic if you didn't know where Madison is, Johnny admitted. Susan looks at him before she smiled. I'm glad you told me, and you're right, I would have panicked especially if Reed knew and I didn't.
Chapter 40, One Packing for Forever. Time skip Madison's room. Johnny breathes in and out to calm his nerves before knocking on Madison's door. Come in, Madison calls out as she's working on a small project. Johnny pushed open the door and he sees Madison working on a project, but the way she looks that made him stopped. Her short, wavy brown hair, her clothes. Madison glanced over her shoulder. Hey, hotshot, what's up? You look like someone stole your surfboard. Johnny cleared his throat. No, I'm fine, totally fine. Why would I not be fine? Madison raised a brow. You just said fine more times than Ben does when he pretends he's not emotional. Reed would have loved that comeback, Johnny thought to himself, and the glasses caught the faint spark of amusement in his eyes. He mentally cursed Reed again for inventing eyewear that recorded his face too, not just what he looked at. Johnny gestured toward her dresser. So, I need you to pack some stuff. Madison blinked. Pack. He nodded too enthusiastically. Yeah, for Italy. Her eyebrows shot up. Italy? As in Italy, Italy. Land of pasta, gondolas, and architecture older than Ben's grumpiness. Yes, that one, Johnny said too quickly and a little too loudly. Smooth, storm, very subtle. Johnny thought to himself again as he realized how quickly he did that. The glasses beeped quietly. He hoped Madison hadn't noticed. She didn't, thankfully. She was staring at him with suspicion now. Are we running from something? Madison asked carefully, standing up and brushing glitter gently off her jeans. Because last time you said, let's take a spontaneous trip. We ended up in Latveria with a killer robot and Susan threatening to duct tape your mouth. Johnny flinched at the memory. Okay, 1, not my fault. 2, this is different. This is a surprise. Madison tilted her head. What kind of surprise? Johnny's heart skipped a beat as his brain malfunctioning. Proposal, proposal, proposal. Out loud, however, he said, the fun kind. Madison narrowed her eyes. That's suspiciously vague. On a scale of 1 to Reed accidentally opened a portal again. How worried should I be? He grinned, trying to mask the panic. Pack clothes, stuff you like, maybe something fancy. Fancy, she repeated, crossing her arms. Just in case. In case of what? In case, Italy, Johnny blurted, shrugging. Madison snorted. That's not even an answer. But she laughed, full bright, and completely worth every nerve currently unraveling him. Johnny's glasses flickered again, capturing the moment, the laugh, the way Madison lit up without knowing why. Susan, Ben, and Reed are so gonna love this, he thought. They wanted her reaction from the start. Madison moved to her closet, opening the doors. Okay, fine, but if we end up fighting some ancient Italian monster thing and I don't have the right shoes, I'm blaming you. Johnny managed to stop himself from smiling. Deal. He leaned against the wall, pretending to be relaxed, secretly recording every second, every look, every oblivious moment before his life changed forever. She pulled out a dress soft, flowing midnight blue, the dress she wore on their second date. Johnny stops breathing for a second before letting out a breath. She glanced at him, confused. Too much. No, he whispered. Perfect. Madison paused. Something flickered behind her eyes like she sensed something big was shifting beneath the surface, but she didn't press. Instead, she shrugged and tossed the dress into her suitcase. Johnny's heart almost combusted as Reed's glasses captured it all. The girl he loved, packing for a trip, having no idea she'd soon be saying yes. Johnny cleared his throat again. Flight's in a few hours. I'll be downstairs. Madison looked at him and nods. On it, Captain Hothead. He turned toward the door, hand trembling just slightly, and whispered once he was out of view. This is it. The glass's tiny recording light blinked, quiet, invisible, and enteral. The moment that Johnny Storm would ask Madison Hunter to marry him, and he'd have every second of her reaction saved forever. Chapter 42. Here we are, Italy. Time skip, the airport. Johnny feels excited as he walks over to the gate. Madison rolled her suitcase beside him, eyeing him as if she were waiting for him spontaneously combust, metaphorically or literally. You're vibrating, she observed dryly. I'm excited, Johnny replied, to travel like normal people. You, normal, Madison said with a snort. That'll be the day. Johnny shot her a wounded look. The glasses Reed gave him caught every twitch of her smile. He gestured toward the counter. First class. Madison blinked. First class. Johnny shrugged like it was nothing, like his heart wasn't currently auditioning to be a drummer in a rock band. I figured, comfort, legroom, champagne, fancy cheese, fancy bread, fancy air. Madison raised a brow. Johnny, what did you do? Nothing, Johnny yelled too quickly, then cleared his throat. Nothing illegal or ethically questionable. Madison just stared at him, and Johnny starts to sweat from nerves. The glasses recorded the moment in stunning HD. Time skip boarding the plane. Johnny practically skipped down the jet bridge, while Madison walked at a normal, sane pace. "You're acting like a golden retriever who just discovered snow," she muttered, but there was a smile tugging at her lips. Johnny threw his arms wide as they reached their seats, which looked like tiny hotels than chairs. "I present to you," he declared, "the peak of human luxury." Madison sat down, eyes widening as the chair reclined itself like it had telepathic consent. "Johnny," she whispered, "this seat is," massaging me. Johnny grinned smugly. "You're welcome." The glasses caught the exact moment Madison's expression softened, not mockery, not shocked, something warm. Johnny swallowed the lump in his throat. He reminded himself, not yet, not here. Italy, the moment has to be perfect. Time skip, Italy arrival. Sunlight spilled over cobblestones, warm and honey gold, like the entire country had been dipped in nostalgia. Madison stepped out of the airport and just stared. Her eyes widened like a child seeing magic for the first time. Johnny didn't breathe, he just stared at her. The glasses captured every second. "This is," Madison whispered, voice soft. "Johnny, this is beautiful." Johnny wasn't looking at the architecture. "It is," he agreed quietly. Madison didn't notice the way he said it. If she had, she might have realized he wasn't talking about Italy. Time skip, sightseeing. Trevi Fountain morning. Madison tossed a coin backward over her shoulder. Johnny leaned close. "Make a wish." "I already did," she murmured. The glasses timestamped the way Johnny froze. The Colosseum, afternoon. Madison laughed at one of Johnny's terrible jokes, head thrown back, sunlight hitting her hair just right, and Johnny's heart nearly malfunctioned. Piazza di Spagna, evening. Madison sat on the Spanish steps, sipping gelato. "Why do I feel like you're planning something?" she asked. Johnny inhaled sharply. "Me, plan. I can barely plan breakfast." Madison licked her spoon, still unconvinced, but her eyes softened. "But, whatever it is, I trust you." Johnny had to look away before he combusted for real. Nightfall, the proposal location. Somewhere scenic, somewhere private, and somewhere perfect. Johnny checked the ring box in his pocket for the 15th time. His hands trembled. The glasses were already recording, because tonight he wasn't just sightseeing, he was about to change his life and hers. Chapter 43, The Proposal. Time skip, the proposal. Location, a quiet balcony overlooking the Amalfi Coast. The sea stretched out beneath them like liquid starlight, waves whispering secrets as they kissed the rocks below. Lanterns hung from iron hooks, swaying gently in the breeze, casting golden halos over stone walls older than America itself. Madison rested her elbows on the balcony rail, staring out at the ocean. "This view is unreal," she murmured. Johnny wasn't looking at the view. He was looking at his reason for breathing. The glasses recorded the way the wind moved through his hair, how she tucked a loose strand behind her ear without thinking. It recorded his trembling hands and the way he swallowed like he'd forgotten how gravity worked. Madison glanced back at him. "You're awfully quiet, that's suspicious. Usually you're either talking, flirting, or catching fire." Johnny sucked in a breath, then releases it. "Madison." She turned to him, brows lifting. "Yes." The word was soft, carefree, completely unaware that her entire world was about to shift. Johnny stepped closer. His voice cracked, and he didn't even try to hide it. "You know," he began slowly, "people say there are these moments in life that changed everything. And most of the time, you don't see them coming. You don't realize how important they are until later." Madison's smile faltered, not with worry, but with attention. He continued, "But you were loud, you were chaos, you were impossible to ignore. The moment I met you, everything in my life went," he snapped his fingers, "off script, in the best way." Madison blinked, her throat visibly tightening. Johnny laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. "I thought I was fire. Turns out you were gasoline." Her jaw dropped. Johnny. I'm not done, he whispered, voice shaky. He reached into his pocket. Madison's breath hitched. The glasses zoomed in automatically, Reed's programming new drama when it saw it. Johnny didn't kneel yet. He held the small ring box in his palm like it was a living thing. You've seen every version of me: hotshot, idiot, hero, screw up, and you still stayed. You stay even when I give you every reason not to. And I don't know if I believe in destiny or date or whatever Reed calls probability calculations, but I believe in you. He dropped to one knee and Madison froze. The night held its breath. Johnny opened the box. Inside was a ring shaped like fire gold, twinning around a gemstone that glowed like embers, not bright but alive. Madison Hunter, Johnny said, voice breaking. You are the person who makes my world make sense. You challenge me, you terrify me, you ground me. And you make me want to be better without ever asking me to. He inhaled sharply. Will you marry me? Madison stared, not breathing, not blinking. Her hands rose slowly to her mouth as tears welled, not tragic tears, but shocked, overwhelmed. Someone just handed me the sun tears. You, she choked out. Johnny, you, oh my God. She laughed and cried at the same time. The noise half strangled joy, half disbelief. You're serious, she whispered, stepping closer. Johnny let out a breath that sounded like a prayer. Dead serious. Well, not dead, hopefully very alive. Madison gasped a watery laugh, then she launched herself at him. Not gracefully or romantically, just herself. He fell backward, laughing, arms wrapping around her instinctively. She kissed him fast, messy, desperate, and murmured against his lips. Yes. Johnny froze as he looks at her. Yes, he repeated, like his brain couldn't compute positive outcomes. Madison cupped his face, eyes shining. Yes, Johnny Storm, I will marry you. Johnny whooped, like actually whooped, and a burst of flame flickered harmlessly along his shoulders in sheer, unfiltered happiness. Madison laughed, pressing her forehead to his. Easy there, hotshot. Johnny grinned so wide that it looked illegal. I can't help it. I'm marrying you. He slid the ring onto her finger, hand shaking. The glasses recorded the exact moment Madison looked down at her hand, looked back at him and whispered in awestruck. It's perfect. Johnny kissed her again, slower. It is, he murmured. You are. Final shot through the glasses. Reed's recording captured. 1. The ring sparkling against moonlight. 2. Madison's tearful smile. 3. Johnny's flushed, ecstatic face. 4. 2 silhouettes wrapped around each other. 5. And Johnny whispering, I love you, Madison. Followed by her soft, certain reply, I love you too. Chapter 44, A Quiet Kind of Forever. Time skip, Baxter Building. Madison and Johnny arrived back home after spending a week at Italy. Johnny, I still can't believe you proposed. It feels unreal, Madison says as she looks at the ring. Johnny smiles. Well, you changed me, and I wanted to show it. Madison looks over to him. You still do by showing up for me when I'm sad, having a panic attack, and more. Johnny's arms wrapped around her without hesitation, pulling her fully against him. I'll always show up, he said into her hair, even on the days I mess up, especially on those. Madison smiled, tears slipping free now. I don't need perfect, she whispered, just you. Johnny pulled back just enough to look at her, brushing a tear away with his thumb. Good, he said softly, because you've got me for the rest of your life. She laughed through her tears and kissed him slow, certain and real. Time skip, next morning. After Madison got the rings insured, she sat at the table, tapping the back of the pen on the paper as she's thinking about the budget of the wedding and who's going to be on the guest list and where the venue is going to be. Madison sighs to herself as she puts down her pen and holds her head, struggling. Susan walks into living room and she sees Madison holding her head. Rosebud, are you okay? Susan asks as she walks over to her and sits down at the other side of the table. Madison moves her hand to look at Susan and shakes her head. No, I'm mostly struggling on a budget. I don't want to go over the top, but I feel like Johnny would want that. Susan looks at her for a moment, then to the papers of the numbers, the names, and the empty venue page. Talk me through it, she said calmly. Madison breathes in and out to calm her stress, as she's grateful for the invitation. I don't want a massive guest list, she continued, just family, close friends, people who actually know us. Her finger tapped the paper again. But then I think about venues, and suddenly everything doubles in price. And then catering goes up, and then... She stopped herself, letting out a frustrated breath. Susan nods slowly, absorbing it. And what do you want? She asked. Madison hesitated. I want something meaningful, not extravagant, somewhere that feels us, but I don't know how to balance that with what people expect, or what Johnny used to expect. Susan leaned back slightly, folding her hands together. Johnny isn't the same man he used to be, and I think you know that. Madison looks at her. He proposed because he loves you, Susan continued. Not because he wants a spectacle. The wedding doesn't have to be loud to be important. Madison nods slowly, absorbing every word. I know. I just don't want to mess this up. Susan reached across the table and rested her hand over Madison's. You won't. You're thinking about budgets, guest lists, and venues because you care. That already tells me you're doing it right. Madison gave a small, tired smile. Okay, Susan added, a hint of warmth in her voice now. Let's start simple. Budget first, then guest list, then venue. One thing at a time. Madison squeezed her hand gratefully. One thing at a time. Madison hesitated for a moment before she looked at Susan again. Subug, Madison slowly starts, and Susan looks at her as Madison continues. Would you like to be my bridemaid? Susan looks at her shocked at first, then she slowly smiles. Of course I will. Time skip, October 20th. After everything is set up, the venue, the guest list, and the budget, Madison was ready. Madison stands next to Susan and Alicia as they talk as they sit in their seats. Of course, the makeup artist asks for Madison first. Susan starts to put on some music as they start to get ready. Johnny in another room, talking to Reed, his best man, and Ben as they also start to get ready. Herbie chirps up in excitement as Reed puts on the suit on him. After a while, everyone besides Madison got into their positions. Reed stayed with Madison as Madison asked him to walk her down the aisle. Unbeknownst to Madison, Johnny had asked Reed to make a video call through the X-Men universe so that Scott could watch his daughter finally getting married. The music starts, and Madison breathes in and out, and she starts to walk. Johnny turns around and the world stops. Madison is walking down the aisle in white, but not blinding, overworked kind. The dress sits off her shoulders, soft and intentional, the fabric folding over itself like it was shaped by hands instead of seams. The bodice is smooth and structured, holding her with a quiet confidence that makes his chest tightened before his brain can catch up. The skirt moves like it has a heartbeat of its own. Satin gathers in her hands as she walks, blooming and collapsing in slow waves, rich and alive, like it doesn't want to leave her grip. It isn't delicate. It isn't fragile. It's commanding. Johnny forgets how to breathe, and for the first time in his life, Johnny doesn't have a joke. He can see blush pink with white peonies in her hands, and Madison smiles. After Reed lets go of Madison near the altar, Madison walks onto it and stood beside Johnny. The officiant starts the ceremony. Today, he began, we are here to celebrate love. After the officiant has finished the first part, Madison and Johnny turn to face each other. Johnny, you may begin, the officiant said gently. Johnny glanced down, before looking back at Madison. Okay, he said quietly, so I had a speech. A few guests chuckled, already emotional. But the second you walked towards me, Johnny continued, I forgot all of it. He took her hands, thumbs brushing over her knuckles like muscle memory. I've been in space. I've seen worlds on fire, literally, and none of that scared me like loving you did. because loving you meant something real, something that could actually break me. Madison's eyes filled instantly. But instead, Johnny said, you made me better, you made me patient, you made me brave in ways I didn't know I needed to be. He smiled, soft and sincere. I promise to choose you every day, on the easy days, on the days when the world is loud and messy and dangerous. He squeezed her hands. I promise to protect you, to listen when you need quiet, and to remind you who you are when you forget. His voice dropped just for her. And I promise that no matter how many universes there are, I will always find you. Madison laughed through her tears again, and the efficient turned to her. Madison. She inhaled, steady but emotional, her voice gentle yet unwavering after she exhaled. Johnny, you came into my life like fire, loud, reckless, impossible to ignore. Johnny huffed a quiet laugh. But you stayed, she continued. Even when things were complicated, even when loving me meant facing things bigger than either of us. Her fingers tightened around his. You see me, all of me, not as something fragile or broken, but as someone worth standing beside. Her voice trembled. You make me feel safe without ever making me feel small. She swallowed, blinking back tears. I promise to walk with you through every storm, to believe in you when you doubt yourself, to remind you that your heart is just as powerful as your fire. Madison smiled, radiant. And I promise that no matter where life takes us, no matter how many worlds try to pull us apart, I will always choose you. On a small screen in the front row with Reed, Scott stood frozen, eyes glassy, hand covering his mouth. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. He simply pressed his fingers to the screen, pride and heartbreak and overwhelming love written all over his face. Madison looks over to the screen and nodded at him. It's okay, it said. I'm happy. Scott wiped his eyes, lips trembling into the softest smile. He knows if Jean was here watching, she would be emotional as well. The efficient cleared his throat, voice warm and certain. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. A pause and a smile. Johnny, you may kiss your bride. Johnny didn't hesitate. He cupped Madison's face like she was sacred and leaned in slowly, giving her every second to feel it. The kiss wasn't rushed. It was warm, deep, and certain. Applause erupted around them, cheers and laughter blending into one overwhelming wave, but Johnny barely heard it. All he knew was the way Madison against his lips, the way her hands curled into his suit like she was anchoring herself there. When they finally pulled apart, Johnny rested his forehead against hers, laughing softly. Hi, wife, he whispered. Madison smiled, bright, breathless, completely his. Hi, husband. And somewhere, across universes and stars, a father watched his daughter glow, knowing she had found her forever. Chapter 45, The Man I Have Become. Time skip reception. Everyone is at the reception. Susan walks over to Madison to talk to her. Hey, how is my sister-in-law? Susan teased. Madison laughs as she looks over to Susan. I'm feeling great, actually. Everything was perfect. Susan smiles and hugs her. I'm glad that it was. I told you that I could help. Madison hugs her back. Thank you, Subug. They start to talk more to each other and laughing as both of them made a joke. Madison looks over to her side and she sees the robot that Reed built for Scott rolling over to her. May I have this dance? Scott asks as the robot hand moves to hold out its hand for her. Madison smiles as she took it. Of course, Dad. They walk to the dance floor and they start to dance to I'll Always Be My Daddy's Girl by 1GN. Johnny watches from the sidelines, and he smiles at how beautiful Madison is, and at her father and daughter dance. Madison smiles as she looks at her father. I'm sorry you couldn't be here physically. Scott looks at her. Don't be, I may not be here physically, but I'll always be here. Scott moves the robot hand to touch the part of Madison's chest where her heart is. After a while, the music changes to Perfect by Ed Sheeran, and Madison looks over to Johnny as he walks over. Johnny looks at Madison with a smile before looking over to Scott. May I cut in? Scott looks over to Johnny and nods before moving off the dance floor. Johnny wraps his arms around Madison as she wraps her arms around his neck, and they both start to dance. Madison lays her head on his shoulders as they dance. Everything is perfect. Johnny smiles. I'm glad that it is. Madison looks up to him and kisses him softly, and Johnny kisses her back. He does a little tease. We have to cut the cake soon. She groans. Don't remind me. I'm just focused on the dancing. Johnny chuckles at that as he continues to dance with her. After a while, Johnny and Madison walk over to the cake stand, and Madison grabs a knife to cut the cake. Johnny watches as he smiles, but it slowly fades as he thinks about his past self, how that version of him would have embarrassed her, but he shrugs his thoughts away. Madison looks over to him as she passes the knife over to him, and he takes it and cuts the cake to grab his portion, and they feed each other their cake as everyone smiles before grabbing their portion of the cake. As everyone sat down, eating, Johnny stood up and clinks his glass to get everyone's attention. Everyone looks over to him as he starts to speak. I would like to thank everyone for coming, but I just want to say that when I first met Madison, I was a complete player and I hurt Madison in ways that I now regret, but after everything in that storm, I slowly became the man that Madison could rely on. The past me would have not dreamed of this, but now I'm glad that I married Madison, because she was the one who made me turn into the man you all love. Madison blushes under her drink of champagne as she smiles. After everyone did their toast, they all took pictures to remember it and went home after. Chapter 47, Between Takeoff and Forever. Time skip airport. Madison and Johnny walk over to the airport. Johnny looks over to Madison, ready to spend 2 weeks in Bora Bora. Madison looks over to Johnny before nodding. Yeah, going on a honeymoon with my husband, it's something I never thought about having. Johnny holds her hand. I'm glad that I changed your mind. Madison's lips curve into a smile that equal parts of joy and disbelief. You didn't change my mind. You gave me something to look forward to. They step closer together as the boarding call echoes overheard. Johnny leans down, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple, unhurried. Hey, he murmurs, forehead resting against hers. No saving the world. No running, just you, me, and way too much sunshine. She laughs quietly, resting her head against his chest. You're really going to survive 2 weeks without blowing something up. Johnny lifts his hand up in offense. I make no promises. Time skip in the air. The cabin lights are dimmed to a warm, golden glow as the plane levels out, the steady hum of the engines settling into something almost smoothing. First class is quiet, plush leather seats, wide armrests, soft blankets folded neatly at their sides, worlds away from the chaos they left behind on the ground. Madison sits by the window, forehead resting lightly against the cool glass as clouds drift past like slow-moving oceans. Sunlight spills across the cabin, catching in her hair, painting her in gold. Johnny watches her for a moment before nudging her knee gently with his own. You okay there, superstar? She turns to him, smiling softly. I keep waiting for something to go wrong, like someone's going to burst in and say there's an emergency, or Reed needs us, or the world's ending again. Johnny snorts quietly. Nah, world's on pause, see, even the clouds are chill. He points to the clouds outside as he smiles. A flight attendant approaches with 2 glasses of champagne, offering them with a knowing smile. Johnny takes one, then another, carefully passing Madison hers before raising his own. To be unreachable. Madison clinks her glass against his. To not saving the world for 2 weeks. They sip and Madison exhales, a real one this time, her shoulders finally relaxing as the bubbles tickle her nose. I don't think I've ever flown somewhere without an escape plan. Johnny looks at her with one of his brows arched. You saying you don't trust me to get us out? She laughs. Oh, I trust you. I don't trust the universe. He reaches for her hand again, thumb tracing slow circles over her skin. Universe had its shot. It doesn't get to mess with this. Madison's gaze softens. She looks down at their joined hands, the ring on her finger catching the light. Married on the plane, honeymoon bound. The reality still feels fragile, like glass but beautiful. She leans into him, resting her head on his shoulder. You know, I used to think happiness was something temporary, like borrowed time. Johnny tilts his head, resting his temple against hers. Yeah, me too. They sit like that as the plane cuts through the sky. Johnny decides to put on a movie for both of them to watch. Johnny grins suddenly. So, overwater bungalows, no shoes, no responsibilities. Madison closes her eyes, smiling. You're really committed to this no responsibilities thing. Absolutely, he says. Husband perks. She laughs softly, fingers tightening around his. Chapter 48, Where Happiness Learned to Stay. Time skip, Bora Bora. Day 13. Their morning begins the same way. Sunlight spilling through sheer curtains, the lagoon glowing impossibly blue beneath the bungalow. Madison wakes to the sound of water gently lapping against the wooden stilts, Johnny's arms draped lazily around her waist. Johnny squints at the light. Do we have to be awake already? Madison smiles, brushing her fingers through his hair. You said you wanted to do everything tourists do. He groans. I retract that statement. They don't rush. Breakfast arrives by canoe. Fresh fruit, flaky pastries, coconut pancakes. Madison laughs for the first time, clapping a hand over her mouth in disbelief. This feels illegal. Johnny grins. If this is a crime, arrest me. They spend those first days snorkeling endlessly, Madison still marveling at fish darting around her legs like they're unbothered by humans entirely. Johnny names them. Badly. Madison refuses to acknowledge any fish named Captain Splash or Dave. At night, they sit on the deck with their feet in the water, sharing dessert and watching stars appear one by one. Madison whispers, almost afraid to break the quiet, I feel safe here. Day 47. By the second week, they're braver and far more relaxed. They wander local markets, sampling everything offered. Madison tastes vanilla grown right on the island and stares at it like it's magic. Johnny buys carved wooden trinkets, insisting they need at least 5 souvenirs. You're going to run out of suitcase space, Madison warns. Johnny shrugs, worth it. They take a cooking class one afternoon, laughing as Johnny accidentally adds too much chili to a sauce. Madison coughs. Johnny. He fans his mouth dramatically. I regret everything. They try paddleboarding. Johnny immediately fall in. Madison laughs so hard she nearly joins him. That did not count, he insists, resurfacing. That was sabotage. They end the day with massages at the spa, Madison nearly drifting off under the steady rhythm of ocean's waves and quiet music. When it's over, she feels lighter, like something she didn't realize she was carrying finally let go. Day 8-11. Some days, they do nothing all. Madison reads on the deck, legs dangling into the water, sunlight warming her skin while the lagoon shifts through impossible shades of blue beneath her feet. Johnny sits nearby with a sketchpad, tongue caught between his teeth in concentration. This, Johnny declares, holding it up proudly, is art. Madison squints at the page, an abstract mess of lines that looks vaguely like a palm tree if you're generous. She laughs and leans over to kiss his cheek. I love your terrible art. He smiles. See, visionary. At sunset, they wade into the water together, the lagoon warm and glassy. The sky burns orange and pink, reflected perfectly around them. Johnny spins her once in the shallows, both of them laughing until Madison splashes him back, water arcing between them. You started it, she teased. I absolutely did, he says, stepping closer. Later, a sudden tropical rainstorm rolls in, fast and dramatic. They stand barefoot on the deck, rain soaking them in seconds, hair plastered to skin, laughter bubbling up uncontrollably. Thunder rumbles somewhere distant, low and indulgent. Madison looks at him through wet lashes, breathless, rain sliding down her face. This is perfect. Johnny's smile softens. He steps closer, hands warm at her waist despite the rain, forehead resting against hers. "You're perfect." She shakes her head, fingers curling into his damp shirt. "No, us." The rain fades into background noise. Johnny cups her face, thumbs brushing her cheek, and kisses her. Slow at first, unhurried, like they have nowhere else to be. Madison melts into it, heart racing, hands sliding up his arms as the kiss deepens, heat building between them that has nothing to do with the tropics. Johnny murmurs her name against her lips, voice rough, and she answers by pulling him closer, laughter gone, replaced by something softer and heavier all at once. He lifts her easily, wrapping her legs around him, rain dripping from both of them as he carries her inside, the open doors letting in warm air and the scent of the sea. Madison's arms loop around his neck, her forehead resting against his as Johnny walks them to the bedroom. Johnny lays her down on the bed gently, and they both had their flame-on moment. Day 1214. As the end approaches, the magic doesn't fade. It deepens. They take one last boat ride across the lagoon, Madison resting against Johnny's shoulder as the wind tangles her hair. She watches the horizon quietly, thoughtful. Johnny glances down. "Hey, you okay?" She nods. "I just keep waiting for the other shoe to drop." He tilts her chin gently. "It doesn't have to." That night they dress up for a candlelit dinner on the beach. The food is familiar now. Poison crew, grilled fish, coconut desserts, but it tastes richer, layered with memories. On their final morning, Madison wakes before Johnny. She steps onto the deck alone, watching the sun rise over the water, breathing it in. Johnny joins her moments later, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "You gonna miss it." She leans back into him. "Yeah, but I think I'll carry it with me." He kisses her shoulder. "Good, because when things get loud again, when the world remembers us, I want you to remember this." Madison turns in his arms, eyes bright. "I will." 2 weeks of sunshine, saltwater, laughter, and stillness. Not an escape, a reminder. That love doesn't have to be loud to be powerful, and that sometimes happiness really does last longer than borrowed time. Chapter 49, Bringing the Quiet Home. Time skip back in the air. The cabin is quieter on the way home. The lights are dimmed low, casting everything in soft amber shadows as the plane lifts smoothly above the islands they've just left behind. Outside the window, Bora Bora fades into darkness, just a smear of moonlight on endless water. Madison sits curled slightly toward the window, fingers absently tracing the rim of her champagne glass. She doesn't drink much this time. She's too busy thinking. Johnny watches her over the edge of his own glass. "You've got that look." She exhales, smiling faintly. "I don't want to forget it." Johnny hums. "Yeah, same." She turns to him. "I was scared tease would feel like an escape, like real life would come crashing back the second we boarded." "And," he asks. Madison glances around the cabin, then down at their joined hands. Her ring glints softly under the overhead light. It feels like we're bringing it with us." Johnny's smile is slow, genuine. "Good, because real life's gonna need it." A flight attendant passes quietly, offering blankets. Johnny takes one and puts it over Madison's leg before she can protest, tucking it in like it's instinct. She laughs softly, leaning into him. "You know," she murmurs, resting her head on his shoulder, 2 weeks ago I didn't know how to just be. Now I do," she says, "with you." The engines hum steadily, a constant presence beneath their quiet. Madison watches clouds drift past the window, silvered by moonlight, and for once her mind doesn't race ahead to responsibilities, missions, or expectations. Johnny shifts slightly, settling back. "When we land, people are gonna expect flame on and explosions and hero stuff." She smiles against his shoulder. "Yeah. But tonight," he glances down at her, "tonight you're my wife stealing my blanket." She laughs, eyes closing. "You gave it to me." Details. As the hours pass, Madison drifts in and out of sleep, the kind that's deep and unguarded. At one point she wakes briefly to find Johnny watching her, thumb brushing slow circles against her arm. "What?" she whispers. He smiles. "Nothing, just making sure this is real." She tightens her grip on his hand. "It is." Above the clouds, between destinations, the world feels suspended again, but this time, it isn't fragile. It's steady, and when the plane begins its descent, Madison isn't bracing herself anymore. She's ready to go home, not to chaos, but to a life they chose together. Above the clouds, between destinations, the world feels suspended again, but this time, it isn't fragile. It's steady, and when the plane begins its descent, Madison isn't bracing herself anymore. She's ready to go home, not to chaos, but to a life they chose together. Chapter 50, the moment the world answered back. Time skip Baxter Building. The elevator ride up is quiet, the familiar hum wrapping around them like a welcome home sign. Madison steps out first, rolling her shoulders as if she's shaking off the last of the jet lag. The Baxter Building smells the same. Clean metal, ozone, something faintly electrical that always lingers in the air. Home. She reaches out for the penthouse door, and then the world tilts. Her fingers brush the handle, and a sudden wave of dizziness crashes through her so hard it steals the breath from her lungs. The lights above them flicker violently, once, twice, 3 times, like the building itself is stuttering. "Johnny," Madison barely gets his name out. Heat blooms under her skin, sharp and wrong, spreading fast, hotter than she's ever felt before. Not like fire, not like Johnny. This is deeper, burning from the inside out. Johnny turns instantly. "Madison." He reaches for her, but jerks his hand back with a sharp hiss. "Jesus," his eyes widen. "You're burning up, like really burning up." Madison sways, her vision blurring, lights smearing into streaks. Her skin glows faintly, an almost imperceptible shimmer of energy rippling beneath the surface. The air around her hums. The lights flicker again, and her knees buckle. Johnny catches her just before she hits the floor. "Madison, hey, stay with me." Her head lolls against his shoulder, her body frighteningly hot in his arms, heat radiating off her in waves that make his skin prickle. "Read," Johnny yells, voice echoing down the corridor. "Read now." The lab doors slide open, and Reed notices Johnny holding Madison, who is passed out. "Put her on the bed, carefully." Johnny lays her down, hands shaking despite himself. The moment Madison's body hits the mattress, another surge of heat ripples outward. The lights dim, then stabilize. Reed grabs a compact, portable scanning device from a nearby table, unfolding it with practiced speed, and he passes it slowly over her chest and temples. "I'm reading an energy spike. Cellular activity is off the charts. This isn't a fever." Johnny runs a hand through his hair, panic edging his voice. "She was fine. We just got back. She touched the door and boom. Reed, she was hotter than me." Reed frowns, eyes locked on the rapidly changing readings. Her molecular structure isn't destabilizing. It's reacting, like something was triggered. Madison stirs faintly, a soft sound escaping her lips as another pulse of heat flares and fades. Johnny immediately leans closer. "Madison, hey, I'm here, I've got you." She doesn't wake. Reed lowers the device slowly, unease creeping into his normally controlled expression. "There's something else. I'm detecting a secondary energy pattern, not external, not environmental." Johnny looks up sharply. "What does that mean?" Reed hesitates. "It means whatever caused this is tied to her deeply." Down the hall, unseen and unnoticed, Susan pauses. One hand unconsciously touches her stomach as she's holding a test as the lights flicker one more, a strange warmth passing through her just for a second before vanishing. Inside the bedroom, Reed adjusts the scanner again, brow furrowed. 2 lives, 1 surge, a connection no one understands yet. And Madison lies unconscious, glowing faintly, at the center of something far bigger than any of them realize. Chapter 51, when reality took its first breath. Time skip, 5 months later. The Baxter Building is quiet. Not calm, waiting. Machines hum softly as Susan Storm grips the sheets, breathes through the final moments. Johnny is at her side, knuckles white where he holds her hand. Madison stands close, heat stirring beneath her skin again, low, controlled, answering something she can't name. Down the hall, the twins, Sue Sky Richard Storm and Axel Storm, sleep peacefully, born weeks earlier, unaware of what tonight is about to change. Reed studies his portable scanner, frown deepening. Vitals are stable, he says, then quieter, but I'm detecting a surge, not internal, not external. It's layered. Johnny swallows. Reed. The lights flicker, once, twice. Madison gasps as heat flares sharply beneath her skin, stronger than it's ever been. The air vibrates, humming like reality itself has drawn a breath. Susan cries out as the final contraction hits. A newborn's cry pierces the room, and the world tears open. A brilliant rip splits the air above them, white and hot, threaded with cosmic blue and gold, stretching outwards, far beyond the Baxter Building, far beyond this universe. Time skip elsewhere. At the X-Mansion, Charles freezes mid-thought, hand snapping to his temple. A child, he whispered, reaching out. Across another reality, Friday blurs the alarm. Steve, holding Natasha and Wanda Jenkins Rogers, looks up sharply. Everyone, brace. Beside him, Scarlett stares at the readings, breath caught. This isn't an attack, she says. This is a convergence. Portals begin to shimmer. Worlds lean toward one another. Time skip Baxter Building. Back at the Baxter Building, the tear pulses, responding as Franklin quiets instantly in Susan's arms. Reed's scanner goes haywire. This shouldn't be possible, he breathes. The lights cut out. Every screen in the room goes dark. Madison staggers as the heat surges violently through her, far beyond control. Johnny shouts her name. The rip above them suddenly collapses inward, not sealing, pulling. Everything freezes on a single, impossible moment. The baby's eyes open. The air screams and reality gives way. To be continued. Find out what happens next in Love's Invisible Shield once I start it.